You're good? You're all good. Okay, I'd like to call to order the Wednesday, May 15th, 2024, Lower Saucon Township Council meeting. The time is now 6:32, and I'd like to have a roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon.
Here.
Mr. Bononis.
Here.
Ms. Optoff Cordero.
Here.
Mr. Carochi.
Here.
Ms. Ray.
Here.
Okay, can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, council did not meet in executive session.
May I be recognized, please?
Yes.
You do not have control of this meeting, Tom. Okay, so any outbursts from you are not recognized. What do you need, Jason?
So I just want to address the public. The public probably saw some deliberations and activity back in the council meeting room, which is normally where we have executive session. We did not have any executive session that I'm aware of, although sometimes I'm not informed of things that take place supposedly in executive session. But what I would like to bring to the public's attention is what took place back there was service of a lawsuit by the Bethlehem Landfill Company against Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon individually, Victoria Optoff Cordero individually, Laura Ray individually, as well as Steve Gutsuzian individually. And based upon my cursory review of the pleadings, they're quite voluminous. It appears that the landfill has sued the township and the individuals involved in undertaking the illegal activity that we talked about at the past 2 or 3 council meetings. And in those meetings, you may recall, what took place was there was supposedly activity that took place in executive session with regard to litigation concerning the landfill and Lower Saucon Township, and activity and actions taken by the solicitor supposedly with authority. And again, there was no discussion of that activity or the direction to be taken in that litigation. And it's also our position that the solicitor undertook those activities without any authority from council and unilaterally. So as I indicated earlier, it's very likely that the township would get sued as a result of their violations of the Sunshine Act and also undertaking activities in violation of the authority or lack of authority. And that has now come to fruition. So I regret the need to share this with the public. This is not something that is good for the township. It's not good for the landfill. It's quite regrettable, but unfortunately it appears that the landfill has had no alternative but to pursue this because of the illegal conduct that was undertaken here. So what the landfill is seeking, based upon my cursory review of this, is declaratory judgment, injunctive relief, precluding Victoria Optoff Cordero from participating in deliberations and voting on matters related to the landfill due to conflict of interest because her parents are involved in litigation against or were involved in litigation against the township, as well as her public statements with regard to being opposed to the township, being opposed to the landfill and the financial impact that it may have upon her parents' property. This has been brought to our attention previously by Mary Ann Garber, who's the attorney for the landfill. She stood up 2 meetings ago with regard to these issues and addressed it again at the last meeting as well. And I think what is significant here, in addition to the relief that I talked about, is that the landfill is seeking $1.1 million of Lower Saucon taxpayer money for reimbursement for costs and fees that were incurred as a result of these activities. So that's in addition to other relief that they are seeking. So as of now, it looks like the township is squarely in the crosshairs for this litigation. It's unfortunate. I sure hope that Mr. Gutsuzian is going to be putting his legal malpractice carrier on notice of this, because this township should not be responsible for these fees and these activities, these things that have happened without approval from council. And I also believe that this council and this township should not be paying for the legal fees to represent, defend, indemnify the perpetrators of all this. Excuse me? The perpetrators of all of this, because they undertook these activities individually and without authority and without being under the color of Lower Saucon Township. And if they choose to act individually, then they need to be able to stand up and defend themselves individually. I expect we'll be having more conversations about this in executive session at some point, perhaps after this meeting or prior to a subsequent meeting. But I wanted this out there to the public because I'm sure you had questions as to what was taking place with the sheriff from Northampton County here serving papers on these individuals and on the township as well. You know, I wanted to be fully transparent to the public so that they know what's taking place because this council has not been transparent with you in a number of ways. So I'm sure you'll hear more about this. And I just wanted to put that out there because executive session would be the appropriate time. And you may have thought that there was an executive session, but there was not that I'm aware of.
Can I have a point of order, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I will say this. I think it's extremely troubling that Mr. Bononis took it upon himself at this meeting to make statements which, at least in my opinion, appear to be on behalf of the landfill. It appears that Mr. Bononis has had whatever this filing is ahead of time. It appears that he obviously had a prepared statement to discuss what was ever here.
Where's my prepared statement?
Certainly,
Where's my prepared statement? Where's your evidence that I've had this
You are
meeting?
out of
I have
order.
the floor.
Kathy, did I review this in your office?
Out of order.
Did I review this in your office?
Okay,
I'm sorry, I
we're
didn't hear you.
recessing this meeting.
Call a motion to recess.
I
Okay, so-
second that.
so
All in,
there-
Kathy.
all in favor?
Keep shooting your mouth off without information,
Aye.
okay? That's what you
we're
do.
recessing the
Jason,
meeting.
you reviewed it in Kathy's
I
office?
reviewed it in Kathy's office. Let the record reflect that.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
when we go back on the record, I'm going to say that again.
Yeah, yeah. In the meantime, we can talk.
Okay, I'd like to resume the meeting, and the time is 6:41. And we're moving on to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, you were
I was
speaking.
finishing my comment in response to what happened. Again, I think that this is very troubling that we see somebody on council speaking on behalf of a business.
Can I
in
just
our-
interrupt for 1 second? People in the audience, you need to be quiet. You can't be speaking while there's somebody up here speaking. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I think it's very troubling that instead of hearing perhaps the announcement of this situation by the landfill, who is the apparent plaintiff in this matter, we hear it from a council member. I question when and how Mr. Bononis received information of the filing. I question when
Already
and
answered
how
that
he
question. I read it,
discussed.
that Kathy
I
had
am
it.
finishing my
You cannot-
statement.
Question, I'm giving
I
you
am
an answer.
finishing
She
my
wants an answer. I
statement.
gave her the
I
answer.
don't want an answer?
Kathy, let me read
I want
it.
to finish my
answer, don't
statement.
ask a question.
I will finish my statement.
Let the record reflect that Kathy let me read it before I spoke about it.
I will continue to repeat. I question why you felt that it was your responsibility to discuss things for the landfill.
Because you
That's
hide
my
things in
statement.
executive
I
session from the
think that-
public, and they need to know what's happening.
Executive
Jason, you're
session.
not allowed to speak
Sure I
right
am.
now. No, you're not.
Sure I am. She's
In
asking
your
you-
mind,
She's
you
asking you
are.
a question, I
In
question,
your-
and I'm giving an answer. There it is.
I am going to
question,
finish
I
speaking it
answer. How's
already.
that?
I have the floor.
questions,
You
I
have not
answer.
been recognized. You have not been recognized. I gave you your
I
opportunity to
recognize.
speak.
I recognize.
I did not interrupt you.
I recognize.
allowed you
Okay.
to provide your statement to the public. So I ask for the same integrity.
You don't have
Give
integrity.
a statement
Ma'am, I
to
don't
the
believe you
public
have
in
integrity,
response. Well,
in
that's
my
fine.
opinion.
You are
But
violating
you should
our
let
code of
people
conduct.
finish
Oh,
their
now we're going to enforce
statements.
the code of conduct. All of a sudden, when you get
We
sued-
should finish, we should allow me to finish my statement. I'm going to
Took
finish
until
my
May
statement.
15. It took
I'm
until
gonna
May
finish my
15
statement.
to enforce the
Are
code
you
of
finished
conduct.
talking so I can finish my statement?
I'm going to ask you
I
if
give you the
it's
respect to
not a
let you
statement,
finish
asked
your
a question,
statement.
and I answered
No,
your
I
question.
didn't. I didn't ask you a question. It's rhetorical. It's rhetorical.
Oh.
I will finish what I had to say.
Okay,
I
thank you
think
for
it's
clarifying.
incredibly troubling. I call into question why and how Mr. Bononis has the information about litigation that was filed by the landfill.
I answered that question.
When
Stop
we get
asking that
to-
question.
When we get to agenda item O, this will be another example of the kind of things that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi do to support the landfill. That is my statement.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to be recognized. Everybody else was. I get my
Sure,
chance
go right
for
ahead,
some.
Tom.
Thank you.
No interruptions for Tom.
I know, yes, I'm special. No interruptions.
I would hope
All
that.
right, well, I just hope that you all will do right by the taxpayers, and since you took these actions as individuals and then collectively, that you pay your own legal fees for the defense of this action out of your own pocket. There's no reason why taxpayers should be paying for this illegal activity of yours, for Mr. Goodsouzian either. So I hope you all commit tonight that you will not use taxpayer money to defend lawsuits when they've been filed against you individually.
Okay, and
Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I have a question. These are all alleged, right? These are all,
Where we are right now is we were handed some documents right before the meeting started. I have not had a chance to review them. I don't know what they say. We'll address them in due course.
okay,
That's all we can do.
okay, thank you. Okay, now I'd like to get into public comment procedure. Laura, did you have anything to say, since everybody else did?
Yeah, so I will just read from the administrative code since it never gets followed here. Chapter 5, subsection 5-8, section D, where it explains how meetings are run. I'll just read 2 sentences. The president of the council shall preside at all meetings of the municipal council. It also says the council shall also choose one of its number as vice president to preside in the absence of the president of the council. There's nothing in our code that enables another member of council to be running meetings. Therefore, every time we have this, I acknowledge you, I give you the floor. That is not how a meeting is run per code, so pay attention.
What part of the code says that? I didn't-
Okay, she just said it, if you were listening.
So
Okay,
let's
moving
talk about the
on.
lawsuit.
No,
That's what we're talking
we're
about,
not
right? You're talking about
we're
that?
done talking about
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the lawsuit.
Good eye.
I thought, okay.
No, we're going to the
Recognize you,
next.
Jason,
Thank
if you
you,
want to
Tom.
talk about it.
We are going to the next agenda item, which is public comment procedure. We should all pay attention. Council shall determine its own rules of procedure not inconsistent with ordinance or statute. All meetings of council, regular or special, interested citizens with legitimate matters to lay before council shall be granted the right and privilege to address the council. The council may prescribe procedures for citizen presentation to ensure decorum at all times and to prohibit personal or insulting language, total irrelevances, and harassment either on the part of members of the council or members of the assembly at the meeting. Tonight, we have a very long agenda.
Are you going to follow those rules? Because in past meetings, you have failed
I
to follow those
am
rules.
speaking now. You do not have the, don't you understand English?
Yeah, I do.
Should
I understand
speak
it very
another
well,
way?
but you don't follow the rules that you just read. So I want to know, are you
Whatever.
going to follow them and are you going to enforce them?
I am going
As a
to
president
read-
of council,
I'm
are you
gonna-
going to enforce them? You got a brace on your hand, ready to
Clarification, I
gavel, so I
recognize
guess you're
this.
ready to go.
I'm going to continue my meeting as I prepared it. We have a long meeting tonight. I ask that all audience members to please keep your comments on topic and within the 5-minute time limit. If your comments are not on topic or last longer than the 5-minute allotment, I will ask you to return to your seat. If you go off topic, I may remind you to please stick to the agenda item being discussed. I also ask that audience members please refrain from engaging in conversations with your neighbors during the meeting. It is very disruptive to the meeting and very difficult for anyone watching to understand what is going on. If you would like to hold a conversation, please take it in the hallway. If audience conversations occur, I may ask you to go outside. I remind everyone that you may not lodge personal insults or derogatory comments against each other, audience members or members of council. Members of council, I ask that you please not engage audience members during public comment period. As speaking out of turn or interrupt during council comments or audience comments is disorderly and prevents us from getting through the agenda. Please be respectful of everyone's time. We also have resolution 31-2024. There should be copies out there that we passed on January 2nd, which goes through and really goes through and tells you what you can or can't do. And I won't go over all of them. We have 5 minutes for public comment, and we have 2 items on the agenda tonight, which are hearings, and that's a 3-minute public comment period. So,
You failed to address that non-residents and non-taxpayers are permitted to speak under your rules.
I'm not reading the whole thing. There's a copy of that resolution out in the hall, if anybody would like to read it. So, and stop interrupting, Jason, it's very rude. You wouldn't do this in a courtroom.
I wouldn't, but I'm not in a courtroom because I
Well-
actually have respect for the person who runs the courtroom, not the person who runs this meeting.
Clarification, Jason, I
You're welcome,
appreciate it.
Tom.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so next on the agenda, we have presentations and hearings. A resolution has been prepared recognizing the following junior council members who serve on the 2023-2024 school year. Rudra and Nitya Takkar, if I'm saying their names right, both served on Township Council. Cole Hubert and Samuel Van Norman both served on the Parks and Rec Board. Harrison Vickick served on the Environmental Advisory Council. And you're all here tonight? Are you all here tonight? Can you all stand so everybody can see who you are and state your name for the audience? This is a very, I love this program. This program was started some years ago with the then president of Hellerstown, and we both initiated the programs for our communities. And it's been going, and it's gonna look great on your resume because a lot of people aren't gonna have it. So you're gonna stand out amongst everyone. So thank you for all you do and attend the meetings. And just remember, government is by the people, and it's not always what you see here tonight, so.
You forgot to ask the junior council members if they had a report.
Thank you for running the meeting, Tom.
Well, she
Did the
forgot.
junior council members have a report for the night? I forgot to ask that. Did you have a report?
I just have one thing to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Saucon Valley is hosting their senior graduation.
You know what, we can't hear you. You gotta talk in a mic.
Podium, please, thank you. She'd run the meeting, right? It would have been done.
Usually they're sitting up at the table.
So on Friday, May 31st, Saucon Valley is hosting their senior graduation. So the ceremony is going to take place up at the football stadium at Saucon Valley High School. So it should be a good event. A lot of the community should pop out. I think each senior is given 10 tickets. So again, I think a lot of the community should be there. It should be a great ceremony.
I hope you get good weather.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have resolution 48-2024 through 52-2024, proclamations recognizing junior council members. Whereas the Lower Saucon Township Council appointed Ruja and Nitya Takkar to serve as the junior council members on council, Harrison Vickick on the Environmental Advisory Council, and Cole Hubert and Samuel Van Norman on the Parks and Rec Board. Whereas all the junior council members participated in the meetings during 2023 and 2024 school year and provided input from a student's point of view. Whereas all the junior council members have done a great job and brought with them the eagerness of learning more about local government in their community. Now therefore, the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Benonis, Thomas Carochi, and Victoria Optoff Cordera, council members, do hereby commend Ruja, Nitya, Harrison, Cole, and Samuel for their exemplary performance on behalf of Lower Saucon Township and Saucon Valley High School and the Moravian Academy. Resolved this 15th day of May 2024. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve all the resolutions 48-2024 through 52-2024. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
You'll second that? Okay, Victoria. And can you open it up to the floor? Does anyone in the audience would like to speak regarding this issue? Could you please come to the podium?
Heck of a good way to be junior council members here. You understand the full width of everything that goes on. And Dave Boulan, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes, good. You get to understand the full width and breadth of what goes on. It's a good thing in this country, at least I say. There are a lot of people that love to shove things under the rug, but when you come here, you can hear it for yourself. There's no filters. There's no news media that tells you what you should be doing and listening to. You always need to take part in the government. And I think that's part of the problem we have here. We see the friction that occurs. There are certain people that want to do things and have been told maybe that's not such a good idea. Well, now we're going to find out, right? Because hopefully it will go to the courts and it will get adjudicated. And this could be, hopefully, happening in the rest of this country when people do things illegal, no matter where they are. So thank you. I see you guys every other week, and it's great seeing you here. Really appreciate it. You've given your time to this town. Yes, it looks good on your resume, but it's a lot more than that. It's something that will carry you through your life. I'd like to make one comment. We have not had the ability to speak about what was just discussed here, and I'd like that to occur.
It's not happening now. We're on this agenda item.
So is it going to happen? Because I'm saying I want to speak about that. I will not understand it to be moved till 3 o'clock in the morning.
To be clear, the public was not given an opportunity to speak as to the matters.
Not had an
It wasn't a
opportunity.
motion.
It doesn't have to be a motion. It's a matter that
Sorry,
can.
you're out of order,
It's
and
not an
we're
agenda
on
item.
this
Correct.
agenda item, and it will be discussed under non-agenda items tonight, if you so speak, want to speak on it.
Agenda item.
Non-agenda items.
All right, public, there you go.
Okay. So we have,
Guys.
anybody else would like to speak on this agenda item? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Optoff Cordera?
Yes, and thank you for your service and for your time in Lower Saucon. Best of wishes in what you do in your future endeavors.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
No one asked for you.
Okay, and I'd like Rudra, Nika, and who's not here? I know somebody's not here. Who? Harry. Okay, Harry's, okay. Cole and Samuel to come up and get your certificates, and you'll be giving that to him. And I guess, can we have a picture? So, hi. Congratulations. Want council stand behind them? Okay, thank you, Stacy. Okay, I gave you the other one, right? Okay, next we have, what do we have? We have an, I have to find my spot. We have Resolution 53-2024, which is the Emergency Medical Services Week, May 19th to the 25th of 2024. Council prepared Resolution 53-2024, and if I can get it out here, I would like to read it out loud. Resolution recognizing Dewey Fire Company Ambulance Squad for their hard work and dedication, and to designate May 19th to the 25th, 2024 as EMS Week in Lower Saucon Township. Whereas Dewey Fire Company was founded in 1897, located at Durham Street, Hellerstown Borough, and whereas due to the need for a paramedic services, Dewey Fire Company Ambulance was created on June 27, 1947. Responding to their first call on June 29, 1947 at the Hellerstown Pool. And whereas Dewey Fire Company Ambulance started paying staff for day coverage in September 1988, and whereas they began coverage of Lower Saucon Township in 1998, providing basic life support services when Saucon Company Ambulance closed its doors, and whereas as the demands of their services increased, Dewey Fire Company Ambulance expanded service to 7 days a week in 2001, adding the second floor to their building in 2004, increasing service to 24/7 coverage in 2005. And whereas Dewey Fire Company Ambulance received certification to provide advanced life support services in January 2010. Whereas currently they are staffed with 47 employees, of which 20 are paramedics, 27 are EMTs, and 4 are volunteers. And whereas after 26 years of providing services to Lower Saucon Township, all citizens are encouraged to express their appreciation to the employees of the Dewey Fire Company Ambulance for their contributions they make every day to our health and safety to the residents of Lower Saucon Township and surrounding communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla De Leon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Benonis, Tom Carochi, Victoria Optoff-Cordera, council members, wish to recognize and honor emergency medical service employees for their selfless dedication and providing life-saving services, and designate May 19th to the 25th, 2024 as EMS Week in Lower Saucon Township. Adopted and enacted this 15th day of May 2024. And I would like to make that motion to approve Resolution 53-2024. Would there be a second?
Second.
Okay, Laura seconded. And any discussion by council? Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're blessed in this community to have excellent emergency services, both fire service as well as ambulance and paramedic services, and I certainly think it's appropriate to recognize the EMS personnel. They work tirelessly as volunteers. They show up at all hours of the day, regardless of the situation and the weather conditions. They take time away from their families. We're blessed to have quality people like that who are willing to assist us, and I want to thank them personally for all their efforts.
Okay, Tom?
Yes, I want to say thank you as well. Important part of the community, and they do a great job, and greatly appreciate all you do. Thank you.
And I would like to say thank you. I go way back, and you guys have always done a great job and really appreciate what you do for us. So thank you, and be safe out there, please. Victoria?
I won't say anything more than thank you. Everybody else has said many things. I will also say, sorry, I'll take that back. I will also say I appreciate all of your work in the township and your volunteerism. It's what makes Lower Saucon great.
Laura?
Yes, thank you all for your service. It's very reassuring to know that you're there, just a phone call away, day or night, any day of the week to help us. Thank you.
Okay, public comment, 5 minutes. Who'd like to go first? We have public comment? Okay, seeing none, can we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Optoff-Cordera,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. De Leon.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for all you do. Thank you. And I'd just like to back up to the parents that you're here. I know his mom's here. Other parents that aren't here, please thank you because you help them do what they do. So I know I appreciate that. So, okay, moving on then, we have, oh, wait, I got to give somebody a resolution. So, did we do the roll call? Yes, we passed, right. Okay, so who's going to accept the resolution for doing? Hi. Do you want to state your name for the record?
Yeah, I'm Kyle Bartholomew, the chief of the ambulance squad, and this is my assistant, Matt.
All right, thank you. Yay. Okay, thank you. Again, be safe. Okay, moving on, we have public hearing, consider adoption of proposed ordinance 2024-01. Okay, if there's any talking, you're gonna have to go out in the hallway. Ordinance number 2024-01 has been advertised for the public hearing for the consideration and adoption to amend the code of Lower Saucon Township based on the November 2023 ballot referendum. Kathy?
Yes, this is an ordinance that was reviewed and approved for advertising at the April 3rd meeting. It was advertised appropriately for your public hearing. This is brought to council to approve the term limits voted on by the residents last November, and it will be modifying the terms to 2 consecutive term limits.
Okay, Steve, did you have anything to say at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to make a motion to open the hearing. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and counsel, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, this just formalizes the will of the voters, and the will of the voters spoke very loudly and clearly. We had presented this last year, and it was on the ballot in November. And if I recall correctly, this referendum passed overwhelmingly at almost 80%, I believe, 80% in favor of it and roughly 20% against it. You know, the intent of this is to eliminate the dead wood on this council, those that would seek to be a placeholder as opposed to moving the township forward and addressing legitimate township interest in a constructive way. And I'm glad that the voters spoke very loudly and clearly about this. I think it's incumbent upon this council to listen to the will of the voters and to enact this ordinance because this is what the public wants. And I'm happy that this is what they want. I think it makes for better government by having term limits, and hopefully Lower Saucon Township is better for it.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, I agree. It's what the voters voted for. It's what they want. It should be enacted.
Okay, and I'd like to make a comment and saying this is my 10th re-election, and this also entitles me to 2 more terms. Victoria?
I don't have anything new to add.
Laura?
I don't have any new comment on this one.
Okay, so public comment, you're limited to 3 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna let him go.
So, okay, here we go again. The public has spoken, and I was really pleased when I got the results from Northampton Board of Elections here that it was cross-party lines, period. It was crossed every line. So it's not like it's this group or that group or whatever not. So I think it's probably a good thing. It's a good thing for those that are serving. It's a good thing for those that want to serve. And it shows you that you're not there forever. I think we have some real problems when you get to that status. You become like gods or something, and you can feel like you can do anything. Not a good situation. That's the problem that I have. That's why I let my kids grow up and do their own thing. Ha ha. Thank you.
Okay, Bob Blasco? You're gonna speak, you were signed up to speak.
You don't know when he signed off.
No, you're not going to? Okay, Sonia Miller? No? Okay. Kathy, do you want this back then? Okay, so anyone else that's not signed up, you're more than welcome to come up to the podium.
When did we start this sign-in sheet thing? Because we've never used sign-in sheets since the beginning of the year, and that was never anything that was put in place in terms of a procedure. So I'm questioning that.
You're more than welcome to read the resolution that you guys passed 2 years ago, which
She replaced.
no, we only replaced one. There were 2 resolutions. This is Resolution 75-2022. And it says that there is a sign-in sheet. A sign-in sheet.
May I see that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just give it back.
For hearings, though?
The hearing procedure that you all passed.
Did you find it? I have it underlined.
You handed it to me, I'm reading it.
Okay.
Give him a minute. What's the rush?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so back to the meeting. Anyone else like to speak? You have 3 minutes. If not, then I'll make a motion to close the hearing. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Laura. And can we have a roll call on closing the hearing?
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Deleon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so the hearing is closed. Now I'd like to, I guess, make a motion to adopt the ordinance. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Jason beat you, I think, Victoria. Okay, any other council discussion after the motion?
Yeah, I find it very telling that the voters spoke loudly and clearly, and rather than acknowledge the voice of the voters, Priscilla had to speak up and brag about being on council for 10 years, for 40 years, and that she's eligible to be on council for another 2 terms. Rather than acknowledge the will of the voters and understand that she's served 5 times more than what's permitted by this proposed ordinance, and having a willingness to move on and off into the sunset, she instead has telegraphed what her intentions are. And I think that speaks volumes.
Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is meant to prevent something like this from happening again, where someone just hangs out for 40 years, collects a paycheck, and doesn't accomplish much. And, you know, it's good that in the future, that probably won't be allowed to happen.
And my intentions, I'll speak right now, are secret. I'll decide what I'll do in 4 years from now, and everybody will know then.
There's a lot more than that's in secret.
Victoria?
I don't agree with the comments made by Mr. Benonis and Caroci about people's intentions and certainly lack of progress. So for the last however many years Ms. DeLeon has been on council, but I don't have any other comments. I appreciate the voters' input, and I approve the motion.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I have no comment to make on this.
Okay, public comment, you have 3 minutes. Who'd like to go first?
Just really quick, Diane Hollowell, just remind the audience and the council that the voters in the township voted loudly and clearly the will of the voters. The ladies won the landslide election across party lines. Tons of Republicans in my neighborhood voted for Democratic women, just to remind you.
Thank you, Diane.
May I get clarification? Do they regret their votes? Okay.
No. Just
Have you asked them?
Yes.
Oh.
I wasn't. Jason and I won by a landslide too.
Okay, Kathy,
Valid point,
you
Tom.
know what? Here we go again. Kathy,
21.
please.
Thank you. Priscilla, Kathy,
Clarification.
Government, 4260 Lower Saucon Road, Hellerstown. Thank God you've been with us for 40 years, because otherwise we'd have condos and landfills. So I'm grateful that you are here, and I crossed the party line, no problem. No problem.
We do have
Thank you for your service.
Do have landfill. Full landfill.
Tom, you're out of order. Always out of order.
Wasn't Priscilla president of council under 3 expansions?
Yes, Priscilla voted for every landfill expansion. That's why we have a landfill. You're exactly right, Kathy.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you for that
We
clarification,
have
Kathy.
a
You're
resident that
exactly
would
right.
like to speak. Are you going to be rude
Priscilla voted
and
for every
ignorant?
landfill expansion, and that's why we have it.
Point
You're
of
exactly
order
right.
is right.
Exactly right.
Should be
I'm
respectful
sorry, you
to the
shouldn't call
people
Tom
waiting to
ignorant. I
speak.
think that's insulting to call Tom ignorant. He's certainly not ignorant. He's highly enlightened.
Insulting to be disrespectful to the lady at the podium.
Okay, now you're going to talk about insulting. Okay.
It's insulting to her. She's still waiting.
I guess when you get sued,
Can the
all of a sudden
lady
things are
speak?
insulting.
Sorry, I'm crying here.
Anne Marie
You like
Slavic,
those
Lower
people,
Saucon
so
Township.
That's what you get, so.
It's
what kind of
okay.
Respectful they are to you.
Understand what's going on here, I really do, it's okay.
Yeah, good.
So I just want to say that in agreement with some of the people that spoke, is that there is a tendency of public office, public people in public political positions to get their feet dug in for many years. And I think that most people in the country are aware of this, that our government was never set up for people to pitch a tent. That's not what our government was meant to do. Our government was meant to get people in the public, people in private sector, people who know different things, people might have different jobs, to get in the government and give their help, let them help the government. So different people from different walks of life, getting in public office, and then eventually leaving public office and going back to their old jobs or their old businesses or whatever. I'd also like to say that in past elections, I know that we had crossover from the Democrats to give us majority rule on the Republican side. And it goes back and forth. That's what happens. It also happens when you have deceptive marketing.
I'm not familiar with that piece of paper.
Doesn't matter, but it's deceptive marketing. And there is a Superior Court filing, and I just want to bring this up quick. There was a Superior Court filing in state of Pennsylvania that overturned a Northampton County court that found that the super PAC of the landfill did not donate to the 3 candidates, the Republican candidates. That was a court case overturning the Northampton County. So anybody who's putting this kind of stuff out should be held accountable in the public courts. It's deceptive marketing, and you can win elections in a landslide when there's deceptive marketing. Thanks.
Just to clarify your point, they have been sued and others will be sued, and I won't stop until it's done.
Yeah, the court spoke, and Judge Piniella actually presided on that court, if anybody knows who he is.
One of the 3-judge panel at Superior Court that found unanimously that the case was valid and that there was actual malice pled in the defamatory statements against myself, Tom Carochi, and Jen Zavacki. We'll talk about that a little bit more later.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay.
For the record, she didn't ask Priscilla if she had seen that piece before. Priscilla just blurted it out while she was talking. Yet she
Okay,
has the
can we have
gall
a
to
roll call,
chastise
please?
us. She has the gall to chastise us if we say so.
Can we have a roll call, please?
For thee, not for me.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Hallelujah, yes.
Ms. Zapata Cordera.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have public hearing, consider adoption of proposed ordinance 2024-02, amending section 125.6A of chapter 25, entitled the Peddling and Soliciting. The ordinance has been advertised. Steve or Kathy, did you want to take over for this? Have we met all the requirements and all that?
This is an ordinance, again, that was reviewed and approved for advertising at the April 3rd meeting. It's been advertised appropriately for your public hearing. It was brought to council that the dates and times that in our current ordinance were not to standards of what the state law provides. So we're amending the ordinance to revert to the state times.
Okay, we're fixing it.
Yes.
Right. And how long has the other ordinance been in effect? Probably 21 years, right?
Probably. It's a long time.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to open the hearing. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Zapata Cordera,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so, council discussion? Jason?
Just so that the public is clear, by voting for this council, or at least me, I'm not necessarily in favor of peddling and soliciting, but unfortunately, we're bound by state law. And this is designed and intended to match state law so that the township isn't subjected to litigation for being more restrictive than what the law allows. I would remind everybody in the public who does not want a solicitor or peddler knocking on their door that the township does have a no peddle, no solicit list. You can register for that by contacting the township manager and be placed on that list. That list is given to vendors or peddlers that are going out into the community so that they know not to bother you and come to your home. I would caution that township staff is heavily burdened now because they're short-staffed because of personnel changes. But nonetheless, if you wish to be on that list, I would encourage you to contact township staff to get your name placed on that list. That's all I have to say.
Tom?
I have no comment.
I have no comment. Victoria?
I don't have any comment. I think you should put yourself on the list if you don't want anybody to solicit.
Laura?
Yeah, I think my comment might be, I think Stacy was showing how you can get to the link, and I believe you can do it through the agenda here. Oh, it's right on our front page. There you go. Get on the list.
Okay, so now everybody knows how to get on the list. Okay, so now I'm going to open it up to the floor for public comment. You got a 3-minute. Do we have a list? Nobody signed the list. Okay. 3 minutes. Anybody like to speak on this? Okay, I don't see anyone. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
And can we have a roll call to close the hearing?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
That was Victoria. And any other council discussion? Jason?
No.
Tom?
No.
I have nothing. Victoria?
No.
Laura? Okay, again, we have to open it up for public comment, 3 minutes. Anyone out there would like to speak? I do not see anyone, so can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray? Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have under developer items, we have approval for landfill consultant review of Phase 5 hydrogeologic work plan. Council will consider approving their landfill consultant, Rich Sickler, to review the Phase 5 hydrogeologic work plan. Approval of work not to exceed $2,500. Kathy?
Ms. Altough Cordero had brought this to, I believe, the landfill committee, requesting that our landfill consultant hydrologist review the application that was in your packet and the DEP response letter dated on February 26th. I did reach out to Mr. Sickler. He is available to do that review for you, and he advised me that it would not cost more than the amount that is provided in your packet.
Okey-doke. All right, I'll make a motion to approve Rich Sickler review the Phase 5 hydrogeologic work plan.
I'll
Not
second.
to exceed $2,500. Would there be a second?
Second.
Laura? Okay, council discussion, Jason?
Well, I'm not sure why we're spending township money when we have a letter here from DEP that says that they have reviewed the proposed work plan associated with the Phase 1 hydrological investigation plan. They offer their opinions in this letter. This is a letter that's dated February 26, 2024. It seems like it's duplication of effort by the township. Certainly there's expertise involved at the DEP level. I'm inclined to defer to DEP's expertise because they're the ones that oversee the safe operation of landfills. And here we are as Lower Saucon Council proposing to hire somebody to second guess what DEP is doing. And even if that occurs, I'm not sure what sort of persuasive or binding effect that would have on anything we're dealing with here, since DEP is the authority, has the authority over this landfill, so I think it's a waste of taxpayer money to do this.
You finished?
I am.
Tom?
Yeah, I just think it's a blatant, it's a fishing expedition to fund Ms. Optoff and her family's litigation against the landfill. They want, Ms. Optoff is the one that suggested that we spend $2,500 in taxpayer dollars, not her own money or her parents' money or the Petrie's money, who is actually suing the landfill. They want the taxpayer money to be used on this fishing expedition and use Mr. Sickler to dig up information for their lawsuit. And I think that's disgraceful. You know, if they want, the Petries received $500,000 for the township to conserve their property. Ms. Ray received $200,000. And they have plenty of money to pay Rich Sickler to go out and do this, or pay anybody to go out and do this, but they want to put that burden on the taxpayer.
Okay, you know
I
what,
find
you're making disparaging remarks against a resident. You can do that.
It's not true that they received $500,000 for their property, that's a fact.
And you're saying
Ms.
other
Ray-
things, that is a
Ms.
fact.
Ray received
That is a
$100,000.
fact.
Well, that's not disparaging, how's that disparaging?
No, the stuff you said before that.
Have to
What did I
do
say
with the
before that?
hydrologic
I don't know.
review.
Let
But
the
no, you say I said
transcriptionist
something
play the
disparaging, and I
tape
asked what that is, and you're like, I don't know. And you say,
Does
and you
anybody
allege I just
remember
said
exactly
it.
what he
You
said?
allege
'Cause
I just
don't.
said it, right.
'Cause he just
Right, so for the
talks.
record, Ms. De Leon is saying, I said something disparaging. I asked her what it is, and she said she doesn't know.
Getting their land
Right. She just
conserved
doesn't
was
like,
somehow a
she doesn't
problem.
like.
Can you
she
gavel
doesn't like to
Victoria
hear
because she's
what I
interrupting
said.
him?
One
Can
at
you
a
gavel
time and you can
Victoria and
speak.
enforce the rules, please?
I am,
Please.
if you, please.
Bang the gavel. You love to bang it. You got the brace on. You're ready to go all
No, I
night
don't
long,
have the
right?
brace on for the gavel,
Oh.
okay?
Well, I'm not done yet.
Okay, well,
Again.
when you're finished, then Victoria will go.
That's right, again.
I'm muttering over here.
This is $2,500. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's just their modus operandi. Use taxpayer dollars to fight a private lawsuit between the Petries and the Optoffs against the landfill and the township. And I think it's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. It's not just that it's $2,500. It's the whole principle and the lack of integrity and ethics of spending $2,500 to fund and do on a fact-finding witch hunt with taxpayer money. Thank you.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. First and foremost, I think historically, the township, up until year 2021 or 2022, when Mr. Carochi, Mr. Bononis came on council, the township had always had technical consultants who reviewed DEP matters and reviewed applications by the landfill over the periods of time that they had expansions. There were multiple technical consultants. We don't have as many anymore. Those were reduced under the direction of Mr. Bononis, Mr. Carochi, but we do still have a hydrogeologist, which Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi did keep on board. So he had remained on board, and he remained on board this year. We now are looking at potential phase 5 expansion. So certainly we would want to have our technical consultants review that. The area under expansion, as many of you may know, has a karst topography. Karst topography is where you have sinkholes, and we have a lot of township ordinances and regulations concerning areas of karst topography. So what was submitted by the landfill in January was a request to approve certain drilling that the landfill wanted to do in order to identify where the karst topography lines were on the properties for their phase 5 expansion. Clearly, the matter has a lot of interest for Lower Saucon Township because we would not want any karst topography underneath a landfill. Our ordinances prohibit that. In addition to that, the DEP has welcomed to have the township's input. We have a host municipal inspector. The host municipal inspector is none other than the township's own review of what the DEP does. We've had a host municipal inspector under Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis. So to now argue that we're duplicating what the DEP does, it seems like they pick and choose when they want to duplicate. I think it's very important to have the hydrogeologic testing reviewed. The DEP has welcomed it. They have asked for us to submit the township's comments. Whatever they do with them, they do with them, but certainly to protect the township's interest and not having a catastrophe on karst topography would be very important. I don't know whether Mr. Stickler's reports will or will not support the DEP. That's his expertise, it's not mine. And furthermore, I will say that it's my understanding that my parents are not involved in any litigation with the Petries. They are not suing the landfill. They're not involved in any of the litigation that's currently pending. So to continue to make that statement, I don't think is truthful. So, and I would ask that anybody that does make a statement about that they remind themselves, remember that that there is no litigation right now involving my parents, none. So that's it. That's all I'll have to say. And I approve this. I think it's important and it's in keeping with our historical oversight of the landfill's operations. Thank you.
Your parents and the Petries appreciate you saving them $2,500.
Tom, you already had your turn. Laura?
But again, as many turns as I want.
Yes, so I'll talk about a different angle of this. So our main thing that we do is protect the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. Key among that would be having clean, safe drinking water. About half of our township households get their water from private wells. Also within our township, we protect the water sources for both Hellerstown Borough and Springtown. So I think it's very important that we do everything we can to protect that water. Therefore, I'm very supportive of having our landfill consultant review this plan proposed and provide any additional suggestions or feedback that they have to the DEP. As was mentioned, DEP does welcome and ask for that. And a fact that I learned last night at our EAC meeting, Pennsylvania is only one of 3 states in the whole country that does not have state regulations covering private wells. So it's really important that we make extra effort to protect them. This is our drinking water. Thank you.
So if we want to talk about health, safety, and welfare of the public, what about the Bethlehem sewage plant that pumps raw sewage, raw untreated sewage into the river that passes by Lower Saucon Township? Talk about hypocrisy.
You know what?
You know what?
Oh, because
That's what it's about.
Ebuscola and Lisa.
Sure it does. Well, she brought it up, health, safety, and welfare.
Yes,
We're
that's
addressing
a
health,
whole
safety, and
broad
welfare.
area.
Sure it is.
And
But
She brought it up.
it's selective enforcement is what it is.
It's not
It's
selective.
selective. Sure it is.
It's selective.
Sure it is.
And I want a
You know it is.
clarification, then, are we gonna ask, if we're protecting the drinking water for Hellertown and Springtown, are we gonna ask them to chip in for this $2,500?
Okay,
That's
we
what
have
Ms. Ray
comments
said.
just
So
floating
Ms. Ray said.
I'll make a
None
motion
of
to
our
ask
township
Hellertown and
residents
Springfield
get
to
their
chip
water
in.
from
I'll
wells.
second that motion.
Thank you, Tom.
I'll second that motion. There's a motion on the
Made
floor.
the motion.
There's already a motion on the floor.
We have a motion on the floor.
Second motion.
You can't
And
do
that has
that.
nothing to do with the agenda item. So
Sure
you
it is.
really
Sure
need-
it is.
Sure it is.
It's
It's,
not.
There's an
Right.
existing motion on the floor, that's what's before you.
but it does have something to do with the agenda item. I mean, Ms. Ray said this is to protect our drinking water, that we need to send
Health,
Mr.
safety, and
Stickler
welfare.
out there.
So now we go
We
public
know it's
comment.
for the lawsuit against the
Okay,
landfill, but Ms.
so
Ray is
now-
saying it's for the drinking
Laura's
water.
finished with her report. You guys already went. Public comment,
As many
5
times
minutes.
as we want.
Yeah, there's no limit on times we can go. Oh, yeah, you're crazy, Larry, out there.
Donna Louder. Regarding, first of all, let me say that Rich Schlicker had served the township for many years when I was on the landfill committee. A lot of what he researched and reports that he did give was basically the concentration that was within the cells at the landfill. The homes that were downhill from the landfill were always tested water quality wise, and they've always passed. I don't believe, I mean, first of all, this is an incomplete study. So if you look at page 14 at the bottom, it says the water levels in the area investigated will be continued to be monitored monthly through May 2024. So the study's not even completed yet. I don't think that we need him to review this just yet. And I have the summary in front of me of this report from Miser and Earl. And it says, completed an investigation of a carbonate geology area in the northern portion of Phase 5 area in the spring and summer of '23. The purpose of this investigation was to define the geological contact between the carbonate Lightsville Formation and the non-carbonate Hardystone Formation, and to address Lower Saucon Township ordinance requirements for carbonate geology areas. Below is a summary of M&E's findings applicable to the ordinance requirements. So pretty much they answered all the questions that the township requested, because the township requested that this to be done by the landfill, and they complied, so we have this. The geologic contact between the carbonate Lightsville and non-carbonate Harrison's Formation was defined by exploratory drilling in an inferred thrust fault. Observations made during drilling correlated with the geological interpretation by the USGS. I'm sorry, I don't know what that stands for.
U.S. Geological Service.
Thank you. Fracture traces, outcrops, and caves were identified and located during the investigation. Fissures, which are fractures in rocks, were mainly observed by M&E to be filled with quartz. No lineaments were found within the Bethlehem landfill property boundary. Depressions were evaluated using LIDAR mapping and were field verified. Depressions identified in the area in investigation were mainly found to be related to former man-made structures, excavations, or historic exploratory pit services mining activities. There were no sinkholes identified in Phase 5 carbonate area investigation. Previous surface mines and quarries pertain to historic operations for iron flux smelting material. Ghost lakes, disappearing streams, calcareous fens, surface and subsurface pinnacles, soil modeling, and springs were not identified in the carbonate geological area. Surface draining infiltrating into the ground was observed on July 11, 23 in the water course for the flow from the spring box located approximately 600 feet south of the contact between Lightsville and Hardystone formations. The extent of flow observed was influenced by a variability in flow from the spring box. Groundwater elevations contours show a groundwater flow direction toward the Lehigh River and indicate that the Bull Run is likely a perched stream, which means it's dried up and it's not getting fed. The depth to water in the carbonate area is deeper than the depth to water south of the contact between Lightsville and Hardystone Formation, similar to elevation in the Lehigh River. Given the relatively flat gradient observed in the wells in the carbonate area, the seasonal groundwater fluctuation is expected to be minimal. Water levels in the area investigated will continue to be monitored through May 2024. To me, this summary says there are no red flags. Nobody's well is going to be damaged because the water's flowing toward the Lehigh. Now, the other thing is, Mr. Slicker.
Okay, everybody.
Control of the crowds.
I
There's mocking
just
and
said-
laughing at the speaker.
You never gavel them.
That's okay.
I give her more time.
It's a maturity thing. I understand it now. That's why I have my pepper spray.
Yeah, good.
It's a maturity thing.
So stay away from me with that pepper spray, girl.
Why are you threatening her?
I'm not threatening her. She says she has pepper spray. I don't know why she'd come with
Maybe because Mr. Ozimic approached her and she had to
do anything
contact her, and you didn't do anything about it. Maybe that's why.
happened at the last meeting. I have nobody on my target. If somebody approaches me, then there's going to be a problem. But until somebody approaches me, I have a permit to carry a gun. I could walk in here with a gun if I wanted to, but I chose pepper spray. So anyways, let me go on with my story.
Absolutely.
I don't appreciate you being interruptive.
Yeah. Stop interrupting her, Priscilla.
Well, the time's ticking away, so are you going?
It's not. I had him stop it. Could you keep interrupting?
So what I'm saying is, I would say table this second opinion by Mr. Slicker and save the $2,500 for the taxpayers. Again, Mr. Slicker is going to be going up against his peers in a report. This report isn't throwing a flag. Have a good day.
The report is inconvenient to Victoria and her parents, and the Petries, and Miss De Leon, and Miss Ray. The report's inconvenient for them. That's why they have to get Mr. Sickler to try and refute the, instead of doing that privately and paying their own money to do it, though, they're going to use taxpayer money.
The resident has the floor. Please state your name.
Holsizer, 2085 Johnston Avenue, Steel City. Laura Ray commented that we're trying to protect the water supply. Donna made a comment that the wells were tested. I know of 5 homes on the Lehigh side of the river. Are they being tested now? And who pays for that? Does the dump pay for the testing? Do the homeowners pay for the testing? Does the township pay for the testing? Who's monitoring these 5 wells?
It's a good question.
Wait
Wait a minute, you're out of order.
Just point of clarification. You didn't,
Donna, you're out of order.
you didn't stop people from interrupting her.
Quick when people interrupt
People from
her.
interrupting her.
If she has an answer, that's fine.
No, no.
They hear the answer.
It doesn't work
Correct,
that way.
the comments
She's
to the
out of
council.
order.
That way.
She already had her
To hear
turn.
the answer.
Now you're on the podium.
But I know of 5 homes that are not on Lower Saucon's water supply because the road that the township was gonna go down wasn't on the map, and the township wasn't going to repair the road that somebody else spent their hard-earned dollars to put in place. And I'm pretty sure, I may be speaking out of my other end, but I don't believe the township maintains this road yet to the day. Because in Steel City, the Forgotten Land, there's a lot of paper alleys over there that nobody wants to touch until they need them for something. Then it's okay. So those 5 homes were never connected to the water system. So is there a way we can check and see if these homes are being paid for to have the water tested and who has to pay to have them tested?
Kathy, can we send a letter to DEP and ask them that, please?
I don't want to add any more work to the township because I know we're shorthanded.
It's a good question.
But I'm just concerned here because there are 5 homes that are drinking water that comes out of that mountainside. There's a lot of stuff that flows uphill, but it ain't water.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, go ahead.
Bob.
Oh, sorry, Bob.
My name is Lawrence Optorf. I live at 2700 Reddington Road, Hellerstown, PA, my still mailing address. And I've noticed that you keep calling my name and I keep coming in and I'm financing all these projects and all these lawsuits. And I'd like an apology because my name is on no lawsuits. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I find it most disingenuous.
Who was on the initial?
My name on a lawsuit.
Have you ever sued the
I've seen your name on
Here,
a lawsuit.
fine, I want to know at the present time,
I would
you sued
like
the landfill?
council
Your name on the
members to be
lawsuit.
quiet.
Your
Mr.
name on the
Optoff.
my name on a
Have
lawsuit
you
at the
ever sued
present
the
time.
landfill? Have you ever sued the landfill?
Jason, you're out of order.
Have you ever sued the landfill, sir?
And I find it most disingenuous that you people that here, Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carocci are worried about $2,500 being spent for this fellow to check on, let's see what's going on with the water problem.
Why don't you pay for it?
Do I get to talk or are you gonna talk?
Tom,
Why does it come down to talk?
you're
We'll
out
talk
of
together.
order.
Come on.
Let's come down.
What do you say? Should I get you?
I think that we should allow the speaker to finish their public comment period. And if anybody wants to comment after he's done from the council, they can talk after he's done.
You refer to him as my dad, not the speaker.
Disingenuous that they're now worried about $2,500 when you spent $3 million on a baseball field, and I don't see the Yankees coming there to play. So what's going on here? Every time I drive by there's a big construction project, and that was okay, but now $2,500 is not? And also, I want to thank you guys for screwing up the library. You know, that was another wonderful one you did. So let's talk about where your $2,500, where you're really thinking here.
Sir, right?
What are you worried about them finding something that you don't agree with?
Stop
Just
interrupting.
let the record
You're
reflect
being
that Steve
rude.
is directing her to gavel us. Steve is directing her to gavel us.
yes.
So he's running the meeting now.
I can't even hear a guy.
Let the record
please.
reflect that people keep interrupting members of the public, which is disrespectful and rude.
It's not.
It is.
It is. It's in our code.
And just to be clear.
You don't even follow your code, so how can you talk about it in our
And you
code?
interrupt me.
Oh, that's no big deal, Susan.
Very well. But
You know, all I can say is you must be filled with anger and bitterness because you lost the election and you can't be in power
Look, I'm still
anymore.
sitting here. I didn't lose. I'm
Yes, you
still
do.
sitting here.
I'm still sitting here
Then
too.
why are you so worried about $2,500 being spent?
Because it could benefit,
$1 million is okay, but now $2,500 is not good?
because it's a beautiful baseball field.
One that I've ever
Building. I
had.
want to know when the major leagues are going to come and play over there off of Eastern Road.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's gonna be a beautiful baseball field. I can't wait to see.
Oh, yeah, for $3 million, but you're worried about $2,500 now, right?
$3
The
million.
baseball field
Dollars, but $3 million is
not
okay.
the topic.
He brought it up.
The
He
topic,
brought it up.
I know he did, and I'm telling him that that's not on topic. He has to talk about the agenda item. I'm sorry.
My agenda item is I feel that the study is important to be done. We don't know, I don't understand what the problem is with funding this $2,500 and find out what the deal is here. I mean, if there's nothing to be concerned about, well, then who can find anything? But if he does find something, then there's a problem. So let's put him out there and see what he finds. What are you worried about?
Wasting money.
Well, funding.
$1 million.
Okay.
About funding a private citizen's lawsuit. Funding a private citizen's lawsuit is what I'm wondering. Why are taxpayer dollars being used to fund a private citizen's lawsuit?
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident.
Bobby.
I'm a member, I guess that's what you would call it, of the Park and Recs Board, okay? At the Easton Road Ballfield right now, there
This
is,
is on topic there. Huh? There we go. Because it's Mr. Blasco, it's on topic, right?
We're talking about spending
Mr. Carochi, Mr. Bononis, and Priscilla, if you allow me to continue, you will see where this is directly on topic. At the Easton Road Ballfield right now, there is a problem with installing the 65-foot pools for the netting because of what's under the ground. Wouldn't it have been nice to have spent $2,500 to determine whether these pools could be installed beforehand? Now it will probably cost thousands more to have these pools properly installed. $2,500 instead of that? Seems to me that you are the ones that really went after having to have this ball field. If you go back to minutes from a couple years earlier, Mr. Bononis was really hammering this. And then he mentions at different meetings, well, Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura, well, you should have known this. You should have checked this. You should have checked that. $2,500 study should have been done on this $3.2 million ball field. And if that would have been requested, you can bet you would have approved that.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, can you address this? Is there a problem with the lights going at the Eastern Road Ballfield? Because people stand up at that podium, they shoot their mouths off without information, and it goes out there in the public, and it gets legs, and people take that and they think that it's an issue. So can you address it now? Is there any issue with the lights going in at the Eastern Road Ballfield? In fact, I drove by and I think the lights were in and the poles were in, weren't they?
The contractor has, excuse me, has not brought anything to my attention.
Okay, so the contractor, the expert in this, the people that are building this haven't brought this issue to your attention, to the township engineer. We're gonna listen to Mr. Blasco stand up here and spew that.
Didn't say anything about.
Go the second time, don't you? We'll let Mr. Berland go a second.
You can read the minutes.
God, one at a time.
I said,
Blasco, you cannot come back a second time.
ask me a question.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, okay. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
He didn't ask you
I'm
a
good with
question.
that.
He didn't ask you a question.
I just want to say a point of clarification. There is an agenda item later on that talks about change orders for the ball field, and just to reflect, there is a total of $100,000 increase in the cost of the ball field for unexpected things.
That's not true. It's $19,000.
But I said a total of $100,000 for the ball field project. A total. That means not just this one.
Okay, we'll talk about that when we get to that agenda item. I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, that's a lot.
Mary Beth Singone, Lower Saucon Township. I am insulted by you and you. $2,500 to protect the children of this township. And you know what? That report that this people back here are talking about was done before the earthquake.
Wait. Mary Beth, you have to speak to us.
Before the earthquake? Maybe the earthquake maybe that's a consideration that we need to do another report. Don't turn sideways on me, Mr. Karachi. This is an insult. They have jumped over under your leadership, Mr. Bononis. They jumped over environmental issues to get this thing through? And I'll pull, I don't
What
have
ones?
them with me.
What are
One
they?
at a time.
What are they?
Pull them out. I'll pull them out and
Share
bring
them with
them
me
in.
right now, tell me.
I don't have them right now, but I've.
Okay,
It's been there.
all right.
They've jumped over that. They've jumped over zoning. We didn't go in front of the zoning board with the landfill.
Nor were they required to.
Come on.
They weren't.
You're not a very good civil
Weren't.
servant.
Ma'am, if you understood the law and the way this works, they were not required to.
I
Well,
have
then
a
maybe you shouldn't
counsel
stand
here.
up there and speak.
I think we should just have the audience members comment, make your comment period, and then
Yeah,
if there's a point of
Jason,
you wanna
clarification
change
by
the rules
council, they
or
can do it.
And the
Accusations
other,
against
the
me, and
last
I'm gonna
thing I'm
respond
gonna
to these.
say
I'm
is don't
sorry.
try and talk
I'm
me
not
down.
crazy.
I'm not
I'm
gonna
talking
try,
you down. I'm
you're a
responding to your
trial lawyer.
questions.
Whack, 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 I know.
I'm gonna respond to your questions. If you're gonna stand there and shoot your mouth off with baseless accusations, I'm gonna respond to them and ask you for information.
They're in the
So
middle
please
of their
do.
comment
I
period.
apologize.
It's
I
out
will
of
bring in
order.
all the environmental issues that this company has gone ahead and jumped through. And you jump through the zoning, you had business to get the township's people, their opinion on the zoning for it also. You jump through everything. And you know what? We didn't get anything from these people. We could have gotten the library, at least Shrin, when
$80 million
I'm not
is
done
nothing?
talking yet.
$80 million is nothing.
I'm not
She's not
talking.
finished talking. Let her finish talking.
What do I do? They don't.
What goes away?
Yeah, you gave 50 to the library to Southern Lehigh while Treadwell was on his knees, but that's
Mary
not the
Beth,
topic I
have to
know.
ask you to stick to the topic on the agenda item.
I will tell you that these big tough lawyers here that we have sitting here, these two,
This one.
Duquesne and Widener here, you know what you did, you know what you got? You got screwed without getting kissed. We got nothing, and I hope
Okay,
you got a
please,
new
audience
boat and
members,
everything else.
If you're gonna talk, please take it
Because
outside.
you boys didn't even take it to the table to get us anything. No libraries. You could have got a park. You could have had this building over here refurbished for senior citizens. You got nothing from them. You're a joke. My God, if you defend your clients.
$1 million. $80 million in host fees, ma'am. That's not nothing, okay?
You're a joke.
Okay, who wants to go next after that? Who'd like to go next?
You're a joke. A picture of that joke.
You lose control because you don't follow your own rules. What I wanted to address is I think that the first look at that report doesn't have any red flags. And I think if Laura Ray had have actually, did you review that? If you did, you would know that, all right? And I'd like to,
Review it.
all right, and did you find a problem with it?
And I find it better to have a second set of eyes go through this that this township selects.
No, I asked if you,
Valid for no. It's word salad for no. You're gonna gavel me, but not her.
You were interrupting.
She's interrupting him. You're not gaveling her. And I'm gonna keep doing it because you do
just
not
asked me a
uniformly apply the
question.
rules.
Well, you know what opinions are like, Jason.
Yeah.
Dave, basically the report didn't agree with their lawsuit, so they gotta try and find a different opinion. They want taxpayers to pay for it.
And there goes Tom
Hang on.
again.
Here's what I recommend we do moving forward.
all right,
Wait, hold on.
I won't hold on. It's my turn to talk.
So while I maintain order.
You told me I could talk.
Yes.
All right.
Take the time to talk.
There's nothing that Laura Ray said, or that Tom or Jason said that precludes you
Mr. Bolan.
from taking my time. And I will tell you once again, if you didn't hear it, that woman there, Optov Kadera, at that, I won't call it the dump because it's another slander, the landfill, after talking 20 minutes, and I got up to talk, she jumps up and shuts everybody down. I don't like it, and I don't care whether it's her, him, that one, this one, it's not right. That's why you lose control. You need to follow your own rules, regardless. What I was saying is I think that report, if you've all read it, and maybe there should have been a report by Laura Ray, her first look at it. Why is it we have to have somebody in the audience spend long hours doing all of that to get a report instead of EAC? and people that have been on it. And I think there's somebody else that sits on this council that's EAC. Why is it we don't know about that? We never hear any reports about EAC. It doesn't exist. Not anymore.
Keep it quiet.
Anyhow, what I was trying to say is I think the report's very interesting and gives some glimpses. Now, internally, if we had reviewed that, we could have said, hey, we don't see this, and we don't see that, and we don't see the other thing. Maybe we should think about hiring somebody to fill in the holes, but we don't get that. It's just, let's throw some more money out there, okay? Now, answer this gentleman back here, and I can't look at him, but the bottom line is he asked about his well. Absolutely important. I used to live up on Stones Throw Road up there in South Mountain. I had a well. Guess who paid for that? Endlessly, because I was interested. The water came back pristine. I realize it's not on the side of by the landfill, but I'll tell you, there are other places that I wouldn't want to sink a well no matter what. And if it had Bethlehem steel attached to, whether it was in Reddington with all of those goings on in the early history, or whether it was from where all of these nice sealing truck haulers are, that doesn't seal anything. All of that pollution, and it's endless from coke, it's there from smeltering and on and on. You want to look for pollution? Just take yourself right over there, or better yet, get the agreement the warehouse owners had to sign with Bethlehem so that they would never uncap it, and they think it's safe because it doesn't go down in the ground, and it doesn't leach out to the right and the left and other places. Guess what? Yeah, it does. Does anybody look at that? So when you talk about pollution in the Lehigh, think about that, not the landfill. I don't see anybody has presented a lick of evidence that the landfill has done anything. So what I would suggest is that, gentlemen, yeah, I would go and ask the township, hey, I don't have water, can you put in city water? But yeah, maybe once in a while check it. I don't know. You buy a house, you're responsible for it, and everybody wants the government to pay for everything. You need to take some responsibility yourself. So I thank you for that few minutes of speech.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Yeah, the report didn't have any holes in it. That's what the consultants meant to hire to do, to try and put some holes in it.
Anyone else like to speak on the agenda item for the Phase 5
They want to use
hydrological
taxpayer
work?
dollars to do that instead of out of their own
Al
pocket.
Galliano, Lower Saucon Township. I agree with Laura. I mean, I am on well, and I think that it would be well worth the while, pardon the pun, to have this gentleman look over to see if everything is up to par. I don't know how much of an expert anybody else is. I'm not, but I would certainly welcome his opinion as to whether or not our water that we get from the ground, which is, I don't know which way it flows, but I'm very close to that landfill. My property is probably within a half a mile or a quarter mile, and it travels. And I tell you this, since I moved here almost 8.5 years ago, when I moved in, my water was contaminated. I put in system, and my water was clean. Over the past 3 or 4 years, my water is now, I'm getting a lot of brown dirt. Never had that problem. I am going to take the initiative, and I'm going to get my water tested, and I will bring the results back to council and make a statement on that. That's all I have to say, but I do agree that we should monitor and check. And I'll take the accountability on my own well, and get it checked. After that, I may have to ask you guys, what can you do about it? What will you do about it? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, no other public comment. May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Althoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Before we move on from this point, I'd like to have the floor. May I have the floor?
Sure.
So all of us on council, I don't know if everyone else read this or not, but we had received a copy of a letter. This is dated May 10, 2024, from the DEP, and it's addressed to Tad Miller, City Clerk, City of Bethlehem. And the DEP reviewed the proposed official sewage facilities plan update revision plan dated January 23, 2024, that was received by the DEP and submitted on behalf of the City of Bethlehem. And it identifies in it, this is a 6-page report, I believe, with attachments. It identifies a number of significant technical deficiencies, and it requests that these deficiencies be addressed and responded to. So on one hand, we have DEP, which has no found deficiencies with regard to hydrogeological issues, and we're hiring a landfill consultant using taxpayer dollars to go after that issue. And here, on the other hand, May 10, 2024, just 5 days ago, we have DEP notifying us that there are deficiencies with regard to the wastewater treatment plant that's operated by the City of Bethlehem and perhaps utilized by Lower Saucon residents in part. And yet we're not applying the same standard of concern or review to have a consultant look at that. Can anybody explain that to me? Why we're not doing that? Anybody? Can anybody explain that? So I guess that, yeah.
I will say to you, we just received that report 5 days ago. Our agenda's created last week. There is no way for us to put this on the agenda. You didn't put it on the agenda. I'd be happy to consider it.
Yep, I'm going to be putting it on the agenda. That's my next move, is when I'm done asking. Thank you for answering that question, saying that in the past 5 days, you didn't have time to review this letter that is of.
That's not what I said. I said, if we just received it 5 days ago, the township can't
It
act
didn't
in
involve
5
her
days.
parents' lawsuit against the landfill, so she didn't have time to review it.
So
Mixing topics again, Tom.
let's talk about health, safety, and welfare to the public. This seems to be legitimate health, safety, and welfare to the public, because DEP itself, I understand that you don't like DEP because DEP doesn't do your bidding. They actually approach these things in an objective manner as they're supposed to. But nonetheless, why aren't we having a consultant look at this issue for us? I think that's money better spent than money to support the issues.
And didn't you just hear Victoria say
So
that?
don't interrupt me.
That
Would you stop him from interrupting me as I'm speaking? Do I have the floor?
I'm speaking to you right now.
Do I have the floor? Because Mr.
You do have
Galliano
the
is
floor.
yelling out at me, and I would like you to get control of this meeting.
Okay, residents, you know what? You gotta listen, okay? Thank you. I really would appreciate it, because it's very difficult sitting up here, and I'm trying really hard, okay? So I would really appreciate your cooperation,
So
because this is what I have to deal with.
I would have been through the agenda.
you don't have to. You can resign if you don't like it.
Oh, absolutely not, no.
I would have been
Then don't
through this
complain
agenda.
about it.
I'm not complaining.
It sounds
I'm
like you're
enjoying
complaining.
it.
You're not.
No,
You're not
I can smile
enjoying it.
right back at you.
No, you're not enjoying it. No, you're
Yeah, I
not.
can.
You're not.
Sure.
I would have had this meeting over by 8:30.
Are you flirting with me, Priscilla?
The point of order, the point of order was.
Point of order, point of order, point of order. We will have this on the next agenda.
We'll be happy to consider it.
Jason has the floor. He's not done
I'm
yet.
not done
Be
yet.
happy to consider it. Just put it on the agenda.
He's not done yet. That wasn't his only point.
I'm not done yet. So I'm just pointing out this issue because it seems to be of much greater concern than the issue that 3 people on this council voted in favor of. And I think that we should put this on the agenda for the next council meeting. We've been talking about these issues with the sewage treatment plant for a year, if not more. And yet nobody seems to want to address that issue. I don't know why.
Well, we just got this letter 5 days ago, as Victoria said, and the process is to send an email to the township manager to ask.
I'll join Jason in putting it on the agenda. I think the point of order is the issue with the wastewater treatment plant. If I'm not mistaken, I brought to this township's attention at a landfill committee meeting, when we received a note, there was a notice published in the morning call that talked about a 24-hour no swim or no go in the Lehigh River when there's large rainfalls over 2 inches. And it was regarding the wastewater treatment plant. I brought it to that landfill committee meeting. I brought that to the township's attention. So to say that I don't care about the issue is, I think you should go back and look at those minutes.
Were you the one who?
But I'm happy to put it on the agenda, so let's do it.
Were you the one who asked to have this put on the agenda, the approval for landfill consultant review of Phase 5 hydrogeologic work plan?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you were able to put that on the agenda, but you couldn't put this other
No.
issue on the agenda that you knew about.
It didn't
how long
involve her
ago?
parents.
We did
It
5
didn't
days
involve the
ago.
Petries and her
You
parents'
admitted that she
litigation.
brought it to the attention of the
Okay.
It
landfill
didn't involve
committee.
her
Argue.
Petries
It's not
and her
getting
parents'
anywhere.
litigation against
Let's
Lord
go to
Law.
the next agenda item.
Kathy, would you
fine.
so note that on the agenda
Yes,
for the
please.
next, do you
I
need
will.
me to send an email or?
Put it on the
No,
agenda, because
I
it didn't
have
help
it.
her parents.
I think
Didn't
she
help
has
her.
motion.
Okay.
Okay, so now
just
moving
wanna-
on to township business items. Can I have quiet up here? Appoint staff member as custodian of record and township representative at zoning hearing board meetings. Kathy, would you like to explain?
As council's aware, our zoning officer had submitted his resignation, and we need a custodian to hand over records to the zoning hearing board that's a township representative. We're asking that Molly Bender, who would normally be at those meetings, be that person.
Don't we have to put on the agenda to accept his resignation first before we appoint somebody else?
No,
What kind of
that's,
show you're running here?
We're not appointing a zoning officer, we're appointing a records custodian.
he reports
Records
to,
custodian in the form of the zoning hearing officer.
he reports to Kathy, the manager, so that we don't have to do anything with the zoning officer. So you're recommending Molly?
I'm recommending Molly Bender to be the custodian of record for the township at the
Okay,
zoning
and I'll
hearing
make
board.
that a motion to appoint Molly. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Victoria. Council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, for the public's information, you may not be aware that Jim Young had retired as the township zoning hearing officer. He'd been here for a number of years and was very capable in the job that he did. He's one of a growing list of individuals who work for the township who have left since this new majority took over. I pointed out previously in response to right to know requests that Jim Young appeared to be a marked man. There were communications by members of this council, not me and not Mr. Carochi, that suggested an agenda to get him and to get rid of him. And I think that's regrettable. I think that it created a hostile workplace for him. I'm sad to see him go. And I'm sad that the township is going to be left even more short-staffed. We lost a township manager. We've now in our third solicitor. We have our assistant manager and director of finance who's filling in admirably as the township interim manager. We've got township staff that have stepped up, and now another one goes down. And I think it's unfortunate that those that remain are being unduly burdened by this, by the climate that's been created. And I think it's unfortunate that we even have to talk about this as an agenda item. Just makes no sense to me. And I wish Mr. Young the best. I'm sure he'll be successful wherever he goes. And I hope that we can find a competent and qualified zoning hearing officer. It seems to be elusive to try to find a replacement township manager. I'm not aware of any interviews having taken place. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but I haven't been part of that. Tom, have you?
No.
Yeah.
Stick to the topic of the agenda item,
Speaking,
please.
don't interrupt me, please.
I am interrupting you because you're off topic.
I'm not off topic.
Yes, you are. You're
No, I'm
talking
not.
about
You're talking about appointing staff, and I'm talking about the loss of staff, and
That's
the loss
my
of staff
opinion,
under your
and you're
watch.
off topic.
I know it's embarrassing for
My
you that
opinion,
another person
you're
has
on
left.
topic. It's my opinion, you're
I
on
understand it's
topic, and
embarrassing
that
for you that
rules
another
out.
person left on your watch because of the climate that's been created by the three of you.
important.
But it's the reality of this, and the public needs to know about it.
Yep, if
okay?
walls could talk.
Yeah, if walls could talk, they'd tell a lot of stories because
Yep,
they'd also validate the secret meeting that never took place back there where you supposedly authorized this guy to take action on behalf of the township 180 degrees
Stick
from
to
what it
the
was.
topic, Jason, or
You're
you're
talking about walls
done.
talking. I'm just
Yeah.
responding to that. You're the one that changed. You're the one that expanded.
It's on topic.
I said if
So if
walls
the
could
walls
talk.
could talk, yeah, if the walls could talk,
That's right.
they wouldn't speak favorably of you. So,
It's a matter of opinion, Jason.
it
'cause wait
is,
till
it
you
is.
hear
I mean,
what
I'm
they have to
entitled
say
to my
about you.
opinion. I'm entitled to my
Absolutely.
opinion, so don't question my
Absolutely.
opinion. I know you have a problem with my opinion. It's not my problem. Deal with it. Thicken your skin a little bit.
Oh my God.
All right, that's all I have on this point. Again, I just think it's very unfortunate.
Have
Yes.
you recognized?
Tom, well, you're next on the list. I go alphabetical, so Jason, Tom, you're next.
All right.
Be ready.
I'm ready. I also find it disturbing the staff turnover under this new leadership. I think it shows
Leadership is generous, Tom, I wouldn't say.
Right, I mean, none of them really have professional experience. Priscilla hasn't been in an office in 40 years or whatever. Laura Ray neither, and Victoria maybe a little bit, but they don't understand modern workforce where you have good people, you have to retain them. The turnover is because of the work environment that they've created, and it's unfortunate, but I see that continuing because they just don't know how to create a good work environment. When Jason was president of council, Leslie Hune left, but that was about the only person that I recall leaving, and she left to
be closer to home.
Closer to home, so. And we had no problem getting applicants for the position whatsoever. And so it's not the case now because of the environment that they've created. And they're really incapable of creating an environment that'll work because they don't have the professional experience to do that. And they're not used to dealing with professionals. Thank you.
Okay, I have no comment other than I think Molly will do a good job, so I appreciate you appointing her. Victoria?
Yeah, I just want to thank Molly very much for stepping up and doing this. I do take exception to some of the accusations made. I don't think they're true. A lot of them are assumptions and opinions made by Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis. I also, in looking at things that have happened, I clearly recall that on our last council meeting on May 1st, there was a line of questioning that I thought was rather argumentative or combative that wanted to know why Mr. Young wasn't here. Where would he be? We demand that he come to the next council meeting. We want to see him. And I think that the conduct of our council members, some of our council members here indicate that whenever one of them calls somebody to the podium, they're going to be interrogated, they may be insulted, they may be shouted at, they may be talked over. I certainly have never done that to Mr. Young, and I hope nobody else has ever done that. I hope nobody else has ever gone to his office and asked him to throw things away or demand that he show up because they need to ask him questions and interrogate him. I hope that didn't happen. And I do wish Mr. Young the best of luck, and thank you, Molly, for stepping up. That's all I have.
Philip made him come out to his house with a police officer on January 2nd because she thought a tree was cut down on her yard. So this is, when you talk about treating him poorly,
It was my turn to talk.
and there's a police officer recording of this, there's a body camera.
You know what?
Witness.
Tom,
You know, that was
Clarification.
and I'd like to
for a point of
respond
order.
to that.
Clarification.
Wait.
Point of order is the
Clarification,
point of order.
as a resident of this township, I'm entitled to everything everybody else is. And if you look out your window and you see a big tree falling down and it falls on your property when they're doing logging operations.
Does it make a noise?
And I call the zoning officer and I say, I need somebody to come out here and see whether or not somebody's on my property or not. That is a very legit request. I didn't ask the police officer to come.
There's a body
In fact,
cameras because she had a police officer come out there too.
No, I
It was
did not
wasting his
request-
time as well. And that's why there's body camera footage of it. So on
did not
January 2nd,
request-
anybody can request it, the right to know.
I
But she
did
had a
not
police officer and the zoning officer
Can you
come out
be
there.
respectful and let her
So
finish?
she would,
Point of order.
so she thought she was that important.
I did not
There's a point
request
of
a
order.
police officer, everybody, did not. Tom Louder showed up. It wouldn't have been my preference, but he showed up.
What's wrong with Tom Louder?
Tom Louder showed up with the
What's
zoning
wrong with
officer.
Wouldn't be your
preference? Why
preference?
taking a
What's
shot?
wrong with him?
Why are you taking a shot?
I wouldn't have asked for an officer to come up.
No, you said not your preference. Who's your preference? What's wrong with Tom Louder?
Right. Someone you could bully, an officer you
Can
could
we
bully?
have a point of
Queuing,
order?
point of
Someone
order,
could
let's
insult,
recess
could
if we're not
insult,
discussing.
Remember when
Okay, I
you
know, I just
insulted
want to
Mr.
defend
Hans?
myself,
Hans?
Laura,
Hans?
because I have every right, just like everybody else has a right to call the zoning officer and have somebody come out. And that's what I did. I didn't ask for the police officer, just for the record, did not ask.
All right, so you defend yourself. I'm going to defend myself because Victoria suggested that Jim Young resigned because we were questioning the violation notice that was issued with regard to the Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC. And as I pointed out at that time, we wanted to get information from him as to the basis for his violation notices, because we were being asked as a council to take official action that had the potential to deprive a resident and taxpayer of property rights. So that's the reason why, Victoria. You were here and you know that, but instead you're trying to disparage me by suggesting that there was something untoward by me asking to have him here to ask him questions about what his findings were. You know that very well, but now the public knows exactly what was going on at that point.
Okay.
And I think the public would suggest that. No, we're not moving on because I'm still defending myself. You got an opportunity to do it, I'm gonna do the same thing. To suggest that somehow I was going to rake him over the coals or give him a hard time is totally unfounded. We as a council and the person that was found to be allegedly in violation of this has the right to understand what the charges are against him, to find out what the violation was. And if we're gonna be spending taxpayer money to go and enforce the zoning rules, which we don't do uniformly, I can point you just up the street to where there's a commercial compost center operating in violation of the zoning rules, but we don't apply the rules equally over there, but you're gonna apply them here. I think we have a right to know from the zoning officer and hear from him, since he's bringing these charges, and he's gonna be the person who's prosecuting this before the zoning hearing board, exactly what it is and what the basis is for his charges. That's why I asked for him to be here. And to suggest that he resigned because of me wanting to have answers to those questions, I beg to differ. And the reason I beg to differ is because I have an email from Laura Ray that suggests we're out to get him, how are we gonna get him, and how are we gonna get rid of him. It's in the right to know request. You know it because you were part of it. You and Priscilla were part of that. I would call it a conspiracy to create a hostile work environment for this gentleman who worked for the township for a number of years, unimpeded, and did his job. And now he's gone, and now we're left holding the bag with no zoning officer and putting additional burden on an administrative person to have to go to the zoning meeting to pick up the pieces because of the mess that's been created by the three of you.
I think your
And
argument
all
and it
Jason
speaks
did,
for
all
itself.
Jason did was ask him.
For itself.
If
It
you
speaks to
can't
your
even
incompetence.
be
All
kind
Jason
and
did,
speak
One person can only
all Jason
speak.
counsel,
did, all
I would
Jason,
not expect
people
anything
speak.
less.
all Jason did was
I would
ask
not
him to
expect
come to a
anything less.
meeting that, at a public meeting
I
at the
would
township
not
he worked
expect
for.
anything less.
Priscilla ordered him and a police officer
I
out
would
to her
not
house.
expect
Out
anything
to her
less.
house.
We
So
recess.
there's a big difference there when you're asking
I
someone to
think
attend a
there's
meeting, a public meeting,
I think
as
there should be a
a
point of
township
order
you
at this
work.
point in time.
There-
for
Make a
Laura
motion
to
to
go.
No, I'm
recess.
banging and
And
nobody's
Priscilla
being
I'll second the
ordering
motion
him
to
out,
recess.
is
To
ordering
recess,
him out.
okay, motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
No.
There's a big difference between someone asking a zoning officer to attend
This one? It's not. How do I do that? Oh, do you have to turn them off? This one isn't on. Kathy, I don't think this one's on. Where's Stacy?
Should be.
Okay, I don't know where Tom is or Laura. Does anybody know where Tom or Laura is? Laura? Is Tom out in the hall? I'm assuming Jason's going for Tom. Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting at 8:21. And we were on agenda item, I guess, the appointing Molly. We were going through discussion. Laura, did you need a motion? No, okay. Laura, did you go yet?
I didn't go.
Are we reconvened? Because we had a motion to,
We don't need a motion to reconvene. We only need a motion to recess.
Oh, but not to take us out of recess.
Nope. Laura?
Yeah, I'm not going to waste my time trying to counterpoint all the ridiculous comments that were made.
Okay, so public comment, 5 minutes. Who would like to go first?
My name's Kathy Pitchell McGovern, 4260 Lower Saucon Road, Hellerstown, Pennsylvania. I don't think you're going to be able to find a township manager to take this nonsense. Mr. Suzuzian, I think we should pay you $5,000 a minute to put up with this nonsense. Thank you for supporting us. I'm glad Mr. Young is gone. So ever since Mr. Gargis has been gone, the township's just gone downhill. So I'm hopeful that we have a new zoning officer that's a little bit more astute. Thank you very much.
Kick him on the way out the door.
Next, anybody else like to go? Anybody else?
Could you control the audience that seemed to be laughing at Mr.
No, she can't. Don't worry about it.
Hands up.
I'm not going to tell the residents they can't be laughing or whatever.
Or
They're
mocking?
not making
They're allowed
any
to
noise.
mock? Okay.
No, they're not
making.
allowed to
I could
mock.
hear them. I can hear them.
Well, I can't.
No, you should get your hearing checked.
That's fine. I know they work with you and
Okay.
in VOC here.
Residents, you're supposed to work with me,
Oh,
so
now you're going to
please
do it.
behave.
Now you're going to do it.
Now you're interrupting.
Okay,
Now you're
embarrassed into
interrupting.
it.
That's what I just said. That's why you can't control things, because it's good for one but not the other. And that goes for both sides. Where are we? Jim Young. Yeah, if you guys didn't know Jim Young was going to leave, you're tone deaf. You're just flat out deaf. I knew that over a month ago. Yeah, I talked to Jim, and I talked to a lot of people, and if you don't know what's going on here, but I know you know what's going on, and just like this other speaker said, thank God we got rid of him. Yeah, that, I know which side of the aisle she sits and who she sits with and talks to. Look at that frown on that woman over there. God, they found out. And right to know, boy, best thing that ever happened. Wait till I get into some of those, and then we will have an answer about a lot of these things. I already know a couple of reasons of why other people have left, and it's true. Hey, 3 attorneys in less than a year, less than half a year, all right? 123 years. All right, so back to Jim Young. This is a very important job. There's no doubt about it, and it's high profile. And it looks like we're gonna talk about wall time tonight, and who's gonna come and answer these questions? How do you have a resident you tell, no, you can't do that, Well, what's the charge? You go, well, here's the charge, but we don't have anybody to give us details. So yes, asking about, is he gone? Can he come back for just this hearing? No, we're just going to throw it in the hopper and hope it comes out right. So that's really sad. And I hope the public is paying attention because this costs dearly. Every time you have a new employee, we got plenty of minutes here. Every
I'm
time.
looking to see what time it is. I'm sorry.
Why are you interrupting him?
Yeah.
He's asked me why I was.
No, he
late.
didn't.
He didn't ask you
He
anything.
didn't ask you anything. He said, we have plenty of minutes here. He didn't ask you anything. But you had to open your mouth.
I think there's a point of order. I did hear the word why, which I think starts a question.
Excuse me, Miss Motormouth. I'm sorry for that slight.
You cannot be disrespectful.
Why don't you start?
She's being disrespectful. She just goes on whenever she wants.
Hear what she's saying, okay?
Can't hear what she's saying?
No.
Let's take a few minutes out and she can talk to you. Go ahead.
You have the floor. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
I don't have the floor because you don't control the floor.
Whatever.
So I would like you to do that.
I would like you to keep talking, please.
Well, keep getting interrupted. It's a little hard to lose your train of thought and then bring it back. What I was saying, and I know Laura Ray's not paying attention. She's looking at her, whatever she's looking at. So, yeah, it's important to listen. If I can be here as a citizen who pays taxes and watch some of these people sleep up on the podium, that's really bad. I mean, just go home and watch it on TV. No comments, no inputs from some of these people. That's atrocious. Ask about EAC, about the pollution, yada, yada, yada. Nothing. Dead silence. All right. Back to Jim Young. Every time you lose somebody, you've lost somebody for more than just the period they're out. Bringing somebody new on board, it is exceedingly costly. And let's see you add that up in the number of hours it takes. So, I see it already from Link Treadwell. Gosh darn, reading the minutes from earlier back, man, just right there, knew everything about all of that, gave answers when they were asked for, comment was there. I know why he's gone. And he didn't leave willingly. He knew too much. And guess what? Hey, that's an expression that I know who says that. And guess what? Bottom line is, Jim told me, yeah, I got him on my back, okay? So it's no secret. I knew that months ago. Sad.
Okay, anybody else want to go next? Yes, please, your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Jim Roskowski. I live in Steel City. I want to tell you, and you, I support you. I support you 100%.
What does that have to do with the topic? What does that have to do with the agenda item? Oh, if it's congratulatory, it's okay.
It was a compliment, so she's not going to call him on that.
Yeah.
I'm listening to Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bionis blame you guys for everything. And I was curious, were you guys involved in the Kennedy assassination? Because they haven't mentioned that yet. I mean, I get a kick out of it. They're the ones who caused the problem, and then they blame you for it.
I wasn't around then, were you, sir?
Yeah, he was.
So
I was
the only one
around.
old enough? You're old enough for so?
I am. I do. I remember that.
I wasn't old enough.
Okay, next. Okay, I guess public comment is over. May we have a roll call, please, for Molly?
Mr. Carochi.
To appoint Molly, yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
This is to have Molly as
Custodian
of records for the zoning, not to have her go out to Priscilla's property when a tree falls down, right?
Right.
Okay. Is that what this is?
Just custodian of record, that's
Because
right.
it's weird to have somebody go out to actually just look at a private
We're still trying
tree.
to order her around, I'm sure.
So if it's to appoint Molly, yes, and I have a motion to come after this.
Ms. Zataf Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'm going to make a motion before we move on to the next item to increase Molly's pay because she's taken on added duties, just as we've recognized Carol and Stacy and Kathy. and to provide them with added compensation because of the added duties that have been thrust upon them because of the actions of this council and the departures of certain personnel. So I would make a motion. Kathy, how much did we increase Stacy and Carol's compensation?
It was $5,000 a year. Council passed that amount up until new township managers hired.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to.
She's union, right? Can we do that?
Oh, she is union.
Yeah, she is union. I
So-
didn't think you didn't know that.
No, I did know
She's
that. And I
union.
appreciate that reminder, Priscilla. Yeah. So
Give
she
her
is
a
union,
bonus,
so-
we give bonuses to union.
I don't know if we can do that. Maybe we can consult with our new employment lawyer as to what we're permitted to do and not permitted to do to recognize this person who's union. Well, if we're putting these added duties on her, are we in violation of the agreement? In other words, are her duties outlined in the agreement, and now we're in violation of that collective bargaining agreement by requiring her or asking her to do added duties? I don't know the answer to that.
Susie's working on other clients' matters
Kathy, were you gonna say
on his
something?
laptop there.
I think we should consult with our
double
employment lawyer.
billing the township and whatever client he's
Can we
working.
let
The
Kathy?
manager-
We have a specialized employment
So-
lawyer
so-
here. We have a specialized employment lawyer that we should probably consult on these issues before we make this effective, right? So I'm going to make a motion. I'll withdraw my original motion, and I'm going to make a motion that before Molly's duties go into place and before she's provided with instructions to take on these added duties, that we consult with our newly identified employment lawyer to see whether or not the added responsibilities are appropriate under the collective bargaining agreement for which Molly works.
I'll second.
And before we do anything else, I remind council that there's rules with regard to expenditure of funds. So whether or not she is a union employee or non-union employee, you can't simply make a motion at a meeting to expend funds. You'd have to properly put it on the next agenda where there'd be public notice and there'd be an opportunity to be heard. So you can't have that motion.
Asking for the
I
labor
understand
attorney
that,
to look at.
but
I'm not making that
Are you
motion.
not
I'm making
paying,
a motion.
stop
realize
working
that, but
on the
I
other
wanna explain
clients.
to the rest of council why you could not make that motion, why it was wrong.
I didn't make it.
He withdrew
withdrew
it.
it.
He withdrew it.
You did
If you're,
make
if
it.
you weren't working on your other clients and you were
And I
paying attention
did
to the
withdraw. I did
township.
withdraw it
Let's be
as if it
truthful.
wasn't made.
Right, right.
So it
It's a
it
good
was not
Susie
brought
has
to a
his
vote.
laptop there. He's
And
working
I'm
on other
asking,
things.
it's a pretty straightforward motion.
Yeah.
I don't know what the debate is about. Let's talk with the employment lawyer who's been hired because of his specialty in employment law to look at this, to make sure that what's being asked is appropriate, and also to determine whether or not she can be compensated differently than what she's currently being compensated due to the added responsibilities that she's taken on.
Okay, can I ask a question, Kathy? Okay, when's the next zoning hearing board meeting?
The 20th.
And is there something on that Molly would have to be there to do? Like, is there something somebody has to do?
There is a variance that is on the agenda.
But she's there anyway.
She is there anyway.
She always tends the zoning
I
hearing and the plan.
understand that.
I think that's a good point. So if she's there
Right.
anyway, I don't know why there would be any change to her requirements.
Change, if you-
She's not attending a meeting that she wouldn't otherwise not
She's
attend.
just
It's a
not gonna,
different capacity. It's a different,
Responsibilities.
it's a different capacity.
between now and the 20th, we're not gonna have a meeting to authorize, any payment to her, right?
You can do it retroactively. You can always pay retroactively.
Can I finish? Would you stop interrupting?
You can always pay retroactively.
Yes, you can, and I could say that too. I was going to.
After you said it, Tom.
I know, after I gave her the idea.
You guys are unbelievable.
No, we are. We're believable.
Thank you.
Highly believable.
Oh, then I wouldn't think that's very proud, but that's your state of whatever.
Thank you.
Can we
So,
accept
can-
the
yeah.
we can accept the motion contingent upon the labor solicitor?
No. I think there's the motion that's already been passed to appoint her to that position. That's done.
Okay.
So now the next question is do we want somebody to look at it, and the timing is when? So there's a motion and a second at this point, and what you can do if you so choose is to have either the labor attorney or anybody else take a look at this and report back. But my recommendation would be not tied to any time period, because what we have is we have an upcoming zoning hearing board.
You're not understanding my motion. We're placing added responsibilities on her by virtue of this motion. We can pass the motion, fine, but to actually implement what has been passed by the motion, I think is the greater concern. The concern that I have is there's a collective bargaining agreement, and the collective bargaining agreement identifies her as a union employee, and in that agreement, presumably, there are delineated responsibilities and duties that fall within her category or her position. And are we now putting on her added responsibilities that could be in violation of that collective bargaining agreement, and therefore exposing the township to legal liability because of that. So my suggestion is, and my motion is, that we run this by the employment lawyer, and that we get an answer to those questions, and until that happens, that she not receive instructions to do anything else, because it could be in violation of the collective bargaining agreement. That's what my motion is. You understand that?
Understood. The practical problem is you have an upcoming zoning hearing.
That's not my problem. And that's not the township's problem.
Okay, I'd like
It's
to,
not the
I'd like to
the
add to
problem.
what you just said. Can I comment on your motion? And what I'd
Tom,
like
did
to.
you second my motion?
Yes, a second.
And I'd like to say that, and again, somewhere in the administrative code, I thought I read under the manager duties that the manager can act as the zoning officer. Can we look that up online? I'm not very good online.
I would be considered the zoning officer. Unfortunately, I am away.
Oh,
the
that's
week
right. So it
of the
could have
zoning
worked out,
hearing
maybe.
board
We're coming to get you.
Another.
No.
Let me ask you a question. What is on the agenda for May 20th that is such importance that must be decided on May 20th?
There is one variance.
What is it?
that's-
The garage, the
the
garage
garage,
for that
yes.
guy.
The Gambosi variance.
Is that those steep slope thing? Or no?
I think that's the guy, the one
guy
with
who
the
subdivided
garage.
Property.
No,
Oh, that
No,
happened
that's
already.
That's the gentleman that has, wants to
But then,
subdivide his lot.
Mr. Gambosi subdivided the lot,
Yes.
and, yeah.
Is there any way we can talk to that person and see maybe they can give us a continuance to the next meeting? I mean, it
This is
wouldn't
the guy
hurt
that
to
you voted
ask.
to oppose, and now you're gonna ask him to cooperate with you?
This is the garage, building a
Garage, the Gambosi thing went
Went through,
to,
that
that
passed.
went to zoning hearing board already.
Okay, so this is gentleman is the garage.
Gentleman,
What Kathy said to me, which was
Sorry.
Mr. Gambosi. So don't tell me that I'm
Sorry.
getting it incorrect, Priscilla. I'm basing it
I'm
upon the
sorry.
name that was given to
That
me.
was my error.
I know you like to get little digs at me every time you can,
And
but
you
that was
do
the name
too.
that was given.
That was my error. I apologize.
Thank
I
you.
think I'm comfortable, first of all, she attends these meetings anyway, so my biggest concern would be if she had to attend a new meeting that wouldn't be part of her regular responsibilities. But the fact is that she attends the meetings and she answers questions
Different
while she's there.
Different
This
capacity.
position, this issue that I'm hearing is she literally hands up the records to the zoning hearing board. It's not like she's giving testimony. It's not like she's being a zoning officer. She's not acting as a zoning officer. She's simply a custodian of records, which she would be there for. I am comfortable
Because if
with
you're not, I'd say
having,
stay in your lane.
I am comfortable having the labor solicitor review it. I don't want it to jeopardize anything that would happen on the Monday hearing. If the applicant is willing to give us a continuance to the next meeting, so that we can get an answer from our labor attorney, that would be even better.
So why don't we
But
ask?
I'm not comfortable with going to a zoning hearing board. If the applicant says they must have it, I'm not comfortable going there, and saying that Molly can't be there until, everything that we do here is stayed until we hear from the labor attorney. I don't know what their
I'm not comfortable with dealing with
availability
the
is.
union
I'm just
grievance.
saying what my level of comfort is.
What I would recommend is this, is if you want to have the labor attorney look at it, have the labor attorney look at it, and if there is a problem, he should identify it before the zoning hearing board, before the next zoning hearing board meeting. And then that way, if it's not a problem, we can move forward with the administration in the process.
Right, see, Victoria, when the union people, they have duties, and there's a list, and it might conflict with something on that list.
Thank you, Priscilla.
And then we'd be in trouble with the union.
Right, and then we have a grievance, now we're
and then we-
defending the
right,
grievance, we're
right,
spending legal
right,
fees on that and other
right.
things, so that's where my level of comfort is,
In our
or
opinion,
concern.
yeah, it looks very innocent, but according to their,
Contract,
God, we
Collective
agree,
bargaining
can we
agreement.
write that down?
that we finally agreed on something?
Yeah, did we?
No, I don't know.
Priscilla,
There was an equal.
Most common sense.
I'm comfortable with what
That's the
Mr.
most common
Gazuzian
sense
said.
Priscilla said all year.
I'm comfortable with what Mr.
That's up.
Gazuzian said.
Thank you.
Okay, so is that gonna be a motion or just a direction?
No, there's a motion on the
Motion
floor,
first.
there's a second, so I think my inquiry is, would you be willing to change the motion to have the labor solicitor, have the labor lawyer look at this, and if there's a problem for him, to identify it before the next zoning hearing board meeting?
I mean, I think we need a shorter period than that, I would say Friday. simply because Kathy needs to be able to administer this. If there is an issue, she needs to get in touch with the applicant for the variance to see if he's willing to continue it until that issue gets fleshed out. So I think we need to put a stricter time frame on it.
When's the next zoning hearing board? I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
20th.
Monday, the 20th.
Monday.
This Monday.
This Monday.
Well, I can't speak for his time period, but I would recommend that we do it as quick, ask him to do it as quickly as possible.
Well, I think if he can't get us an opinion by noon on Friday to give Kathy sufficient time to deal with this administratively, then in the alternative, Kathy reaches out to the applicant to see if they would voluntarily agree to continue that matter until that legal issue has been satisfactorily answered. So I'll amend my motion to reflect that. Do I need to say the whole thing again? Okay.
I'll second your motion, your amended motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. So any other discussion before I open it up to public comment? Okay, anybody in the audience like to speak on public comment regarding this new motion?
I would say this, you put it on the agenda and somehow nobody looked at it, thought about it, and asked the attorney, let's talk about this. That's why it takes us forever and ever and ever to get done. Because there's nobody, it seems, aside from one or two people that really look at these things and understand them. And they get booed for taking up time. Well, I'll tell you, you get into a lawsuit with that union and you're gonna have a lot of cost. And I'm not really happy with people who say they're attorneys and have all these, well, my feeling is, no, we need good solid answers like Treadwell used to give. And we need them before the meeting so when you come, you're all prepared to go with a little bit of talk. So that's my grind here for a minute.
Solicitor's doing other work right now. He's typing on his keyboard.
Point of clarification for you, Link Treadwell did negotiate that contract, and he would know the terms of that contract intimately because he was involved in negotiating with it. So we don't have his legal mind and expertise and experience on that issue. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Our solicitor now is typing on his laptop, probably to another client, and billing both of us.
Not that I need to answer to this, but I'm emailing the labor lawyer.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Gaduzian, it'd really be nice if you had reviewed this from the beginning and made this clear to everybody. That's what I would say. No? Is that wrong, Priscilla? I see you shaking your head.
I disagree, but you can say whatever you want. And you are, and you're entitled to do
Thank you. That's very kind. We're not a dictatorship yet. We're getting there.
Yep.
So I would say that's part of Mr. Gaduzian's responsibility, just like going over anything else, is to look at these contracts, to look at this agenda and say, hey, we got a hot spot here. Let's get together and talk about this before we just go out blindly in the public and spend a few hours and everybody gives their gut feeling without having any kind of legal representation to say what finally was dragged out here. If we all had just said, yep, let's hire Molly and stick her right in there, boy, oh boy, the township be up to its ears in other alligators, or maybe alligators, crocodiles, and hippos. And nobody seems to care. I hope the public does, because man, it's coming down on us.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? 5 minutes? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Ms. Uphoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci? Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we're all clear, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Appointment of special counsel for Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC and any other special projects on an as-needed basis. Kathy?
As we know, the variance items that are going to be at the zoning hearing board may require our special counsel that was appointed at a previous meeting. We're requesting counsel to appoint Mr. Steve Hoffman to attend that meeting as representation of council.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I'll second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I do.
I think it's also just in general appointing the attorneys as counsel on an as-needed basis. So it's the Waldheim matter and on an as-needed basis, so that moving forward, they can handle anything that may come up.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to reflect that. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Jason, discussion?
Yeah, we talked about this at the last meeting. This was exactly what I brought up when Mr. Gutsuzian was appointed as the interim township solicitor, his conflicts of interest because of his local legal work. And this is the perfect example of it. He recused himself from this matter because he has a conflict, because he represented Beethoven Waldheim Holdings in legal matters recently. And, you know, credit to him for identifying that, that conflict and coming forward with it. I guess he had no alternative but to do that. It concerns me that we have to incur added costs. This special counsel is at a much different rate than Mr. Gutsuzian's rate. As I recall, it was, what, $210 an hour, where Mr. Gutsuzian is $180 an hour. So I'm not sure why we're spending more money because Mr. Gutsuzian has a conflict and is unable to represent this matter. I think we're going to be using them for other special projects on an as-needed basis. It should be at the same rate that we are paying our township solicitor, which is $180 an hour. I don't see any added value to paying them a higher rate. And the other question I have is, I'm not sure why we need to have a special counsel for the Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC matter. I'm not sure how that matter can be prosecuted. Jim Young, who was the zoning hearing officer who made these determinations, is no longer with the township. The property owner has a right of due process, and in that right of due process, they have the right to confront, cross-examine, and question their accuser, and that will not happen here. So I'm not sure how the township could sustain its burden of proof in that matter by not having the witness who brought forth these alleged violations and there to substantiate them through his testimony. I just don't know how the township intends to do that. And it seems to me that you're subjecting the property owner and the taxpayer to deprivation of their property without proper due process. So I don't know, can somebody weigh in on that to explain to me what is the Waldheim variance matter going forward? Kathy, do you have any information on that? Is it, I mean, we don't have a zoning officer to prosecute it. How is this going to go forward?
I believe that it's on the agenda following this for discussion, so.
All right, so I guess
at that point, we'll have that discussion.
maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here, because if that matter is not going forward, then why are we taking the step to appoint a special counsel? We're putting the cart before the horse here. I think we have to first determine whether or not that variance matter is going forward, and if it is, then there may be a need to have an attorney, a substitute attorney, because Mr. Gutsuzian has conflict. But unless and until that matter is going forward, why are we talking about appointing special counsel for it? It just seems to be premature. Wasting more time for these people.
I think we need to appoint a special counsel to represent the township because of the conflict that Steve has. And we have to, it's on the agenda on number D, that this was tabled.
I can read it. I see it's there.
So
I think the motion was to appoint special counsel to the Waldheim matter because that's the matter that's next, but then also to all special projects that may be identified. So it's not specific to, I mean, it includes the Waldheim matter, certainly, but I think the next agenda item is the Waldheim. So.
Well, I think our solicitor could answer the theoretical legal question of, can a township move forward with prosecuting an alleged violation without the zoning officer who reportedly found, identified, and brought forward the violation? I don't know how you could do that without, you need a witness and testimony, and the property owner and taxpayer has a right to confront their accuser. It's fundamental due process. And without having the accuser as an employee of the township and there, in furtherance of the township's interests, how do we do that without subjecting the township to more legal liability? That's all I have.
Can you answer that, or?
Well,
In theory?
I can't answer it in theory, with the understanding that I do have a conflict. We can discuss that in the next item that we're going to discuss, I believe. So I think what we should do is get through this, and then when the time comes, we can address it.
I guess if my recollection, at the previous meeting, we did appoint Steve, the Hoffman and Lavick firm for special projects. Didn't we do that already?
I think
I have a resolution here somewhere.
No.
From the last meeting.
Then why are we doing it
Authorize them
again
to do any
now?
work.
We
It
didn't
just-
do it.
It just identified them as special counsel, but not to do any work. So this motion, or this agenda item identifies that they will now be appointed to do work.
And then what it is this item has them as special counsel for the wall time as well as anything else. So they're essentially available when needed, if and when needed,
So they don't have to come back on the agenda all
every
the
single time.
So this isn't just specific to the wall time, you're appointing them for this as well as other special projects to be determined.
On an
So you're
as-needed
basically
basis.
you're giving them an open checkbook or an open opportunity to jump in. And who determines what other special projects on which they're gonna be assigned?
Isn't that kind of what Eckerd Siemens did when under your presidency?
And they were appointed.
Well, we should read the resolution.
They were
But
appointed.
anyway, so I don't have a problem appointing special counsel for this project, and then we'll talk more about it in the next agenda item.
Get to go, I thought I was next.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I didn't comment on this yet.
Yeah, there was a motion, a second, and then we were going through comment. But
Right, we're into comments. So Jason, right, I have Jason circled
Yeah,
first.
so my comments were, this makes no sense, you're putting the cart ahead of the horse. And I don't know how you prosecute this without depriving the property owner of due process.
Okay,
So
Tom,
why are we appointing counsel if there can't be a hearing on the matter?
okay, Tom, your comments?
Well, Priscilla said that, Susie had a conflict with the Waldheim, and that's why we had to get into this, but Susie still has a conflict with the Hoffman firm. He identified them, he negotiated the rate, he admits he accepts legal referrals for them, cases for money, his firm does, and he's refused to pledge that he won't do that again in the future. So, in my opinion, he still has a conflict. There's just no integrity there. All he has to do is say, I did take from the past before I was made solicitor of Lower Saucon Township, and now that they're going to serve as special counsel on special projects, that my firm won't take any more referrals from them until that relationship no longer exists. But he won't do it.
Tom, can I get clarification on that
so-
point? I need clarification on something
Yes.
Tom said.
Yes.
You mentioned it only as to Mr. Gutsuzian. I don't remember in the last meeting, did you bring this topic up with regard to Victoria Optoff Cordero, who's also a licensed attorney, I believe, and who also has the opportunity to refer cases? I don't remember if there were any questions about any business relationship that she may have with the Steve Hoffman firm. Did we talk about that?
I'll just answer your question to move the meeting along. I don't have any relationship with them.
All right.
Never
Do you
done
pledge
any
not,
business with
do you
them.
pledge not to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't have any business with them and never have.
All right, thank you.
Will Mr. Gutsuzi?
We've gone over this.
You know what? We went over this at the last meeting. This is tonight's agenda item, which is different. So
I'm
let's-
voting on it. This is why I'm
Well,
voting on it.
that's up to you then. You vote your conscience, okay? So, and you have your comments and you noted them. So, I don't have an issue with this. Victoria?
I think I identified, I think it's important to appoint them for the wall time and all other matters that they may be needed on an as-needed basis. So I'm in favor of it.
Payback. to
Laura?
Mr. Gutsuzi.
I have no new comments on this.
Okay, public comment, 5 minutes.
I'm having a hip replacement in 2 weeks. I'm not staggering for any other reason. My name is Maya Simon. I live in Lower Saucon Township. It seems to me that we can appoint a special counsel, and then if he's not needed, he doesn't present a bill. It's not that hard. He's got the job. If there's work to do, if it turns out there's no work to do, he doesn't present an invoice.
That's a good point. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? 5 minutes? Okay, seeing none, I guess roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Is the motion to appoint Steve Hoffman as special counsel for the Beethoven Welltime Holdings LLC variance matter? Is that what the?
And other special projects on an as-needed basis.
But we haven't identified those other special projects and what triggers it as to how he gets those assignments. So who determines what other special projects are assigned, and what's the mechanism for that?
That's the motion that's before you.
You're just gonna give him a blank check? No, this is ridiculous.
So your answer is no?
My answer is no, it's ridiculous.
Okay. Kathy, I'm sorry.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
I vote yes, and I will point everybody to the resolution from January of 2023, which did the exact same thing.
Mr. Caroci?
No, I mean, I think with any other special projects, that's the expenditure of money without it being an agenda item. I think it's a violation of the Sunshine Act. So I would say no.
Ms.
Not to
Ray?
mention Mr. Goodsouzian's conflicts with this
I
firm.
vote yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. The next agenda item was removed at the request of the applicant, the Beechwood Court Land Company LLC. That was removed. Next, we have the Beethoven Waldheim variance 02-24. Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC, 1991 Waldheim Road. This variance was tabled from the May 1st council meeting. Applicant is appealing the notice of violation dated February 27th, 2024.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Thank you. I think in light of the fact that we have lost Jim Young as our zoning officer, he is the one that issued the notice of violation, and he would be unable, and now that we are on the agenda item, we can say on the agenda item, he is unable to attend the zoning hearing board on Monday. I would make a motion to withdraw the notice of violation against the Waldheim at this time, and also ask if and when we appoint any interim zoning administrator or zoning officer or zoning officer company, that they investigate and review the matter, and that now that we have a special counsel to handle the Waldheim matter, that they can consult with that counsel without any conflict. That's my motion.
I'll second that. Council discussion, Jason?
I mean, I think this makes sense. There's no zoning officer to prosecute this. I can't imagine how it could go forward without having an individual on behalf of the township to prosecute it, so I think it must be tabled. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Tom?
Well, in your 3 emails, you're talking about how Jim has to go because he's not up to snuff according to you guys, and then Ms. McGovern gets up and says same thing, and but you know you're all fired up about the Waldheim. You know, they're all fired up about the Waldheim and what he did there. You can't have it both ways. It's ridiculous.
And just for the record, I'd like to say that there was a right-to-know request from a December email that had some things in there about Jim Young, but from December until today, I never, ever had any problems with, I've always had good conversations with Jim.
Of course, when you order him out to your house, he came with a police officer.
I didn't order him out to my house. As a resident, I was allowed to do that, just like everybody in this room would be able to do.
Let's not gloss over some things. These aren't just some things. It was very clear that there was an effort underway to get him.
No, that's
very
your
clear.
opinion.
It's very clear. All right, well, I'll bring the email to the next meeting. We'll put it up on the screen and we'll talk about it.
It's public record. I don't have a problem with it.
Well, it is because it came out through right to know, and I appreciate the right to know law. It allows us to find these things.
I do too. I love the right to know law.
Sure you do. When you don't send me things, then you realize it's supposed in your draft
technical
box.
person.
We have a point of order. I think we all had an agreement. Look, Jason, you thought what I said was a good idea. I know that sometimes you think I'm stupid, but you didn't this time. So let's just vote. Come on, let's go.
I just
would
want,
agree.
it's still no excuse to
yourself too
treat
much credit.
Jim Young the
You're giving
way.
We're
yourself too
under
much credit.
discussion for the moment. So.
Still no reason
okay,
to
so
treat Jim Young the way you
I
do.
don't have a problem with it. Victoria, you support it. Laura, I don't want to speak for you.
Yes, I support this as well. From
Okay.
my understanding, we can't move forward with this at this time, so yes, we'll withdraw.
Okay, 5-minute public comment. Anybody in the audience like to speak on this?
Jennifer Helton, and I would like to ask, the zoning officer was, decided to leave, but I find it very difficult that we're not going to be able to, if I'm a citizen and I put a complaint to the zoning officer, he goes out, investigates, and leaves, I'm now affected. So the Smith, who live across the street in the farm, they're not here to speak, and I'm speaking a little bit for them because it's unfair. I think it's great that this has been tabled
Did they
so
authorize
that
you
the
to
right,
speak?
I am speaking, and I think it's important that we have policies in place when people leave, the citizens aren't left hanging. And so I find it very frustrating at this point, and I think it's important that we all respect each other and talk nicely and get through these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clarification, did the Smiths authorize you to speak on their behalf?
Priscilla,
Okay, so you want to answer that question?
Okay,
Listen,
public
you.
comment, next person.
should listen to Ms. Helton about being nice and respectful. Priscilla.
Sal Galliano. I am absolutely amazed. The simplest thing is to state that, okay, you don't have a zoning officer and the person that is actually bringing these charges. You can tell them we're going to drop the charges at this point in time because we need to appoint somebody else to take that position. When that is filled, that leaves us the right to reapply those violations, thank you, if so found. And that's as simple as it can get. Is there a big problem with that? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else, 5 minutes? Okay, seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray, Ms. Deleon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we have School Resource Officer update. Chief Barnett will provide the status of his discussion with the Saucon Valley School District regarding the School Resource Officer. Chief?
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank council and the township for honoring National Police Week this week and Peace Officers Memorial Day, which is today. So I'd like to thank you on behalf of the department. In the middle of April, I met with Ms. Velocity and Mr. Bonenberger at the school to open up the discussion of School Resource Officer as I was asked to. The discussion was very well received, and Ms. Velocity stated she would get back to me as she processed it through the board. On Monday, April 29th, Ms. Velocity informed me that an update was provided to the board level and a School Resource Officer will be considered as one of the options considered for the 2024-2025 school year, and that the district would make a decision in the coming weeks. As of Monday, she has no further update. That's all I can provide at this time. But it did go very well.
Chief, just so the public knows, Ms. Velocity is the superintendent of Saucon Valley School District, and Mr. Bonenberger is the director of finance for the school, or business manager?
Business manager, that's correct.
Just so the public knows who they are. I mean, I think this is a favorable development. I'm glad that you had an opportunity to meet with them. I'm happy that they did not reject this out of hand. It seems like they're interested in it and they're going to consider it. I hope that the discussions and the dialogue continue, and I hope that it comes together so that we can provide quality police services at the Saucon Valley School District to keep our children and educators and administrators and everybody that works there safe from all these crazy threats going on in the world.
And we do it from the police department as well.
Sure you do. So. I didn't mean to take that away from what.
No,
but,
that's fine.
But it's great to have somebody there. It would be great to have somebody there on site to be able to provide an immediate response. I mean, our police officers could be back here, and there's a little bit of a delay. To have somebody there, trained, law trained, under the direction and supervision of you, you know, would give great comfort to the community, and I appreciate that.
I am in full support of a school resource officer program as well as the department and the union. We have addressed it.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, I do. I think it's important, I always have, but certainly now in light of this report that came out about the Hellerstown Police and how they're understaffed and the leadership, there's a leadership vacuum over there. It seems like the problems are somewhat endless. And maybe you can tell the public, so if there's a problem at the school, first call comes to Lower Saucon, right?
That's correct.
And would the primary backup be Hellerstown?
Hellerstown, yes.
Okay. But there's some problems down there, as this report that was issued on Monday states. And, you know, I just think if we had a resource officer, we wouldn't be as reliant on this backup that seems a little bit unreliable, to say the least. And so please keep moving forward, and good luck.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you.
The update, thank you.
Okay, next we have, under F, the PA Chief of Police Association report concerning Hellertown Borough. Jason, you asked to put this on the agenda.
Yeah, I did. I think it's important for the public to be aware of this, since you know, we obviously share a school district with Hellertown, and there's been a lot of media coverage about alleged malfeasance and theft to the tune of $120,000 within the Hellertown Police Department. And Stacy, can you bring up the one picture that I sent to you? It would, give me a second. I thought I did. Maybe it didn't come through.
Recently?
Yeah, this evening. It's titled Hellertown 66-2. Did you get it by email? Didn't come through? No? Okay. Well, anyway. Okay. Nah, it's not that important, but that's okay. So here's the report, folks, if you haven't seen it. This report is dated April 2024. This is from the the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association. I know that Chief Barn has seen this. And this is a critique of the issues that are going on in the Hellertown Police Department, and I believe Hellertown Borough as a whole. And this was requested by the Borough of Hellertown. And significantly, the report was provided in a draft form to Hellertown Borough for review prior to being finalized. So they had an opportunity to provide input on this. And the purpose of this evaluation by the Chiefs of Police was analysis of the efficiency, effectiveness, and comprehensiveness of the police policy, procedure, resources. And there's some important points here that you should be aware of. First of all, the council, Borough Council, was acknowledging that there was friction between the council and members of the collective bargaining unit, i.e. the police department, as well as the interim chief of police. And this is really what's concerning, is that there's a lack of leadership for a period of years as the former chief was essentially hands-off and it created a leadership vacuum. There was lack of experience in the administrative position. Staffing was handicapped by a lack of depth of numbers, requiring excessive use of overtime, compensatory time. Policy manual had not been updated in over 20 years. And there were all sorts of problems here. And one of the findings was the pervasive issues in the Hellertown Police Department are the result of several long-standing interrelated defects. The deficiencies include, but are not limited to, organizational oversight, structural components, supervision, policies and procedures, budgetary expenditures, and scheduling. And it says here that the mayor and the borough council were facing difficult decisions, all of which would have fiscal effect on the borough. The options included reducing services, contracting supplemental public safety resources from another municipality, relying on the state police for services, or investing in their department to achieve professional grade quality services in the borough. And there were a number of people that were interviewed for this. They included Mayor David Heinzelman, Borough Manager Kathy Hartraft, Council President Tom Rieger, Councilman Andrew Hughes, Patricia Tallarico, the Police Administrative Assistant, Tina Kresnaski, their Finance Manager and Treasurer, the Magistrate Judge Medj, Chief Barn, of course, from the Lower Saucon Police Department, as well as the District Attorney, Stephen Barata, and the labor attorney for the police union. So what's concerning about this is when you look at the table of organization for this, the Hellerstown Police Department, it's right here on page 10 if you get a copy of the report. The head of all this is the borough mayor. He's the one who's responsible for this, and the item that I was asking Stacy to pull up is Hellerstown Ordinance 66-2, and that talks about the chief of police who works under the direction of the mayor shall be in charge of the police department and shall have supervision over the members of the department and exercise their power, duties, and authority. So this report does a couple things. One is it shows what a competent, qualified, well-led, well-trained, well-equipped police force we have here in Lower Saucon Township, and we should be thankful for that. And this provides a stark contrast of literally a dumpster on fire. And I don't think I can overstate that. This report is not flattering in any way towards Hellerstown and the way that it manages its police services. And I think that that's reflective overall of how Hellerstown manages its borough. It concerns me greatly that we have a mayor who is responsible for this department and in charge of this department, who has allowed these things to happen on his watch, has been found to be so derelict in his duties, as well as a borough council and leadership in Tom Rieger, who have been wholly absent or largely absent in how this police department is functioning for the betterment of the community. And we had talked about this previously in prior meetings, concerns that we have that Lower Saucon would be looked upon or relied upon disproportionately because of all these problems that they have. And fortunately, I know Chief had been monitoring this, and we have not seen an uptick in calls, even though there have been gaps in coverage altogether where they have not had municipal police services and instead have had to require the state police to come in, including on weekends. I'm happy that we're not in that situation, but I think it reflects very poorly on Hellerstown. And, you know, I read an article, I wasn't present for this meeting, but I read that there was an emergency meeting that was called on Monday, and that emergency meeting was to address the findings of this report and to try to figure out a path forward, and that was Hellerstown called that meeting. And not many people showed up for it. And that's surprising to me because you would think that people would be concerned about their public safety and the dumpster that's on fire. And I think it reflects poorly on the leadership there. And we have members of this council who have politicized library issues and have indicated their intention to become much more closely aligned with Hellerstown. And you have to ask yourself, what's going on here? And what's going on is, and we've said this at many meetings, Hellerstown needs money and they want our money. And they want us to subsidize their malfeasance and their mismanagement. They would rather, they'd received tens of thousands of dollars in American Relief Fund money. And rather than use that money for public safety and to shore up a failing police department, their leadership chose instead to politicize a library issue and to throw money at a library that is subject to ongoing litigation, has not been transparent in its dealings. And the Office of Open Records expressly found that the library is an extension of the Hellerstown Borough, significantly controlled by the Hellerstown Borough, and subject to right to know laws. Those are the kind of people that are there. I'm not saying that everybody in Hellerstown is bad. I have family and friends that live in Hellerstown, residents, and I feel badly for them that they have such mismanagement. But I also feel badly for the residents of Lower Saucon Township because, you know, with the makeup of this council, I can assure you that they're going to be looking to help to subsidize their buddies over there. And just on Monday during this meeting, it was mentioned that for them to be able to fund their police department, they're going to have to raise local municipal taxes 35%. Now consider that, 35%. That's more than a third that the local taxes are going up. And that's on top of a substantial increase in trash services, because I think their trash services bill went up 15 or 16%. So it's not sustainable for them. And they're going to look to Lower Saucon to try to sustain that. And I hope that the members of this council recognize that their obligations are to the residents and taxpayers of this community, not to bail out their neighbor. You know, I'm all about helping my neighbor. If my neighbor has a problem, if my neighbor's house is on fire, I'll be the first one over there with a hose and buckets trying to put it out. But when my neighbor keeps lighting his house on fire over and over again and asking me to help put it out and then to rebuild it because he lit it on fire, I'm not gonna do that. And I hope that that simplistic analogy penetrates with some people on this council and certainly resonates with the residents of the township. Otherwise, your taxes are gonna go up. We've already heard that the school district has released a preliminary budget, and the preliminary budget shows a tax increase of, I think, 2.3 or 2.7%. We've done a good job in this township to keep taxes down by finding alternate revenue sources like the landfill, which pay about 1/3 of our tax burden. And now we're being sued by the landfill. Not we, but the township and 3 members of this council and the solicitor are being sued. And the amount that's being sought there is over $1.1 million. Where's the money gonna come from? If the landfill goes away, where's the money gonna come from to help pay for what we have here, the quality of life that we have? I don't know. They've not provided us with any explanation for that. They haven't provided any alternate source of tax revenue. Just landfill is bad, must go away. But yet we're gonna incur a lot of expenses to fight this, to settle a lawsuit. Can you stop? Can you stop?
Okay.
Would you ask this woman to stop making noise?
Crazy.
Yeah.
I'm
mean-
not hearing her make any noise.
Look, I mean,
Okay.
we all know who Kathy Pitchell McGovern is. We know where she falls on these issues. She doesn't want to hear from me, Bill. Yeah, we are. We are talking. We're talking about the Hellerstown police and all the other things.
Okay.
So I know you don't like it because they're your buddies. I'm not done. I'm not done.
I'm not.
I know you don't
I'm
like
in
it.
Order.
I know you don't like it, right? Because facts hurt. I'm sorry that they hurt. Yeah.
Okay,
Are you
let's,
done?
Jason,
There we go.
Jason, let's go back to your presentation.
Yeah, I'm talking about my presentation. So my presentation is, don't bail out incompetency and malfeasance. That's the theme here. And this report reinforces the incompetence, the lack of leadership from the top of the organization, from the mayor himself. It implicates the mayor directly and the township council. And you folks want to get in bed with them. It's absurd. That's all.
Okay, any other discussion on this agenda item?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes. I agree with what Jason said, but also, you know, 2 of the big recommendations there were to look to either, farm out their police services, meaning hire another municipality to help them. And I think, unfortunately, we would probably be the municipality that they look for. Now, we have 20 officers that do a great job in Lower Saucon Township, and we can afford, because we have landfill revenue, to have that department. But I don't want to double the amount of people they're responsible for with another 5,000 people in Hellerstown or Hellertown. I mean, they should be responsible for their own. If they were fiscally responsible, they wouldn't be in this problem, but they're not. And I hope the members of this board would make a strong public statement tonight that they are not interested in spending Lower Saucon taxpayer dollars supporting police services in Hellertown. The other recommendation was possibly they look for state police coverage. That will also put a burden on our officers because the state police aren't going to be around all the time there's a call, and we'll be called on that. It'll put a burden on Fountain Hill too, and Bethlehem, I'm sure. You know, I ask you, you know, to make a strong public statement. You should all commit to not spending Lower Saucon taxpayer dollars on Hellertown policing.
I'll second that motion, Tom.
So it's a motion that we should make that statement tonight.
Could you repeat that motion, please?
That we will not use Lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars to fund policing in Hellertown in the future. Meaning, we can certainly be of mutual aid and the mutual aid agreements, but if they go to a state police or if they want to contract out, you know, I just don't, I mean, you'll give them a sweetheart deal, I'm sure, if you don't, because they're your buddies, so you're marching with them in your anti-police parades down there in Hellertown. So the motion is that we won't spend Lower Saucon Township residents' taxpayer dollars on policing in Hellertown, besides what the mutual aid we do right now, currently do.
Tom, I want the record to reflect that as you were talking, both Priscilla and Laura were over here saying, well, we can't vote on this because it's not on the agenda. And it is on the agenda.
Yeah, exactly.
The findings from this report and the recommendations from this report are on the agenda. We talked about it, and this is in furtherance of that agenda.
And not only that, you're not voting to spend money, you're voting not to spend money.
Okay, well, there's no request for us to spend money on the Hellertown Police Force in this.
Right, you're just making a public statement, a public vote that you won't in the future. But I know you probably don't want to make that commitment because you do want to help your buddies out. And you do want to spend Lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars in Hellertown.
Quite clearly, Tom, they don't want to have to take a vote on this issue.
Avoiding the vote, cowards.
You made the motion, I seconded, so let's have a vote on it.
Have a vote, cowards.
We will, after there's more discussion. Jason went, Tom went, I have to go. And I just want to say, I hear your motion, but there's a lot of what ifs, and I just can't support it as stated, so. Victoria?
There's no what ifs, it's agreeing not to spend money.
I have an opinion, and that happens to be it.
Yeah, there's no what ifs.
Like it or not.
No what ifs.
If I can have a point of order.
No what ifs.
The only comment I have is there was a lot of discussion about putting the cart before the horse just a couple agenda items ago, and that's my comment, the cart before the horse.
You did put the cart before the horse.
Jason, you're talking over Victoria.
No, I'm talking with her.
I trust Chief Barnt, and I think if there was a concern that Chief Barnt had in anything that happened in Hellertown, he would bring it to our attention. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Right, I would agree with that line of thought. I mean, I haven't heard anything from what was discussed before when the resource officer was talked about at this meeting and the prior meeting when that was talked about. There didn't seem to be any concerns about how much coverage Hellertown relies on us for, and I did read the whole report, and apparently they've been understaffed for a long, long time, many years. This didn't just happen overnight, so I don't think there's an immediate concern. There was nothing in here where they're requesting that we subsidize their police department, so yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to vote on something because we have nothing really to vote on.
The report clearly recommends looking into outsourcing their police department or turning it over to the state police.
Right,
The report clearly recommends that. It clearly recommends that, Ms. Ray. I'm sorry you can't understand and read that.
Now
It
we're
clearly
going to public
recommends.
comment, 5 minutes.
I'm going to speak again with regard to what Laura said, and that is, perhaps she wasn't here, but the school resource officer deals with the school district property itself, which is located within Lower Saucon Township, for which Lower Saucon Township Police have jurisdiction. So I'm not sure why you're confusing the two. Maybe you weren't here for that part or paying attention for that part of the
You
meeting.
discussed Hellertown being mutual aid to Lower Saucon, and you're concerned about it. You're the one that brought in Hellertown to the school resource
They're not
office.
providing mutual aid at the school,
Right.
as far as I understand.
In fact,
As pointed out, they are the second to come after Lower Saucon.
But there was a couple of, I guess, months ago now, maybe weeks ago, there was bomb threats and the school was closed for 3 days. Chief Barnt came and talked about that at the council meeting. We asked him, was Hellertown on site? He said, well, they came, they stayed in the parking lot a couple times, but as far as searching the school, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, you said it was Lower Saucon Township Police, some Williams Township Police who had a dog as well, some school employees, who were helped searching the school, but the Hellertown, no Hellertown officers were inside that school. And I asked him why, and he was, didn't want to say, and I understand, because he has to work with these people in Hellertown. But again, I think it says a lot when you have people inside a school looking for a supposed bomb, and the Hellertown police were not invited inside that school. And there's a reason for that. And I don't care what anybody says, there is a reason for that. Whether the chief wants to state that reason publicly or not, there is a reason for that. It was all hands on deck, except the Hellertown police. And Chief, have they used the state police in recent weeks?
I have no idea. I haven't been notified.
They haven't been notified?
I haven't been notified and I have no idea.
Okay. They did notify you when they have in the past.
That is correct.
Why would they notify you?
Communication to me for backup.
Okay, so I'm going to open up to public comment, 5 minutes. Anybody would like to speak on this agenda item?
Mary Beth Singone, Lower Saucon. Can you give me clarification if a council member is in any type of litigation with Hellerstown, would that make them biased, or would that make them not able to discuss this?
This council is in litigation with Hellerstown, but there's no,
No,
not that
if
I'm
there's-
aware of an individual who is.
You were in litigation with them
Who
for
is?
a while.
Me?
Yeah, that's what I was
No,
told.
no, you're wrong, ma'am.
For a property on Easton Road?
I don't own any property on Easton Road.
Was
Never
for your-
have, I never have.
For your in-laws, I was told by.
Well, that's
you-
different
there
than
were-
me, sir. That's different than me. So if you're gonna make accusations toward me, be clear and be accurate.
There were.
You're wrong. You're wrong. I've never
Okay.
been involved in litigation.
Because there's a big bias against Hellerstown always. Okay, just wondered, thanks.
No bias
Thank
against
you.
Hellerstown.
Anybody else like to
Bias
public
against
comment?
incompetence.
Go ahead.
Believe me, if Fountain Hill,
I'm
if the Fountain Hill Police Department had the
Tom,
same
there's
type of
public
report,
comment right now. You
well,
have to be
then
quiet.
I would be saying the same thing about Fountain Hill. So,
Tom,
it's
you're
not a
out of
Hellertown
order.
bias. It's the same thing if it would be Fountain Hill.
You are out of order.
That's true, Tom. I agree.
I speak
How about down here?
I speak when I want to speak.
Anyway, I haven't seen your report, so I can't speak on that, but I have a question. Was there any mention in that report about the library? Was it mentioned, you said something there, that you implicated the library as a general overview of the whole business, and I'm asking you, was there something in there that said the library had a problem?
Yeah, it talked about Hellertown's finances, and the
No,
finances apply
I'm
to
asking you about whether it said something about the library.
Sir, it talked about their finances.
Well, under
So
your
they have to pay for
administration, you
paving
should
roads,
quickly-
they gotta
Okay,
do all
one at a
sorts of stuff.
time.
Stop,
You
you're
can't
drooling,
both
sir,
talk.
you're drooling.
Question, I thought you weren't
The Southern Lehigh,
You need that towel, not me, because you're drooling right now, I saw
You
it.
can't both
I just saw
talk.
you drool, I just saw it drop down. You're the guy that needs the towel.
You,
Literally, it just dropped out of his face. You're the one who's telling me I need a towel. I don't need a towel, sir. You need the towel.
you're
You
being
need the towel.
rude.
Here, need some, here, tissues.
You're being rude to a, oh my
No, I'm
God.
not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not. This
I'm
gentleman's.
sorry, I would never do that. Okay, Mr. Glasgow?
You do much worse.
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. I bring this up because Mr. Bononis brought it up under this topic. He brought up ways of making money for the township to keep taxes low and to keep up the quality of life for Lower Saucon residents. What about the quality of life of those that live where the landfill wants to expand that you have been backing? What about the people living there? Their quality of life doesn't matter to you because they're on the other side of the township from you.
Okay, anybody else? 5 minutes, please.
Quality of life matters. The landfill is there a lot.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I was up here a few weeks ago, and I just happened to point out that there's a series of things going on in the Lehigh Valley all over the country, if you read the news, about fraud in government, fraud in organizations, fraud in nonprofits. And I would love to just say that I think it's funny. Well, there aren't a lot of people here, I would say that. The majority of people here, I understand what side you're on. But I think it's kind of funny that there's no insight. There's no insight. Laura Ray, you're telling us that there's no connection between what's going on in the Hellerstown Police Department and there could possibly be fraud. And why are we covering it up? And why was the court, Judge Daly, ordered the documents for the Hellerstown Library be released? And they weren't. And then also, they said that there's no reason why the library shouldn't release the records. Well, why weren't they? And I asked you this a few weeks ago. Why weren't the records of Hellerstown Library released? Why? Why is that such a problem? And I want to say to all the people, I know I'm not supposed to address anybody, but I've never seen adults act the way they are acting about a library in my life, ever. With all the problems we have in the world, with all the problems we have in the country, with police departments that are low on employees, with crime running rampant, I've never seen adults cry and whine about a library. It's insanity. There are libraries all over the Lehigh Valley. Go to a different one. But you have, well, that's not how it works when I was in Whitehall. Anyway,
Members of the audience, please.
the point is, if you're gonna just walk away, turn your head, you don't wanna hear it, it's an inconvenience, we shouldn't talk about it, why are we going on about it, why are we wasting time about it? That is why there's fraud in our government. That is why people steal money every day. Do you read the paper? Do you know what's going on in Catasauqua? Does anybody know what's going on in Catasauqua? Same thing, fraud. Fraud. People lying about their hours they worked. People that had to get dismissed. It's like, and you're all pretending that we shouldn't look into it or we shouldn't associate a problem with a budget in Hellerstown with another problem with a budget. That's not insightful. You have to open your mind and realize that something's going on here. You just have to.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to comment on this agenda item?
That's a hard one to follow up on.
It's a good one.
Absolutely agree, now that we got Hal on the radar too. And here we are, we're talking about a police force who, if any of you have read that, what is it, 40-page result? I mean, it's devastating. 44. And this is not the first police chief that's gone for the same thing. And
To answer your question, it's 44 pages, and Laura just told me that, so she presumably read it and is familiar with it. 44 pages.
Okay, well that's really good. Maybe we could have a chat about that later. No? Okay. Yeah, right. I read it.
5 words a meeting.
Bottom line is, look, the second one, does anybody get the pattern here? Is anything being done about it? So you ask yourself, all right, so this fellow who's running this office is taking this money, claiming pay that's not due, from what I understand, all right? And this is the second time. And let's see, who sits above him? The mayor of Hellerstown, and then there's the finance director, and then there's auditors. Wait a minute, I tried to find an audit of Hellertown's financials. I think the last thing I saw was online, 2021, and I reported about some other financials about our fire company, which has got a wide open, everything is available, including the cost of toilet paper, and yet we're talking about Hellerstown not having any data on its library system, financials. What's going on, okay? Well, if you don't know, gee, I guess you really have your head in the sand. 2 police chiefs gone for corruption, and there's no change. No change. And we want to be buddy-buddy with these people. Gee, let's join them in the library. Hey, can we see? Treadwell nailed it. And by the way, anybody here have any doubt about why Link Treadwell is no longer our solicitor? Just go read. Go read. I'll talk about that when we come up about how, all right? It's all right there. There's at least 10 pages of discussion on how, and guess what? This council, under the new leadership, voted 3-2 to just give them $100,000 because we feel they deserve it. Well, I guess maybe the chief thought he deserved it too. And the finance director, gotta wonder, does anybody know what's going on over there? That sort of reminds me of some other little townships of about 3/10 of a square mile. Yeah, got problems all over the place, and the town doesn't pay attention. And when somebody gets up and speaks about it, like that lady back there, people go, oh, Yeah, I heard somebody at the last 1:30 meeting that we were at call her a bitch. Don't look perplexed. I'll send it to you. It's on video. Obviously, you weren't here then. So, right. So you think, and other people get accosted in this chamber? Whoa. What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. The wolves are running a chicken coop here, and it's got to stop. And no, I'm not in favor of helping out a library or a police force or a town that repeatedly does bad things. By the way, some of the people on that HAL board are tied up to people here. And no, I don't believe in hiring anybody that's in a position of being the attorney if they have to invoke some kind of, I don't want to be held responsible for any previous issues of any kind. No. Open record. Who do you know? What did you do? Why did you do it? Who employed you? And the whole 9 yards. Otherwise, you're going to have, hey, we're just like Philadelphia. Wow. And by the way, if you think you don't need a police force, just go to get your hair cut in Hellerstown like I did and was told, yeah, I saw the pictures of that bus that pulled up in front of Ace Hardware. Anybody know about that? And all these people south of the border pile out, jump in the cars, and they're gone. Wow, that's a third one. And does anybody understand that Northampton is one of these safe counties? Sanctuary city. Thank you, Mr. Executive. Take a look. Anybody have any questions? Anybody want that document? I'll give it to you. It's not. Thank you.
My name is Maya Simon, Lower Saucon Township. I hear a lot of arguments about why we shouldn't vote for the mayor of Hellerstown, but I didn't think we had the right to do that anyway. You know, Hellerstown is its own thing. And nobody's asking us to take over their police department. And the Hellerstown area library was an area library right from the beginning. I could be mistaken. I haven't been here that long. But the Hellerstown area library, as I understand it, was a joint project between Hellerstown and Lower Saucon. And when Lower Saucon refused to pay for our head count, the next administration, with integrity, did pay them for the services that they had rendered for a whole year that they had not been paid because the previous administration didn't like them. So the library is one issue, but all of this stuff about how terrible Hellerstown is, well, guess what? We don't have any power over what happens in Hellerstown. And I resent taking up our time in our council meeting to badmouth our neighbors for no purpose. There's nothing we can do about it.
Ms. Simon, can I get a point of clarification from you?
Yes.
So you're saying that Lower Saucon is completely separate from Hellerstown, and as a result of that, Hellerstown should do its own thing and we should do our thing, correct? Is that what your position is?
Largely.
Okay, I don't disagree with you. Where my problem is our tax dollars going there to support bad behavior, bad decisions, and mismanagement.
And where are our tax dollars going to do that?
I'll give you an example.
$100,000 to a library.
We gave $100,000 to a library without any contract. We've paid 2/3 of the bill for the library from the time that Lower Saucon joined the library, but yet we didn't have 2/3 representation on that board. When we asked them to provide usage data to justify what we anticipated would be $750,000 contract over a 5-year period, they refused to provide that data to us. They wouldn't provide us with financial information to substantiate where the money's going. So that's where the problem is. It's not because I'm against libraries, far from it.
There's
What I'm
one-
against, what I'm,
We have twice
What I'm
as
again-
many people in our township than they do.
There's one other thing.
but we don't have 2/3 board representation. If we're paying 2/3 of the bill, should we have proportionate representation to make those determinations? No, they don't want that. They just want our money and they want us to shut up.
There's one
I'm
other
not gonna
thing.
do that.
Okay, there's one other thing too about where the money. We're talking about a school resource officers. When we discussed that earlier, it was gonna be paid 75% by the school district, 25% from Lower Saucon Township, and it was gonna be a full-time Lower Saucon Township officer.
That is not the agenda item we're talking about.
Hellertown kids go to the school district. They're part of the school district. Nobody's asked Hellertown for a dime because they can't afford it. They can't afford it, and we don't want them involved anyway because their officers don't meet the standards of our officers. They don't have the training of our officers, and they don't. So that's another. You asked where the money goes. You're asking where the money goes. We already, if this school resource officer goes by, we will already be subsidizing Hellertown.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else, 5 minutes?
Pull it up.
Yep, that's me, Marco Zimic, and I've been told to just stay in the back and be quiet. But number one thing I want to point out is within this township, within Allentown, within the city of Bethlehem, within the borough of Hellertown, there's a moral issue. There's a moral issue going on in the world. And when you can't respect the 10 Commandments, you got a moral issue.
Did you respect the 10
You
Commandments
laugh.
when you ran over that guy?
Tom, that's inappropriate. You're rude.
Harassment? Under the definition, I think it falls under harassment, but that's okay. District attorney turned down all your stuff too, but I set up an appointment with him. Anyway, as far as Hellertown and Lower Saucon goes, Lower Saucon has issues and Hellertown has issues. And I don't think either one should get involved with the other until your home base is settled. You don't lay down with a pig and expect not to get up muddy. I'm not using that for cops either. The point is, Hellertown needs to take care of their business. Whether they need 6 more officers or not, I don't know. I read the report, or most of it. As far as the chief stealing money, it's a criminal act. They broke the law. They stole it from their own people that they're supposed to be protecting. That has nothing to do with us. The other thing I'd like to say is I don't even know why Hellertown and its topic is on a Lower Saucon Township board meeting here tonight anyway.
Jason asked to have it on.
Of course he did. Anything for politics or publicity or whatever you want to call it. The problem is, whether it's the dump, whether it's the school, there's moral issues behind all of it. And those have to be resolved here and over there.
We were getting lectured on moral issues from a man who ran over an innocent.
Don't even go there, Tom.
I got 2 minutes and I got 2 minutes and 32 seconds left.
Legitimate purpose.
He says,
I got the mic here.
Serves no
some
legitimate
poor
purpose.
asshole got in the way and got killed.
Oh my
Got the floor.
Harassing.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Serves no
And we're being
legitimate
lectured on
purpose.
morals by him.
Your statement
I
serves
would add to
no
that he's also made
legitimate
death threats
purpose
against
and is
members of council.
harassing. I make a motion to.
He's made death threats against members of council. He's taken a picture of my wife and coveted my wife's picture and used it as his Facebook picture.
I'm gonna do
And my
a
kids.
on morals by him.
I'm
So you're
calling
gonna
for a
lecture us
recess.
on what the behavior is?
Is there a second? Okay, Kathy, roll call?
No.
Everybody, aye? Okay, the time is now 9:44. Mark, you will be next on the agenda, back.
It's a
Look at us and see what we were doing.
Did I say the time, 9:44?
And don't forget, I have a motion on the floor.
and the time is 9:51. And Mark, you were up at the podium. I don't know if you were finished. Okay, can we have quiet in the room, please?
Start the clock, please.
You're not the boss. Anyway, you can start the clock. As you can see, like I said, for what everybody just witnessed, people have a moral issue. And that's what it is. Did I go out and kill somebody? I sure did. Did I hit him with my truck? I sure did. Was I put behind the wheel? I sure was. Was I put behind the wheel by a cop, by a Bethlehem detective? I know his name. Yeah, that's right. You keep shaking your head, because that's what happened. People in the hospital were furious.
Counsel?
He is speaking right now.
Well, he's going through his laundry list of crimes. I'm asking, did he make
As
death
far
threats
as-
against counsel or a council member?
Yeah, maybe he wants to admit to another one.
You let Mark speak. Are we gonna go into recess again because
if
you
you
can't
want.
behave?
All right,
Go ahead, I
do
don't care.
whatever
We
you
can
want,
recess
but
all
I
night
could have
long.
got this meeting over by 8:30.
Long.
Hey, Benonis, you want to sit here and pick on Hellerstown? Why don't you pick on the chief of police of Allentown, went up the 3rd floor of the apartment building and killed his wife, or his girlfriend, because he was cheating on his wife? You remember that?
I'm not giving money to Allentown,
Remember
sir.
anything about that?
I'm not being asked to give money to Allentown. I'm being asked to give money to Hellertown.
Who's asking you to give money to Hellertown? I don't think anybody has to give money to Hellertown.
Sure they do.
Sure. We're already doing what the resource officer, thank you.
Hellertown has nothing to do with it.
But their kids go to that school.
So what?
So they should kick in for it.
Okay. Address the chair, please.
Don't quit. Like I said, it's a moral issue. You don't know where to leave things be. You don't know how to stay in your own side of the fence. You don't know how to leave things alone. You know how to lie, cheat, and steal to get what you want.
How about there? Where's your code of conduct there? How about
He
that?
didn't say that.
Lie, cheat, and steal, accusing us of crimes?
He didn't say that.
You just said lie,
I
cheat,
didn't
and steal.
take it that way.
Well, I heard it. They're words. It's
Well,
English.
I
I
didn't take
understand
it that
English. I'm
way.
sorry you don't have an
Mark
education to
has
understand
the
the meaning of
floor.
those 3 words. Lie, cheat, and steal
I
suggest
know
some
what
sort
lie,
of
cheat,
crime.
and steal
Oh, now you
means.
do.
Oh, yes,
Oh,
I
now you
do.
do. Before you didn't. Okay.
I didn't
Glad
say
you
I
do.
did.
Glad you have that education in you.
So bad.
The rules
They all
evenly.
can see it.
Anyway,
They all can see it.
everybody that's watching, like I said, it all goes back to a moral issue.
Whatever,
for them.
so can the
Keep
thousands of...
performing for them,
I'm sorry,
Priscilla.
Mark.
Keep
You
performing.
have the floor.
It's like I said to somebody in the police department, one of the officers, I don't remember who. If everybody just told the truth and was honest, we'd be in a much better position. Apparently, a whole lot of people don't know how to do that.
There's a mirror in the bathroom you could look in.
What?
A mirror in the bathroom that you could look at.
What about it? What do you want me to go, what do you want me to go?
Talking about being honest, right? Honest and truthful. Go look in the mirror.
I told you that last meeting, Jason.
Go look in the mirror.
Give me the topic I'm supposed to go look in the mirror about.
Yeah, how about the death threats? Death threats against counsel. How about that?
Where are they?
Right there.
Show me.
Where are they?
Show me.
We will in court, sir.
Point of order.
Sir, I'm not gonna litigate this crime here. You've already been found guilty by the district justice. You appealed it, and it's gonna be in front of the Court of Common Pleas.
Okay.
And it will be prosecuted there, and we'll deal with it there, okay?
You were found guilty of that.
Okay, time's up, Mark. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's it. Move along.
Yeah, move along.
Let 'em move along.
Let him move along. He's had enough.
Paybacks, you guys will get it one day.
Russ Sutton, 2133 Saucon Avenue. I'd like to know, Saucon Valley School District, where is it located?
Saucon Valley School District in Lower Saucon.
Lower Saucon. So the resource officer is naturally part of Lower Saucon. It's not Hellertown.
Library located. Library's located in Hellertown, but we're paying for the library, right?
I'm not talking about the
No, you're
library.
talking about physical location of what is being paid for, and so am I.
It's in the township, so we're responsible for it. right?
And so is the library. Libraries in the borough of
Not
Hellertown
talking
is
about the
responsible for that.
library, I'm talking about the school.
Jason, stop
Sir,
interrupting
you're talking
the
about where
resident.
something is
Have a point of
physically
order.
located and who has
Referee,
financial
let
responsibility.
somebody
And what I'm
finish
telling you
their
is the same thing applies to the library.
Let the public comments finish,
you
and
let
then
him
you can
speak?
talk.
You have a
Jason's
problem
allowed to
with that?
comment. He's an elected member of the
Exactly, but let's just do
Him
it orderly.
misrepresenting what the facts are.
Interrupting
Representing the
people.
facts that the
Let the
township,
residents
Go ahead.
speak.
Go ahead.
Whether right
Go ahead.
or wrong,
that the school
the
is not
resident has a right to
Howard,
speak.
I'm not stopping him from
You
speaking.
are
He can
stopping him
speak.
from speaking. You are being disorderly.
I'm not
in
stopping him
Lower
from speaking
Saucon
at all.
Township.
You have no
Don't
legitimate
accuse me of
purpose.
stopping him from speaking. I am not stopping him from speaking.
You are being disorderly.
Stop yelling at me. Stop. I'm not your husband. Don't yell at me, okay? I'm not your husband. I don't respond to that. I don't
what you're
respond to that.
doing.
I don't respond to it. Maybe your children do and your husband do, but I don't.
All right. Why don't we do this?
School in Lower Saucon Township, that's my question.
Asked and answered. Move on.
What was the answer?
Yes, she already said yes.
Okay, so then the resource officer should be from Lower Saucon Township, right?
It's not
Pay
that
for it,
easy.
right?
It's not that easy.
So what's the problem?
So the library is located in Hellertown, and Hellertown should pay for the library. By the same analogy, sir. That's what my point is. I know you don't like
Go back
facts.
to your seat.
Russ he walked away. Now
I'm going to give you a bunch of facts in a minute, pal.
Can't wait. I'm here. I can't wait.
Okay, anybody else like to speak on this?
That's,
Okay, yes.
Jim Raskowski, Lower Saucon Township. If you want to make these meetings shorter, go back to the way it was with the last council, where you were only allowed to talk at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
You had no say.
Yes.
You couldn't say anything. And everything fell on deaf ears with you about the landfill.
yes.
The way the people came out here and pleaded with you to not go through with it. And what do?
I agree. Go back to the old,
Anybody else like to speak?
I agree with you, sir.
Okay, I'm seeing none, so we're gonna have a roll call, please.
Can we repeat the motion? I don't know what the motion was. We took a recess.
To make a public statement that this council will agree not to fund police services for
The
Hellertown
borough
Borough.
of
Is that
Hellertown.
correct?
Thank you.
To make a public statement that we will not do that.
Because the report says they should have
Wait a
somebody
minute,
do
wait,
that.
wait, 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 so we're making, say the motion again?
Tom can clarify his
Tom,
motion.
did
Ask
you
him.
say
He
the
made the
motion?
motion.
What you just said, that we make a public statement that we will not, in the future, fund police services for Hellertown beyond the mutual aid assistance. That's it.
I'll second that.
They had made a motion that in the future, I'm
Now.
just somebody please
Now.
make sure I have it correct.
Yeah, right, because I wanna
asked,
vote the right way.
I asked for you to repeat the motion.
Right.
Now I think I heard the motion, which
You
was.
can't understand. You can't
Future,
understand.
we're making a motion that we're not going
From
to ever
now,
send
from
any
today,
money
from
to
today.
support any police services in Hellertown Borough in the future.
Beyond mutual aid.
Wait.
Now, beyond mutual aid.
Yeah. So we're not gonna contract out to them.
And
We're not gonna cover, if they don't have, if the police goes belly up. You know, it's pretty simple.
What the motion is prospectively,
Just to be clear here, Priscilla's asking Steve Gutsuzian how she should vote, and it's a no,
I'm not
right, is what her
asking.
question was. So she's getting her counsel from the guy who was the former solicitor in part for Hellertown Borough.
Right,
So I should vote no, right, Steve? Okay.
I can't understand.
I hope that comes out clearly on the
How should I
record, because I
vote?
just put it out there. How should I vote?
This is a weird vote, okay? And it could be a yes or it could be a no, obviously, and I wanna make sure I'm understanding your direction.
so the motion is as follows, prospectively, moving
Right,
forward
right.
to not fund or assist financially the borough of Hellertown and their police force, except for mutual aid.
And you just love laughing at people, Jason, so you just go right ahead. I can take it, okay?
What are you talking about? I'm not even looking at you. I'm protecting my eyes.
So it's a ridiculous motion.
Yeah, it's a double negative.
No
It's the
request
cart
for
before the
Hellertown
horse.
asking us to pay for their police force.
Nobody's ever asked
Sorry,
us.
Laura, what?
It's a ridiculous motion. The Hellertown is not requesting us to pay for their police force. There's nothing that says that.
But the
There was no
report makes
request.
the recommendation to
There's
seek
no
it.
request.
The report makes the recommendation, and we're taking
Well,
a
it didn't-
proactive.
it
I know it's
didn't
hard to be
happen yet.
proactive. I know you like to
It didn't
react to everything that
happen yet.
happens. It's
Let's do a
proactive.
roll call.
It's proactive to state what your position is publicly on this issue so that it doesn't come to us. But
a
instead, you want to leave
cart-
the door open and invite that and give
It's a
taxpayer
cart
money in the
before
future.
the horse.
I'm not giving taxpayer money.
Okay, I guess Kathy, roll call?
Ms. Aptoff Cordero?
No.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Before I vote, I know my vote doesn't matter, but there you have it. You know what's going to happen. They've told you. They're going to take your taxpayer dollars. Stop making faces, ma'am. I'm not talking to you. Rolling your lies and everything else. I'm not.
And we did not say that.
You must be guilty, 'cause I'm not even talking to you. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to the person
Point of
behind
order,
you.
and keep the comments to the council.
So here's
Why
the
are
thing.
you shouting at people in the audience for?
Because she's back there making faces and
No,
waving
she's
around.
not.
Yes, she
I
was.
haven't seen anything. I'm waiting for you to
can't
move
see.
on.
Glasses.
You have your
Vote.
glasses
You can do glasses. So there it is. You see what's going to happen. Your tax dollars are going to
Being
be going.
disorderly.
So I'm voting.
You're being disorderly.
I'm voting yes. This is an appropriate motion. I'm sorry that you want to give away taxpayer money to subsidize malfeasance. There it is.
That wasn't
Thank
the
you.
Not only that,
Yeah, it is.
not only that, they want to signal that to Hellerstown.
Yep.
I'm asking
Come on
for it.
over. Coffers are open. Come on in. The pool's great.
You're Democrats,
Okay.
we'll give you
Next
our
on
money.
Order, please. Next on the agenda is 2024 Springtown Township Comprehensive Plan. The township has reviewed this plan. Kathy, did you want to talk about it?
Yes, we received Springfield Township's comp plan. They're requesting comments within the 45-day period. We forwarded it to Park and Rec and EAC. Both committees have no comment. Planning Commission did not meet, so they did not make a comment. There's only 2 items in here that reference Lower Saucon, and that's regarding their road maintenance to coordinate with the Public Works departments, and the coordination of Lower Saucon with the expansion of their water supply.
Okay, so we can direct you to send,
If you have no comment, just direct me to send a letter indicating no comment.
okay. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
No, I'd like to make a motion
I'll second it.
that we promise not to fund the Springfield Township Police Department now or in the future.
There's already a motion on the floor.
Second that, Jason?
I'll second that.
There was already a motion on the floor. Your
I
motion
made a
does
second,
not-
I made a
You never
different
made a
motion.
Yes.
You made the motion and I seconded
You're
it.
not
Did
paying
you have your ears
attention.
open?
said,
I
I can
know.
still make my
What
motion.
There was no motion.
I
I
make
make that
the
motion. What
motion to
motion? There were no
send-
words associated with the
send-
motion.
Yes,
I
there
can
were.
make,
There were
I
no
can make
words
my
associated
motion.
with the motion.
It's a,
Second, Tom.
second, so it's
Kathy,
a,
if there was another motion on the
if
floor.
there
wasn't.
there
Trust
wasn't.
me, ask Kathy.
I didn't hear
Pay
it.
attention, there was a
Don't
motion.
tell me to shut
Here,
up.
but it doesn't matter,
Don't
my
tell me to
motion
shut
will
up.
still be
I'm
heard,
not
it's
gonna
on
shut up.
the
No, it doesn't
agenda.
matter. Your motion
Springfield
doesn't
Township's
count.
on the agenda.
Get with the program, Tom.
Springfield
Make a motion,
Township's
say
on
the
the
words.
agenda.
I know.
Orderly
did.
again.
I just
I know
want to
English
say
is
that,
tough for you. Say the
Orderly
words.
again.
I want to make a motion that we
So
don't
on
do
the
that
floor
as
is a
well.
motion to have Kathy send
No,
a
it's not.
letter. Yes, it did. We talked about it. To send a letter out that we have no comments, and Victoria seconded it.
I
In the
didn't comment.
meantime, he was being rude and talking amongst us.
The record will reflect that you did
So-
not make that motion.
She did.
She said,
Sorry,
I
the
make that
motion.
She said, I make that motion. What motion?
Okay, so council discussion, Jason on the motion, Victoria, my motion, and Victoria seconded it. Any
My review of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Springfield Township is not asking us to provide any sort of funding or subsidy using Lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars, right?
Correct.
Well, I think that we should more closely align ourselves to townships like that are self-sustaining, fiscally responsible, and manage their affairs in an above-board way, and are not subject to criminal investigation for theft of taxpayer dollars, and not needing reports that come from the Chiefs of Police Association concerning all of the incompetence and malfeasance and lack of leadership. So since that seems to be Springfield Township, they seem to be a good neighbor, able to attend to themselves. So I will say that this is a good thing, and I think we should agree to it.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they don't seem to be hat in hand like Priscilla's friends and Good Susie and's friends down in Hellerstown. So if they're good neighbors, I'm all for their comprehensive plan.
I agree that we did do our due diligence. We reviewed everything, and that's what we came up with. So I don't have a problem. Victoria?
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, Laura?
So I thought it was a well-prepared plan. We did review it. We will be talking in the future about source water protection.
Yes.
Specifically with Springfield Township.
Okay, open it up to public comment, 5-minute comment period under the Springfield Township Comp Plan. Anybody would like to speak? Okay.
Restate the motion, please.
It is to direct Kathy to send a letter to Springfield Township telling them that we have no comments. We reviewed the plan, and she can put it in, I'm sure she's gonna put it in a bit more words than that, but basically we have no comments on the plan presented.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis? Yes. Ms. Althoff Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the Upper Saucon Township proposed amendment to Township Comprehensive Rec and Open Space Plan.
I want to make a motion that we merge fire services with Upper Saucon, and they put that on their comprehensive plan, that we explore that.
Second.
Merging fire services with Upper Saucon.
I'll second that, Tom.
Thank you. Motion on the floor.
How does this have anything to do with the
One,
comp
you
plan?
can't put,
And it's comprehensive
Would you get
plan
control
about
of the
fire
audience yelling out?
services. Fire services is covered in the comprehensive plan.
I don't understand how this has anything to do with the comp plan.
It does, it's our comprehensive plan, which our comment on it was
Oh, now
consider
it's a comment
murder,
or
yeah.
your request?
a request.
Well, that's not.
Comment, we're gonna put a comment for them to request that they look at this, that we study it together jointly.
Well,
I
you can
second
make the
that, Tom.
motion, there's a motion on the
I
floor,
made a motion,
so-
I made a motion. No, my motion was first. I made a motion.
I know that, and I would like you to repeat it because,
Just did.
Okay, the proposed amendment, so I would like to, the motion is for us to, as part, before this comprehensive plan is approved by us, that we approach them and look into merging fire services with Upper Saucon Township as part of a comprehensive, their part of a comprehensive plan, and ours eventually as well, but see if they're open to that. And
okay,
we,
so there was a second, you seconded that, did I hear that?
it's a recreation and open space plan.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and Jason, did you have any further comments?
No, I think it makes sense. I mean, Upper Saucon Township is a fiscally sound township. It's well-managed. It has good leadership. It doesn't misuse taxpayer funds. It doesn't allow its funds to go stolen. It doesn't require police and district attorney investigation. It doesn't require attorney general investigation. It doesn't require chiefs of police association doing investigations and reporting on them. It's good to have good neighbors. At least we're flanked on part of our community by good neighbors that conduct themselves in an appropriate way. So I support this wholeheartedly.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, and there, there's been about, 2 embezzlements at the Dewey Fire in Hellerstown?
At least.
There's been none that I know of in Upper Saucon, and, these are the type of people we should be partnering with. One, they can pay their share, their own way, like, as we can, and, these is exactly the, people we should be looking to, have a comprehensive plan with, about fire services. So, it makes total sense to me.
Okay, well, I'm not supporting this because first of all, that has nothing to do with the comprehensive rec and open space plan with the fire. That just makes no sense. Victoria?
I agree. It doesn't make any sense to be talking about fire services and Parks and Rec comp plan. We don't have any other, at least I'm not aware of any other mutual agreements with Upper Saucon, and certainly I wouldn't want to get into that before discussing it with our own fire company.
We have mutual aid and fire and police with them.
Okay,
Mutual aid and fire and police with them. What do you mean you're not aware of it?
Okay, yes, so as I did say, this is regarding an amendment they're making to their comprehensive recreation and open space plan. So there are 2 properties that they're looking at to include in their open space plan, and that's what this is about. Has nothing to do with other services, so.
Until I got it.
We did look at the plan. It's nice that they provided us this information because we use things like this at EAC when we look at open space because we try to build contiguous areas. So, it's good to keep in touch with what our neighbors are doing.
Where are the properties?
Okay, so now we'll open up to the floor. Anybody in the audience like to speak on this item?
Can I get clarification from Tom, just for a
Yes.
moment?
Yes.
Tom, just so that I understand, when you were the liaison to fire services with Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, you were looking at properties or considering properties along the Polk Valley Road area, including properties that may be within Polk Valley Park, and that would be part of recreation and open space, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Yep.
So if those plans were to move forward, there could be implications to open space and recreation areas, just as there could be here. So that's why this is appropriate under this topic.
All right, it's appropriate on the topic.
Okay, sir.
They're just small-minded when they won't expand their horizons.
All right, so the question was, Laura, what have we done so far with them? You were talking about contiguous space. What kind of contiguous space and where? That's a question.
Yeah, but this is public comment, so comment.
My comment is, if we don't know anything about what they've done in this organization's done in the past, then what are you planning on doing? I mean, we hear all these, we're gonna do's. Well, how about here's what we've done, all right? I'm really getting tired of all this stuff. It's just like, the side of the hill gets denuded and we're gonna protect the environment, and boom, the whole side of the hill gets chopped down and nobody says anything, and everybody looks around like this council lady over here. She won't even look at me. I'd like to have some ideas of what we've done before we enter into some more agreements about what we're gonna do.
Would you stop the public from over-talking and the gentleman who's at the podium?
That's right. That's why I moved away from the cackling crew over here. Thank you.
They do. Yeah. They just shout you down and they try to
Okay,
make you feel
next.
uncomfortable so you don't show up in your own way to speak, and that's why people don't come.
No,
She's addressing him. Get control. Come on, bang it.
Shame
Bang it
on
harder.
you
Come on.
can't be talking
Put some
to.
effort
That
behind
thing
it.
going, I'll shut up for that
If you
stuff.
guys,
It's kind of a moot point, isn't it, or hypocritical to talk about open space, considering what we did with the open space protected in perpetuity up on top of the dump hill? Like, really? You're going down this path? You know what's gonna happen. They could buy that out from you for the dump again. I just wanted to mention about merging, Mr. Croce, he's never really looking. I just, it's your Uber here. I just wanted to mention that if you do discuss this merging of Upper and Lower Saucon, okay, if it comes
I
to
don't
that.
know, there's a motion on the floor.
Okay, be careful, because, everybody thinks about Lower Saucon on this side of Lower Saucon. We live all the way out Wassergass. How long is it gonna take for a fire engine to get from there to my house or our house? We go almost up to 611, so there's a big consideration there I think needs to be paid attention to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
I'm going to say it's very inappropriate to have a motion like this because it wasn't on the agenda. It's totally off topic, and
Yes?
no, it's a no. It doesn't belong being considered because talking about merging fire companies is not an agenda item.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Bononis? Ms. Altough Cordero?
No.
Mr. Croce?
Yes, it's a good idea.
Motion fails 2-3.
Among many, Tom, among
Yes.
many.
Okay,
Br-
so
brilliant
we
idea. Maybe a
do
brilliant
need to get back
Second
to,
Brilliant
what was
idea.
that? Was there another motion?
I made
I make a
that Tom's
motion
idea
that
was a
we
brilliant idea, and he
actually,
seconded it.
Yes, second. It's a brilliant idea.
send a letter to Upper Saucon Township with no comment. And thank you for sending it.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any other comments? Jason?
Yeah, I don't think we should be making no comment. I think we should be supporting recreation and open space. Certainly residents of their township may come over to Lower Saucon and use our recreational spaces and vice versa. So, take no position or make no comment on this suggests that we're indifferent to recreation and open space. I think that's the wrong message to send.
So we should be asking,
The motion said, and thank you for sending the plan to us.
Yeah, you're saying we take no position, thank you for sending it to us. Basically
Comment on
acknowledging
the
that.
plan itself, there's nothing.
Acknowledging that we got it, thanks a lot for
add.
sending it to us. You're not saying we support what you're doing because we appreciate overall regional
Would you like me to
recreation.
amend it to say that? I would be
Yes.
happy to.
It's your motion, somebody seconded, you withdrawing
A
it?
normal
I will be
council
happy.
person would.
I agree with you about open space. I wish that
Then why
you
didn't you
agree
say
with me
it?
about open
I'm always
space.
coming up with the ideas.
So
Tom and I are the idea guys.
I will
We're
amend
the
my
idea
motion.
guys. We're the brilliant guys.
All the time.
To
let us run
say
the
thank
meetings.
you very much for sending us
out
a
of here by
plan. We
8:30.
support your
Not here by 8:30.
open space plan and your interest and care for the environment. How about that?
And I'll amend my second to
What's the
support
environment have
that
to do with it? We're
motion.
talking about recreation, open space.
That's part of your environment.
We're talking about recreation. Now you're getting environmental?
Okay,
Recreation
so
is environment.
Parks and Rec Committee, this you're talking EAC.
Badgering.
Would you?
okay, we got a motion and a second.
Fire
Discussion,
service.
Jason? Nothing. Tom?
Fire service is part of the environment.
Priscilla, I support this. Victoria?
I support it.
Laura?
Yes.
Are we voting or I thought it was
No,
comment?
we have another motion on the floor, so we have to go through the whole thing again.
Oh,
So we have to open it up for public comment. So anybody in the audience like to speak on this? If not, then I don't see anyone. So roll call, please, Kathy.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
So if there's a wildfire, you're saying that there's gonna be open space and recreation, but no fire services? I mean, I guess I'll vote yes for it. I just think that it's short-sighted. There's other things that could be included in this that should have been included.
Ms. Dothoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
yes.
Ms. Ray. Motion passes 5-0.
Why was that so hard?
Okay, next we have request authorization to advertise for a zoning officer's open position. The acting township manager is requesting council's approval to advertise the zoning officer's open position due to the submitted resignation. I'll make that a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I'm not sure why we're advertising for this. You're already looking into whether Molly can serve in a capacity, in a zoning capacity, at least as a records custodian and perhaps beyond that. So if that's the case, why not look into whether or not she or somebody else who's currently on staff could fill this position adequately if they receive some specialized training for it. I'm just not sure why we're advertising for a zoning officer. And, you know, I think that it's unusual to need to advertise for a zoning officer when you've already telegraphed or indicated in emails among yourselves that you wanted to get rid of the existing zoning officer, and you succeeded. You got rid of a guy, you forced a guy out who had been here for a while, many years, and did a good job. So this is all on you.
Not, because we didn't put it on the agenda. Maybe you should ask that question first, before you criticize our staff.
It's all on you. It's all on you. It's all on you for forcing this guy out and creating this issue, all right?
We disagree.
It's all on you, and that's the reason why it needs to be on here, is because Kathy's trying to keep this train on the tracks, and you just keep throwing cars off the tracks with your foolishness.
Well,
Typically, historically, we have advertised for open positions and we leave it open for staff, anyone on staff to apply for it as well.
Good. I encourage people to, I hope that they do it.
Right, and that's why it's on the agenda, and that's why the motion is as it's stated. And so, Tom, did you have anything to discuss?
I do. I don't think we should advertise it and hire it until we have a full-time manager hired. I think whoever the full-time manager is should have a say on hiring this person. And can they work with this person, how closely, because they work closely together. So I don't think we should hire someone until the manager position is full. I don't think we should advertise until the manager position is full. The problem is if you advertise, you're gonna get some resumes in and the people may or may not be available by the time you hire a manager. So I just think you wait. And then two, I know, you three don't really work in the real world, but in the real world, it's like salaries have gone up. So what is the salary going to be for this position? Because that's also going to correlate to the type of resumes you get. I know you people think that these guys are interchangeable. An attorney that makes $290 an hour is the same as an attorney who makes $180 an hour when they're clearly it's a competency difference between the two, but I know you don't feel that way about salaries and stuff like that, but there should be a salary agreed upon by council before this is advertised. And I think we should hire a new manager permanent manager before, this this job is advertised, because, the person wouldn't know who they're working for, and the manager wouldn't get any say on who the zoning officer is, who they have to work with. It doesn't make any sense.
And the person.
You're rushing it for no
Kathy, are you
reason.
putting a salary range, or how salary, per experience, how are you putting the ad?
The ad we were going to place is exactly like the one we did when our last zoning officer left, and it doesn't state a range of salary. It just requests resumes.
Right, okay, that's what I thought, okay. I'm comfortable with it. Victoria?
I'm not done yet. I'm not comfortable with it. I just learned that information, and I'm not comfortable with it, because if you don't put a salary range in there, I mean, how can you assure you're gonna get good candidates?
Okay, Victoria?
I'd like to speak on this too.
I would like, it's my turn to speak, I think. I think it's irresponsible not to advertise this position, to say that we should wait somehow and not want to have a full-time zoning officer in our township, when there's lots of developments that have to be reviewed. There may be zoning issues that need to be addressed. Certainly we heard from residents today saying they were disheartened to hear that they couldn't have something investigated or go to the zoning hearing board because we lost our zoning officer. To say that we're not going to have that is irresponsible.
The next agenda item is to appoint a company to do it.
I think
One at a time.
I think it's irresponsible to claim that this is something that I or any of the other council people that on here put on the agenda, that we're trying to do something and hide something. It's disrespectful to our staff.
Well, it's disrespectful to you, but you are trying to hide something.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I would like to see us move forward with advertising the position for the zoning officer. We do need one.
Okay.
I'd like to speak because Kathy offered more information since I spoke.
Kathy, okay, go ahead.
Kathy's sitting next to you. Do you know her?
Yeah, I
She's
know.
been here for a
No,
while.
I don't know her.
Well, you're asking who she is. I think it's irresponsible to move forward on this. To Tom's point, if we hire somebody, what's to say that that person doesn't leave upon the hiring of a new township manager because of clash of personality or conflict or style? I think that this just creates another issue for us to have to pursue, perhaps later, another zoning officer to fill this position. So this is just, and the other part of this, to Victoria's point, she says it's irresponsible to not have a zoning officer. The next agenda item here is request to enter into contract agreement for third-party zoning BCO officer services. So, these alarm bells that she's sounding, that there's not gonna be, oh my God, we're not gonna have a zoning officer, the whole the sky's gonna fall. Well, Chicken Little, it's not gonna happen, because the next item is to appoint a third party to fill that role. So,
Read the agenda before the meeting.
So,
Right.
the sky's not falling, folks, okay? Calm down, no need to tear your clothes and gnash your teeth.
False information from Victoria, more lies.
You're pathetic.
More lies.
I take exception to the characterization of lies. It's disparaging.
Well, when
you would know about that.
Disparaging. It's disparaging, and it has
Mr.
no legitimate purpose. It's an insult to people on council.
Mr. Ozimick called Jason a liar.
And harassing, and I am putting you on notice. When you refer to me as saying lies, you are harassing me. That is putting you on notice.
It's not harassing.
It's a lie.
It's a lie. It's not harassing you.
Okay.
To suggest that there's
All
not
right,
going to be
we
a
have an
zoning officer
agenda
is a
item.
lie, because the next item, which we all
Kathy?
can vote on,
think
is
it's a statement, a fact.
an interim zoning, third-party zoning officer. To suggest to the folks in the public that this is irresponsible is a lie. It's an outright lie, because you know that's not going to be the case.
Kathy put on both, just to cover, to see, we might get lucky and get a zoning officer. On the other hand, we don't have one currently. We need to have, the next agenda item is to contract with somebody, so we'd have one sooner than later, right? That's what we wanted to do. She was being, thank you for looking ahead. And that's why both of them are on there. So for right now, we're gonna discuss the zoning officer's open position, and we have a motion on the floor for her to advertise it. We all went through.
Public comment now.
We all went through council discussion. Now we're public comment, 5 minutes. Anybody like to speak?
Before you hire this person or any person, Mary Beth Singone, before you hire this person or any person, have you remedied the mistakes made by the previous council by not having the zoning officer come out and look at stuff? Because those 3 guys that were here, that was a big deal, and that was, maybe that's why the guy left, because he, I don't know, but there was a big mistake that they weren't, what's so funny? That they made, you ended up looking at it and identifying the mistakes, so maybe you need to check your policies and procedures before you hire this new guy.
No, thank you for that. Okay, anybody else?
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. I don't see why we can't advertise, and I don't see why we can't advertise pay commensurate with experience. It's done all the time.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, oh.
Well, we hire lots of folks. Is there a very thorough job description of this person?
Yes, there is.
From what my recollection, I think so.
Yes, there is a job description.
Are there going to be interviews that are held?
That's the manager's decision. That's not council's. The manager takes care of hiring the zoning officer.
Okay, so acting as temporary manager, she will carry on those duties?
I'm sure she will.
All right.
I have full confidence in.
Try to be, some of the people we've hired in the last couple of months have been ringers.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Bononis?
No.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next we have request to enter into contract agreement for third-party zoning / BCO officer services. The acting township manager is requesting authorization to enter into a contract agreement with a third-party service and building code official responsibilities due to vacancy. Kathy, did you have anything else to say?
In your packet is an agreement from SFM Consulting LLC. We would be requesting the zoning officer services and code enforcement services from this company. They charge $65 an hour for zoning and $70 an hour for code enforcement inspections. I've reached out to 8 different firms. Either they did not have enough staff or they were too far away to commit. Some did not return my call. So this was the only company that would that provided me a quote, and they were recommended, or the information was provided by our engineer for me to call them.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to make a motion then to, to request to enter into a contract agreement. Is that what I would say?
To authorize the manager to enter.
To authorize the manager to enter into a contract agreement with a third-party service to perform zoning and building code official responsibilities. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So, council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about this. This is a consulting agreement that identifies SFM Consulting LLC. We have no information that talks about their experience. It doesn't say whether or not the services will be provided by an individual or a committee of individuals, filling in as needed, depending upon their availability. I did look at their website. Their website says that they provide services in Puerto Rico and British Columbia. I'm not sure how applicable that is to Lower Saucon Township. Seems awfully far away. If they're in Puerto Rico or British Columbia, are we going to be paying travel for them to come here to do these services? I don't know. I don't even know where they're located. It doesn't indicate on their website. It doesn't indicate. I didn't see that on their website. Yeah, it's there, but I don't. Yeah, I know where Canadensis is, but it's not indicated on their website. So, again, Are we gonna have to pay? Canadensis is way up,
They aren't charging for travel
Can I
costs.
finish? Can I finish?
Well, I'm answering your question.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm not asking you a question.
I
I'm
read the packet.
Okay, one at a
I'm not asking you a
time,
question,
one at a
so please stop
time.
interrupting me. It's very rude. Very rude. Are we gonna be charged for these services, for them to come down from Canadensis, which is up above Stroudsburg, over an hour drive away? You know, what's their experience in handling matters in Northampton County? I don't know. There's a lot of questions here that haven't been answered, and you're, you know, willing to just sign an agreement because it provides cover for a vacancy that was created by your misdeeds in creating a hostile work environment for Jim Young, because you put in email, we gotta figure out a way to get rid of this guy in general. So it happened, and now you're trying to put a Band-Aid over it because, to Victoria's point, the sky is falling. Well, the sky isn't falling, and this is an effort to try to prevent the sky from falling. But I just think that there's too many questions here to enter into this agreement, particularly when this zoning person is going to be trying to understand our zoning ordinances and go out into the field and enforce these issues. But yet, we don't know what their level of experience is, particularly with the second-class township and the issues that we have here and the nature of our township. We have higher density areas, we have rural areas. There's a big variation as to what we have here, and I just think this is not the right idea.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be signed by Sean F. McGlynn, partner, managing member, SFM Consulting. We don't have like a resume or a CV from him. We have no idea what his background is. You know, I mean, we should know who and the background of anyone the township is sending out on its behalf to meet with residents on their properties or at their homes. You should have like a criminal background check at least. We're sending them out under the guise of township authority to talk to them about zoning at their properties or houses. And we know nothing about this guy. It's a name under a line. Sean F. McGlynn, partner, managing member. We have no resume, no CV, no background, no criminal check. It just further proves the incompetence of this council led by Ms. De Leon.
Okay, Victoria?
I respect the recommendations of our staff, both our engineer, which I understand this name came from, our Hanover engineering firm, and I respect Kathy, who also did the investigation and is recommending this, and I support it wholeheartedly. I disagree, and I find it disparaging, again, that there are comments made that somehow I or anybody else in this council forced Mr. Young out, or did anything improper with Mr. Young.
Right, and
Kathy, did you investigate Mr. McGlynn? Investigate him?
You have already had your chance to speak.
I'd speak it multiple times if I want. Well, I asked the question. Did she
Laura?
investigate Mr. McGlynn?
Okay, so I did review their website and look at the resources that they have available, and it is clearly stated in the service agreement that the municipality shall not be billed for travel time to and from the community. I did read the agreement, so I do try to read all the things. Yeah, it's hilarious. I do spend a lot of time looking at things. So that's not an issue.
Thank you, Laura, for that. Okay, public comment in the floor, 5 minutes. Anybody out there like to speak on this issue?
Gee, I thought I just asked that question about who did the vetting on this. Obviously, Hanover Engineering I trust, but you know, if we have Hanover Engineering, then maybe we can eliminate a council position because you just look at it and say, I trust him and we'll go with it. I'd really like to see some of you people put in the hours I put in to read about these folks. And as far as Laura Ray saying, well, I read the contract, wow. That must have taken a few minutes at least. That's way insufficient,
You know what?
really.
You're being disparaging to council, okay?
I'm disparaging.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
trying
You're
to
not
get
allowed to
you
Thank you for
to be in the...
acknowledging the disparagement.
Would you please wait?
Disparaging.
I have the floor, and you say, here we go, just like the landfill meeting, we're going to try to talk over Dave Boulan, except this time Dave Boulan's not let you do it, Victoria.
You have the floor, but you can't be making remarks.
Have the floor, but you know what?
making
Would you rule her down? Would you hammer her down and ask her for an apology? I already told you, she did this at the landfill after 15 minutes of open.
Okay, that has
As
nothing
many
to do with.
it does have a lot to do with it because she's doing it again.
Well,
The police force in Hellerstown
listen to me?
never learns.
Okay, tonight's agenda discussion.
I
is
still
not
have
on that.
424. Here we go. Gee
To
whiz.
the subject, to the topic.
All right, this topic is reviewing people before you drag them in and say, we want to have them. No, I'm in the world of business for a lot of years. Yes, I did a lot of research, but you know what? I was also a business manager. And by God, nobody got through the door until they were well vetted. And many people. And none of this, well, we're just gonna, what do you guys get paid for? You need to think about that. You need to take, just like that guy does there, who's all over this darn map of this country, and yet he has way more than enough time to do all the right to know, to do all the review of the agreements and the contracts and all. And all I hear is from one person at the end, oh, it's disparaging. Yeah, wow, it is for the public. Hello, public. You're paying all this money for these folks, and you know they're, well, I don't have any opinion, and I don't want this, or I'm going to talk Mr. Boulin down. No. Spend your time and effort to do the right thing. It'll take you a lot less effort, and you'll get a much better result if you put some sweat and tears into it. Getting paid $5,000 is not a large amount. And what do I hear about all the volunteer fire department and all the hours the police spend? Yeah, they put their heart and soul in it. You guys are just, you need to go a long way. You really should be from business. You have no idea about what they do in business. I don't know what you did before, but that's really sad. Please, don't count on Kathy to do everything. Do your own homework. You can't even find their webpage? Who are they? And I'm not blaming it on anybody or being disparaging, except to say, if you can't do it, get out of that chair and let somebody else do it. And no, I'm not running for office. I'm trying to keep everybody a little bit honest. Having a hard time here.
Okay, anybody else like to speak on this agenda item? Your name for the record.
My name is Jim Ruskowski. I'm from Steel City. And to the ladies up here, I just want to tell you I support you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. No, wait, we can't hear you. You got to get closer. I'm sorry.
Going Laura Saucon. Do you have to put up with citizens talking to you that way?
Yes, the public is allowed to speak. It's their right, and they're allowed to follow our code, which 99% of the people tonight did not.
I thought it had to be on the topic the topic on the plate, not constantly barraging you. This.
Okay, we got to stick. Jason's correct. I got it. We got to stick to the agenda item.
First.
So we have a motion on the floor, and that's what you have to come up here and speak on.
You guys are doing a good job.
Right.
And I used to teach business, so I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know you did. I remember. Okay, anybody else? Mark, are you coming over?
Guess I hate to say this. The township needs to fix its issues, and the township needs to keep everything internal. Everything internal. Try and get away from outside contractors, outside inspectors, and outside people that may go look at something and not care. You need to find somebody, put them in, and keep it within the township. Because then, well, just like anybody else, if they don't listen or do their job, you can fire them.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Apatow Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you for your work into this, Kathy, because I know you're trying to find somebody. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, and the rest of your staff too, appreciate them. So you can pass that along. We have Resolution 54-2024, Right to Know Officer Update. Resolution 54-2024 has been prepared and updated, designated Kathy Gorman as the Right to Know Officer and Carol Schneider as the Assistant Right to Know Officer. So I'd like to, did you have anything to say before that? Because I'd like to make a motion to support that.
I had a conversation with Ms. Schneider. She doesn't have an issue with doing it. She
Okay,
does a
great.
lot with the Right to Knows.
Right.
And it's only when I'm not available.
Right, understood. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 54-2024, designating Kathy Gorman as the Right to Know Officer and Kathy Schneider as the Assistant Right.
Carol.
Second that.
I'm sorry. Why do I want to say Kathy? You've been making you twice. Okay, Kathy Gorman and Carol Schneider as the Assistant Right to Know Officer. Okay, so I made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Laura.
Yes.
And council discussion, Jason?
I think right to know is very good and very important. It's been revealing, and I look forward to it continuing. So
Okay.
I support this, yes.
Tom?
I think he went to the men's room.
I support this. Victoria?
I support it.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I have no comment.
What's that?
I don't have any comment, yes.
Okay. Public comment? Anybody out there have any comment? Okay, hearing none, I guess roll call. So what do we do now when he's not here? We just,
Just skip him for now, and if he comes back, he'll
we'll
give you
ask him.
the
Okay, roll call then.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm thinking about it.
Are you waiting for Tom to come back? Because I don't have a problem with that.
I think I'll vote yes.
Yeah. Ms. Apatow Cordero?
Yes.
Okay, Tom, we have a motion on the floor.
For Kathy to do the right to know?
And Carol?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Carucci voted yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Reading Culvert bid, release of payment, Reading, the installation award, wait, I can't talk right now. Reading Drive Culvert installation awarded to CMR Construction, Inc. is complete. CMR Construction is requesting release of payment with approved change order for oversight services. Public Works Department is responsible for the remaining work to finish the project. Hanover Engineering and staff reviewed the request and recommends payment. Did you have anything else to add to that, Kathy?
No, the CMR Construction finished all of their obligations. Having the oversight of their engineer on the ground was very valuable for our Public Works Department in this project, and they're hopefully going to be done as soon as possible with finishing the paving.
Okay, I'm sorry, Brian, I forgot you were there.
CMR was awarded the bid by council to supply, deliver, and install the culvert. Council approved the change order to have their personnel on site doing preparation work. So this bill represents the total amount of work that CMR has provided in materials and labor.
And again, I'd like to remind council that this project was partially funded by Northampton County Conservation District through their dirt and gravel program.
Brian, do you know off the top of your head?
I don't have the amount of money that you're supposed to give me.
320.
Which is at the
Do you know
bottom of
the
it?
amount of the original approved amount and then the amount with the change order? So in other words, how much more was it as a result of the change order?
Change order for 8 days of labor approved from CNR accounted to 38,000. So 320,000 minus 38,000 would have been the original amount.
So It's not unusual in construction projects to have change orders or to have overages, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I guess the amount to approve is $320,200. So I'd like to make that motion. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and Jason, any comments?
Pay them for their work.
Tom?
Good
I don't have
job.
a problem with it. Victoria?
I approve it. Thank you to Northampton County.
Okay, yes, thank you, Northampton County. Laura?
Yeah, I have no comment on this.
Okay, public comment out there, anybody, 5 minutes? Yeah, hearing, seeing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Uphoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have authorized payments to and approve change orders number 10 and 11 from CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ballfield project. The township received payment number 6 for bid number 1 in the amount of $74,335.82, and payment number 1 from bid number 2 in the amount of $147,495 from CH&N Site Construction for the Easton Road Ballfield project. This payment request has been reviewed by Hanover, and they are recommending payment. Approval is also needed for change order number 10 in the amount of $19,815.64, and change order 11 for a time extension. So I don't know, Brian, did you want to
Yeah, sure. So the first payment item is payment number 6 on the original contract. That amount of $72,000 includes change order number 10 in the amount of $19,800 and change. I briefly mentioned that last time. That's for under drain work along the first base side that we believe is necessary to protect the concrete slab behind the baseline, and some work at the bottom of the bank. These type of shallow groundwater discoveries are very difficult to test for before you actually do the work. The testing, if you could even get accurate test results, would have resulted in putting these lines in anyway, so that the township would have paid for them either in the bid or in the change order. You've got to do this excavation to reveal where the groundwater exists and which way it's flowing to know where to put these drain lines. So that is change order 10. The second is the first payment application for the field amenities second contract.
Oh, I have it.
And then change order 11 will change the contract times to substantial completion of the original contract to July 31st. We knew this was coming when the second contract was awarded by council because it had a direct impact on what they couldn't do until the second contract was done.
And also weather this spring probably played a role in that because it was a very rainy spring. I'll make a motion to approve payments totaling $221,830.82 with change order 10 and approve change order number 11 for CH&N for the Easton Road Ballfield project with the time extension.
Second that motion.
And payment number 1 for the second contract.
Payment number 1, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Council discussion, Jason?
I mean, the work has been done. It's moving along, and I'm looking forward to having this project completed. I'm sure the residents are. We had some folks here that were junior council members who I know are looking forward to it. So it's moving along, and anybody who hasn't driven by, take a ride by and see it.
Tom?
It's going to be the nicest field in the Lehigh Valley, and our residents deserve it.
Victoria?
Thank you. Again, under the prior administration's approval of this contract, we're obligated to comply with the contractual obligations we have. It does say, as of to date, the overages in the project total $100,683.47.
Okay, Laura?
Okay, I think Brian clarified this for me now, so when I read this originally, it was confusing, the number 11 change order with the project delay. That's really just a date change. It's not a monetary thing tied to that. Okay.
Okay, public comment? Okay, we have
Sal Galliano, Lower Saucon Township. It's not so much about the monies involved, it's just that I use Eastern Road daily. Yes, I understand it has been quite ugly looking weather-wise, but my problem is that it's also very dirty in that area constantly. And coming along on a motorcycle, which I do most of the time when it's nice weather, it really sucks up the dust.
You talking about road surface stuff?
Yes, the residual dirt coming out of the, I know they're trying, but I don't see anybody cleaning the roadway in any way. I mean, do we not ask the landfill to come out and sweep the road and stuff? Why can't we do the same there?
Brian, can we look into that? Yes. Brian will look into that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Yes.
Okay, I think that Stacy Mazensky, Lower Saucon Township. I think that what I just heard was the project is substantially accumulating debt so it's significantly delayed and it's costing us additional money. So who is stipulating where we're gonna make up the boundaries of the excessive spend later in the time frame? Is there any way we can recoup some of this in the back end? Has anyone looked at the statements of work and figured out where we can save some money somewhere? $100,000 behind? That's a significant dollar value. I think you need to start looking at the project scope and really kind of taking into account how much they've already spent and what's accountable for them on their end. Because it's already way over budget.
We gave $100,000 to a library that commits fraud.
This is not an agenda item. The library is not an agenda item. The Ballfield is.
Overpaying is.
I think, again,
The
okay,
argument
anybody
overpaying for
else?
something?
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell.
My understanding is this is being delayed until November now. That's when it's expected to be completed. Is that correct?
Read the packet. It's in the packet. That's not
I
correct.
think it was the end of July.
July 31st.
July
Didn't it say
31st.
substantial completion?
Okay.
That's what it said.
You're the auditor. You should read these things.
I'm not an auditor. I'm the
Oh, I'm
controller.
sorry, you're the controller, but you pretend to be an auditor. That's right.
You just say
You know
substantial
what?
completion
You're
by
not
July
being
31st.
nice again, please.
I mean, you just said that like 3 minutes ago. Maybe she wasn't paying attention. I don't know.
And
You don't need to be interrupted. That's rude.
Right.
And
That's the
it's,
question. We answered your question for you.
you're being tumultuous and difficult
Did
and
you say November? We
disparaging.
said no. We didn't
Email,
say
she
November. We
said she
July
wasn't an auditor.
31st.
Speaking. I am speaking.
She was an auditor in an email. She said she was going to audit.
I'm
the
not
township
taking
books.
questions.
You asked a question. I gave you an answer to your
Okay,
question.
You asked a question.
You know what?
What's the problem?
Can we let the person finish their public comment?
Nothing rude. I'm responding to your question.
It's public comment. We should let the public
Possible to
comment.
not have the sod put on and to use grass seed instead. We would save money there. That's all.
Thank you for those comments. Anybody else?
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. Again, I'm on the Park and Rec Committee. And one of our guys stopped by and talked to the guy that's heading that project up over there a month ago. And yet, even if it is done by July 31st, he recommends that you not go on the sod and play ball for another 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else? Okay, hearing, seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Delion,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Optoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Croce,
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I would like to ask, in light of the comments, I think they were very informative, that we ask Brian to speak with the contractor to see where they can find things on the back end to perhaps bring in the contract price within the original contract. I don't know if it's possible. Maybe they're agreeable. I know they'd have to be agreeable to things, but
I will do that, and I would note, as I mentioned last time, The contract provided for $20,000 worth of rock removal, and we didn't hit any rock. So there's already a $20,000 reduction, so.
I appreciate
Great.
that. Thank you.
Great idea. Okay, website upgrade approval. At the 2024 budget adoption, council approved staff to review and recommend a website designer. After thorough research from staff members, we are recommending contracting with Revise. Kathy, do you want to talk about this?
This was an item that Mr. Hudson had been working on for quite some time with Ms. Werkheiser and Mrs. Snyder. We went through multitude of websites, reviewed them, scored them. We narrowed it down to a field of 3. We asked for proposals, which are in your packet. Outside of the price, everyone agreed that they liked the Revise website even before seeing the pricing. And as you can see, the annual maintenance is less than what we're paying now. And the web design of the offers that, or the aspects that they are offering would only cost $10,835. So the total price is $13,335. And again, we budgeted $20,000 for it. The main issue with this website, and what a lot of people don't understand, is our current website has a lot of programming on the back end that is not Windows friendly. You
have
basically have to learn programming to do it. So this is
It'll save you a lot of time.
updated programming. It's very easy, user-friendly on the back end, and it's visually pleasing and user-friendly on the front end. So we're
Okay.
asking council to consider moving forward with this.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion then to award the website design and maintenance agreement to Revise, is that how you say that? In the amount of $13,335. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion, Jason?
Yeah, Kathy, I looked at this company and some of the examples that they have, and it looks, looks like a good, clean version of this. Have they indicated how long it would take to build this out and get it up and running?
They did have a time frame. I believed it was going to be, I thought it was in here. It was on page, well, it doesn't have a page, it's page 16.
Thank you.
So it's 21 to 27 weeks before it would go live.
All right, so perhaps by the end of the year, we could have this up and running if we were to approve it now. All right, that's interesting. The other question I have is with regard to the content. The content will be put on there by you or other members of the administration, correct?
Yes, yes.
So council members will not have access or ability to put content on there. It would have to be.
It would be
from you.
administrative staff.
And I asked that because we have the newsletter that went out, and this was the spring 2024, volume 28, issue 1. And there's a note from the president that's in here, and I'm not familiar, I don't recall ever having a vote to authorize Priscilla as the council president to author any sort of note. And when I was council president, and when I recall when Sandy was council president before me, there were never any of these notes from the president. And I find this note to be biased and misleading. It's untruthful because it doesn't tell what's going on here. It tries to portray the township as rainbows and unicorns. And in fact, it's a dumpster fire with going through solicitors, township manager, and now a zoning officer, the illegal tax, publishing a knowingly inaccurate budget, the tax increase, violation of the Sunshine Law Act, the lawsuit that we just found out about today. So, if I just want to make sure that there are going to be protections in place so that an individual cannot hijack and use township resources for their own political benefit. Here, that's what happened here. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more during my council report because I think this is problematic. And if township resources are going to be used, taxpayer money, to send a biased, incomplete statement like this, I want the opportunity to do the same thing so that the residents, because this went to every resident's home, right? I got here, current resident and my address, so I assume it went to every residence in the township, and it's taxpayer money is being used for this propaganda. So if that's the case, I want the opportunity to set the record straight so that people know exactly what's going on here, because it's not rainbows and unicorns, it's a dumpster fire.
Right. What's really obnoxious about that newsletter is, we've honored our police officers in the past couple of weeks, our firefighters the past couple of weeks, our EMS workers and volunteers today. And what do they put on the cover? None of those hardworking people and our fire services volunteers, they don't put them on the cover of the newsletter. They put themselves on the cover of the newsletter. And that says a lot about who they are and what they are.
Okay, so I'm sticking with my motion to approve the website. Victoria?
I just want to thank the staff for looking into it and also for looking into saving money in the township. I think revitalizing, reviewing the website was long overdue. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I agree. I didn't particularly like the examples that were given, but I looked at some of their other things, specifically New Hanover Township, their website that they did. It's really nice, and I hope we can get something like that up and going. So I'm in favor of this.
Okay, public comment. Anyone like to speak on this issue?
All right, I'm on the website all the time, and I'd like to know, will you have some user input to this? One of the things I found most interesting was the ability to download endless files. Very much in a hurry, okay? I don't want to have to download them one at a time. It's really nice if you just collect them and download them. And I'm specifically referring to the minutes. They're in PDF format. You take them, you put them in a database, and you can search them right away for comments that were made by people. I'd like to be able to do things like that, or at least have some kind of hook into it so I can do it. There are other comments I have. I think really nice to have unicorn-looking websites and all, but no. I want it functional. I want to have links so I can get from here to there and do it right away and have a list of links to it so I can just click on them and go. I don't want to follow a whole string of commands in order to get there. Yeah, I can write code to do that, but that's not necessary if the website's done right. So this is going to cost about $13K and be up in about by the end of the year.
They projecting 27 weeks.
Okay, that's good. I think that's really good. And what is, we don't know the name of the, we do know the name of the organization, or we don't?
Revise.
Okay.
R-E-V-I-Z-E.
Okay. So everybody on the council's looked at this and had their opinion on it?
Yeah, unlike our zoning officer consultant that they just hired, there is actually a lot of information about revise in the council package. I mean, I know.
All right. Is there also a list of things that were considered as you move from the old to the new that you didn't like about the old and the new fixes and whatever else? I'd be very interested to see something like that, because I am on that darn site way too much. All right. The other thing, absolutely, now that it was brought up, I wasn't going to say anything about it, but yeah, the newsletter, really, that's really bad. Come on. My God, it's bad. You know, just like somebody said, you have all these hardworking people in this township, and we have the new election people. And what really gets me is the picture with the manager after he's gone. Oh, we're so friendly. I don't think that's, if you could pry into his mind and understand his thinking.
I didn't have to, you told me.
Agenda
put it
item
on a front.
topic. The agenda item is
I
the
had a very
website.
good working relationship.
It was not on the agenda, but it was brought up by somebody at the council level.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Huh?
Put it on the agenda.
Well, then you can put it on the agenda. Maybe you ought to think about it, because it just popped out of nowhere now that you mention it. I don't know who authorized it, probably nobody. That's part of the new dictatorship.
Nobody did. That's why I had questions about the website, to make sure that that sort of inappropriate conduct and I would say illegal conduct, because it was using taxpayer money without authority to send a political message.
It is.
That was not approved by this council. So it's basically monopolizing that newsletter for one's individual political activity.
Just they think they're more important than the police and the fire service and the people that work here. They think they're more important.
Sure.
They got a picture of themselves, and they got a
Obnoxious.
picture of their controller, and they got a picture of Mark going out the door with a smile on his face because he's probably happy not to be dealing
He's
with
happy to get away from them.
Yeah.
Yes, that was my, oh, well, I won't,
That's my speculation. I don't know that, but
No, I know it. You don't have to speculate. I
can't
talked.
tell you what was said to me.
Yeah.
can you stop Mr. Ozimick from responding to Mr. Belan? Are you going to do that, or are you just going to let him blurt things out?
I didn't hear him.
Well, maybe you should listen and control the meeting. That's part of your job, is to listen and look and
I
understand.
am listening to you right now, and
Well,
it's
listen to
unfortunate.
the public, listen to
She
people when
can
they're
hear
yelling
you,
out.
Jason,
I
but
know
she
it's
can't
late,
hear
Priscilla,
Mark.
it's past your bedtime, but
I know.
it must be that fatigue.
Yeah, I worked this hard in 40
Comment
years.
time.
Comments fatigue.
40 years. You know, worked this
You're
hard.
being very discriminatory.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You're tired, you must be tired.
Encouraging.
Public
Oh my
comment
God.
time.
It serves no public purpose for you to disparage people and talk about disabilities of people.
I didn't
What does
say
it have to do with
disability.
anything on the agenda?
Disability
It's
is fatigue.
disparaging. What
that her
legitimate
disability is
public
fatigue?
purpose?
I didn't know
I
that.
don't know.
Thank you for
But why are we
disclosing that. Now
talking
I
about
know.
it? Why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about anybody's disability?
Because she can't pay attention to what's going on. There are people in the audience that are yelling back and interrupting Mr. Belan. She won't control that. She said she didn't hear it. I said, your
interrupt
job
her.
is, I'm answering your question.
You interrupt her.
Your job is to listen and pay attention and run the meeting. If you can't do that, what's the problem? Are you tired? Are you fatigued? You're the one that shared with me that she's got a
she can't
fatigue
hear
problem.
the people in the audience. There is so much talking that comes from that side of the table. It's no wonder she's not deaf.
Look in the mirror.
Look in the mirror. I'm gonna bring a mirror. I
Please
said
don't.
that at the
Please
last
don't.
meeting.
Please don't.
Yeah, I know, you'll break it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry,
Oh, and that's not disparaging, Jason. That's not
You're
right,
glue.
right,
I'm
right?
rubber, you're glue. Yeah, okay.
Point of order, we're on public comment. Let's
Third
have
grade.
public comment.
Third grade running on council meetings.
Go ahead,
First class
sir.
township.
Yeah, my name is Jim Raskowski, Lower Saucon resident, and
Great job.
are you talking to me?
So you've been saying every time you stood up, they're doing a great job.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
You have the floor. Discuss
Yeah,
what it
I
says.
think all the police officers and the fire, everybody, they all deserve our praise. But you three ladies deserve our praise, and I think you belong on that newsletter for what you guys have to put up with.
Doing a great job.
Shocking.
Doing a great job.
Shocking insight.
Stacy Mazensky. Okay, so for your website, just please remember that every time you put a link in a website, you increase your chances of malware and bad elements every single time you put a link in something. So if I were you, I'd limit the amount of links you have in your website, because there's too much malware out there, and it gets nasty quick. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you for that. Anybody else?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I just want to say I support the people on this board that are considerate and that think about pro-business ideas in this township, because it's not just the citizens, but it's also business. We need to support business, and we shouldn't always demonize them, as I've seen on this council demonizing the landfill. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Mark, are you getting up? If you're gonna come up, please come up. Okay, no, we're not coming up. Okay, anybody else? Okay, can we have a roll call then?
Mr. Benonis.
Took a hike.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Caroci.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes. Oh, he
I think
didn't?
you stepped away, but we
He
can,
can be
We can
absent.
go back to him.
yeah, we can just, if you guys want, you can wait. It already passed, but as a courtesy, if you want to wait for him, I would recommend doing that.
Oh. Idiot.
Mr. Benonis?
What's the motion?
Website.
To approve the website, does it also include with the understanding that all content posted, modified, and/or removed shall be limited to the township manager, acting township manager, web designer, and any third-party consultants needed to provide for the proper and effective operation of the website. Is that part
We
of the
already
motion?
made the motion.
I'm asking, is that part of the motion?
No, it's not part of the motion.
Oh, then I'm going to vote no, because I think those words should be included in the motion.
Motion
So that we
passes
don't have
4 to
this
1.
issue.
Okay. Next, we have discussion and possible action concerning responsible solutions of Pennsylvania's political action supporting Councilman Bononis and Carochi in the 2021 election, including potential campaign finance and ethics violations. This was requested by Ms. Optoff Cordero.
Thank you very much. I asked for this item to be on the agenda because, at least for the last 2 council meetings, I've heard claims that I have some kind of pecuniary interest in the outcome of landfill expansion, or that I'm involved in litigation, or my family is involved in litigation.
They are.
With respect to the landfill expansion or things that happened in 2023. And I felt that it was my responsibility to provide to the public the information that I'm aware of, that I think, as an individual and council member, is pecuniary interest and of concern for the residents of this township. Stacy, I gave you the flash drive. If you can open that up, please.
It's an election that Ms. Optoff lost.
Was this shared with council? Was this shared in the council packet?
Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania folder, please.
This is the election Ms. Optoff lost us. Sore loser, I guess.
And then RSP and Bononis and Carochi.
I'll get my own folder.
Please. So first, I want to provide the residents with some background. The Political Action Committee, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, from my understanding, at least from what I've been able to discover, is that it was formed initially in 2015. During the 2015 election, it's my understanding the landfill at that time was looking to do some expansion, and they decided to get involved in the campaign during that time. In 2015, interestingly enough, the PAC was called Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania. It was specifically meant to support candidates for Lower Saucon Township in the municipal election of 2015. Interestingly enough, the chair of this super PAC was David Spurk. That's the same person that owns the Steel Club, and as I'll go on further, is involved in other matters in the township. He was the chair of the super PAC. Mr. Craig Kalogi was the treasurer of the super PAC. Mr. Craig Kalogi has served on our planning commission and has been chair of our planning commission for a number of years, including in the years 2022 and 2023, as I understand it. You can see that in 2015, if you scroll down pages 3, they use Mercury LLC to perform a lot of these campaign materials. Auto calls, page 4. You have live ID calls, page 5. Mail pieces, mail pieces, mail pieces. GOTV call, website and logo, that was page 8. Then we look at the Bethlehem landfills, the former iteration of it, which was IESI. Bethlehem Landfill Summary of Independent Expenditures. Interesting to me enough is that the landfill paid the same company, Mercury LLC, for other campaign activity. $40,000 GOTV in October. Consulting services, $2,500. More consulting services. And it went on and on. So if you look at page 10 and 11, it shows all of the expenditures and the payments made to Mercury LLC, both on behalf of Mr. Kalogi, Mr. Spurk as the chair and treasurer of Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, and also on behalf of the landfill. That was in 2015.
They supported Willard, De Leon, and Lauder.
So actually, it was material that was opposing those three candidates. They never supported them.
Agenda item was about 2021, and
We're
Jason.
getting there. I'm showing you the,
No, this is
showing you the connection.
2015. I didn't run it.
So when you look at, in 2015, there was a Morning Call article that discussed the landfill at that time and the expansion issues and the tremendous amount of money, $95,000 spent in that election by Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania. Ironically enough, I know we heard from Ms. Louder earlier, at that time, she was opposed to the landfill, and she quoted, "Without the rezoning, the landfill will reach capacity and close," the flyer says. "The loss of the revenue to the lower Saucon Township budget could cause dramatically higher property taxes." That's a quote by newcomer Gary Gorman. But
where's that quote?
There is also, it's a quote in the Morning Call from 2015.
Is that article here?
Yes, the article is in page 14. Sorry, we're on page 14.
We don't have this. You never gave this to us.
It will be available to you. It's available
After the fact.
Well,
After the fact.
I am providing it, and I would like to finish my presentation. You have comments after that, I'm sure. If you look on 2015, they spent $95,000, at least according to the articles and information available then. Again, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania. Mr. Spurk, the same chair of that PAC in 2015, in 2021, supported Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis in their campaign. When they opened their individual PAC, it's not a PAC, but it's a committee, Zavacki, Carochi, and Bononis for Lower Saucon Township, their initial expenditures of donations of $2,500 included $250 from Mr. Spurk, $250 from Ms. Spurk. In addition to that, during that time, Mr. Spurk made in-kind donations over $1,000 to I think, have a party at his club, the Steel Club.
Do you know that?
And then his children were also involved. But then, if you look at the statement of expenditures in 2021, you see the Steel Club LLC / Jason Bononis was an expenditure. So I don't know if it was the Steel Club or Mr. Bononis, but to me it was like one and of the same. You have Mr. Bononis and the Steel Club and Mr. Spurk all working together. This is your statement of expenditures, Schedule 3 of your campaign finance report in 2021. Then we look at Grace Spurk. She was also involved in providing support for your specific campaign finance report. That's the Zavacki, Bononis, and Carochi campaign finance report. At the very conclusion of that election, Mr. Spurk sent to, well, I should say his company, sent to his mailing list, which I assume includes thousands. I think most recently in a Style magazine article, which talks about luxury living in Lower Saucon and luxury country club lifestyle. He's got over 10,000 members to his Steel Club membership. He sent out an email to his members telling them that they could come and get a beer after they vote. And this was all paid for by Bononis, Carochi, and Zavacki's PAC. So that, if we go to, that's page 23, please. You can see the email that was sent in 2021 by the Steel Club for people to come and get a free beer. Then, during that time, you can see that there was another investigation about what Responsible Solutions of Pennsylvania was doing. So in October 30th, 2021, a news article ran concerning at least $75,000 in expenditures or I should say money that the landfill placed into the super PAC, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, to support the elections during that year. If you go back to the folder, Stacy, you can open up the file document, Responsible Solutions PAC Filings 2021. So if you go to that, you'll see it kind of goes from backwards forward. So they filed a report in January, January 2022, which covers the total amount of time that they spent in 2021 during the election. I've highlighted in yellow the dates and the expenditures, and in green the amount of money that the landfill individually put into the PAC. Okay, so on January 21st, 2022, to cover expenditures they put in $15,000. Then they also paid paid Mercury Public Affairs thousands and thousands of dollars for activity to support the election. They paid for campaign mailing, text messaging, campaign letters and postage, GOTV telephone calls and telephone lists. In addition, they paid, Mr. Andrew Moss, who was the new, I believe he's the new chair of the Super PAC in 2021. He's now the one dealing with the post office. So if you go on down, let's go down to, this would be page 9 of this document. You can see they list additional expenditures that they did. GOTV robocalls, 3 campaign mailers and text messaging, campaign mailer for first class letter, thousands and thousands of dollars. Certainly going above and beyond what any other campaign spent during that election. If I recall, I'm sure Mr. Benonis has the exact figures, his campaign may have raised and spent something like $16,000 total, and the opponents, which was myself and 2 other individuals, they spent, I think, like $7,000 or $8,000. But we have a landfill spending $95,000 in 2015, and what I understand to be in 2021, somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000. What's important to me that I found really interesting, you'll see page 16, they put more money in October, basically in $15,000 increments, they put in money. But if you go to page 18, this is a very interesting thing. Waste Connections had in-kind contributions, so they didn't just put money in. They paid employees, I presume, I could be corrected, I'm just presuming, because I don't know any other Waste Connection landfills in Pennsylvania. I presume that the employees they paid were the employees at the Bethlehem landfill, but those employees got paid time, their hourly rate of 25 and change, to go and do campaigning for the Super PAC. And they did it October 19th, October 20th, October 21st, October 22nd, October 25th. They all went out supporting the Super PAC. Who is the Super PAC supporting in 2021? Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi. You'll also see they have the statement of expenditures, Mercury Public Affairs, again, paying thousands of dollars for professional political consulting. That's 21 and 22. You look at those expenditures. So it goes on and on and on. I found it very concerning that in 2021 we had one entity in our municipality that was spending 3 times, 4 times as much as what the candidates spent themselves. And clearly, based upon the in-kind contributions listed here, they were actually going out door to door, doing things in the township, not just sending mailers and so on and so forth. They were actually doing these things. So if you go back to the folder, Stacy, if you pick out 2021 RSP photos. So this is something else that concerned me. I mean, we have super PACs all over the place. In national politics, in state politics, you know, they usually pick like a really hot button issue, like I want to support freedom of speech, or I want to support your Second Amendment gun rights, right? So they say, you know, we're all about, you know, preserving your gun rights. We want to protect your gun rights. This candidate supports this issue. Go vote for them. But when you look at the materials in 2021, when you compare them, the materials that the PAC produced and the materials that Mr. Benonis and his committee produced, they were just eerily similar, too similar. They talked about specific campaign platforms and specific percentages, and it made me question, where was the PAC getting all of this very specific information? I mean, they weren't just saying, hey, Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi don't want to raise your taxes. I mean, that's always a tagline that the landfill talks about. Raising your taxes is a problem if you lose landfill money. But in this specific instance, you'll see on page 1 of these photos that you have their names prominently displayed. Below it is specific campaign platform issues. Cut property taxes 20%. Avoid any new debt in 2020. refused tax-funded salaries, another thing that Mr. Bononis talked about that year. So you'll see on the other side, they had pictures, photographs, which I found concerning because I'm thinking to myself, it's not like they got a photo from these people at a public meeting or, you know, anywhere in public. I mean, at least Mr. Carucci and Mr. Bononis, it appears that they were pulled from some professional, you know, headshot. So who gave,
Tommy, you look great.
gave, from my perspective, who gave the photos, and you know, how did that happen? So Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania listed very specific campaign platform information produced by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carucci on their materials distributed. If you go to page 3, here's an example of the back of one of the campaign flyers produced by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carucci. Ironically enough, the same exact platform issues listed. Cut your local property taxes 20%. Then I think it says something on here about not accepting any council pay. So I just, again, very specific things, not like, you know, we just want to keep your taxes low or we want to support, you know, businesses in the community, very specific things. So Responsible Solutions flooded Pennsylvania and flooded the voters with campaign propaganda that specifically encouraged residents to vote for Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carucci to the tune of $75,000 to $100,000 in campaigning. You'll see page 5. This is just an example of one of the flyers sent by Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, again, listing Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carucci prominently. And then you go to the back of a different flyer. I mean, we saw they must have sent, I don't know, 3 or 4 different mailers that year alone. Again, the same platform materials are listed. I find it very troubling that we have a situation where we're looking at a PAC producing materials that have virtually identical language as the materials produced by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carucci. If you could, Stacy, look at summary of Responsible Solutions, summary of actions by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carucci, reducing township oversight of landfill operations and supporting Bethlehem Landfill. I think it's important to note that in 2021 at least, there was a course of conduct that I saw that wasn't just supporting the Bethlehem Landfill, but also taking away oversight that the township had put in place, not by Mr. Carucci and Mr. Bononis, but by many councils before. Not by just Ms. DeLeon, who had been on council for many, many years, but other council members that had done things many, many times to support oversight of the landfill, which I think everybody would think is an important thing on such a very hard use of our land. Certainly something that involves a lot of regulation. So I think it's important. This is just a sampling. I can't say that it's everything, but it's at least enough information that you can see. Under the Northern Realignment, which is the section that they just received approval for and you have permitting for, they ended the long-standing township policy to have township consultants review the DE permitting process. In fact, you just saw this evening, there was a complaint about spending $2,500 to have consultants review DEP processing. This is nothing new in the township, except for when Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carucci came on council. They eliminated township technical consultants who provided expert review of landfill operations. If you go back historically through the township, you will see that we had a technical consulting committee, which consisted of experts in hydrogeology and other areas that were very detailed and were able to review things that happened with the landfill. During the years of 2021 and 2022, they eliminated the township consultants. They eliminated the quarterly technical consultant presentation. We used to see the technical consultants come to council on a quarterly basis and provide updates to the township. That ended. I don't know why. Why are we getting rid of oversight if there's nothing to hide? I don't understand it. They reduced the landfill committee meetings from monthly to quarterly. That happened, I believe, in 2023, and then it was memorialized in the new host municipal agreement that was executed in 2023. As you all know, and unfortunately, they criticize township residents who speak out about the landfill. They accuse residents of falsifying reports / complaints about landfill odors. I've heard it time and time and again. How do anybody know where the odor comes from? It could come from the waste management company. It could come from any place else. They like to tout the DEP's oversight and that the DEP is what we need and they protect us. The DEP is the one that verifies odor complaints. In January, we had a notice of violation, and I think it included odor complaints. So if they smelled it, the DEP smelled it, it must be happening. But I still haven't heard, I don't think I've ever heard Mr. Bononis or Mr. Kersey acknowledge that there is odor that comes from the landfill. I've never heard it. He's never smelled it. Criticize neighboring communities and institutions who express concerns over landfill expansion proposals and rezoning. I mean, he talks about wanting to be a good neighbor, but when we have such an issue that deals with not only Lower Saucon, but other surrounding communities and other residents in other communities, we don't let them speak. That's something that happened, and I believe was a diminution of what would normally happen in any council when you have such a grave concern happening. They adopted public comment policies, which prohibited interested neighbors and residents, municipalities, and nonprofits from providing input on rezoning and the proposed Phase 5 expansion. They prevented interested neighboring residents, municipalities, and nonprofits from speaking at rezoning hearings and township meetings discussing the proposed Phase 5 expansion. They make landfilling a permitted use in the 2023 zoning changes. So in the municipalities planning code, it gives guidance to municipalities as to when you should have a permitted use, when you should have conditional use oversight and special exception use oversight. But the most amazing thing to me is they actually identify landfilling as the type of use that you would want to use, have conditional use or special exception oversight. Up until 2023, or I should say December 22, and then in 2023, Lower Saucon Township had always placed landfilling under special exception. It was part of our zoning regulations for decades. All of a sudden, Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis, they decide that doesn't need special exception oversight. It doesn't need conditional use oversight. It's just a permitted use. So I beg the question, for all of those decades, were all of those people that were involved in the township, I mean, were they all nuts too? Did there was something wrong with them? Yeah. You know, I see it as a diminution and a reduction of the oversight that our township would have and should have provided when it comes to landfills. Sampling of actions supporting the Bethlehem landfill. They recommended critical zoning changes, as I just discussed. They allowed landfills on conserved land that the township had entered into to protect for in perpetuity. It was recorded in the Recorder of Deeds. So it's not something that just somebody mentioned on council. It was a document executed.
Not anymore.
Mr. Bononis and Mr. Kersey vote in favor of all zoning changes, release of conservation easements, and Phase 5 landfill expansion preliminary plan approval.
Proudly.
They appoint landfill supporter and 2015 PAC chair. Remember Mr. Spurk? He got on Parks and Rec Committee. Appoint 2015 PAC treasurer Craig Kalogi. He's on Planning Commission. He's on Planning Commission, again, the chair, and as chair, he voted in favor of landfill development projects, including the 2023 rezoning and Phase 5 project. They appointed Mr. Carochi himself to Planning Commission and EAC. Both of those committees provide oversight, provide advisory comments on landfill development and projects, including the 2023 rezoning and Phase 5 project.
Not only, I was
this
chair
is page
of the EAC.
1 of 2, I think,
chair
if
of
you're to
the
the bottom.
EAC.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So
exactly.
I think that you overrode the EAC's decision in appointing a chair and appointed yourself. So you voted in favor of 2023 rezoning and landfill expansion proposal. You appointed landfill supporter and wife of 2015 landfill PAC chair, Ann Spurk, Miss Spurk, she also gave the money, you know, you saw that, to EAC, and she voted again in favor of rezoning and Phase 5 project. Both Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis serve as council liaisons to Landfill Committee in 2021 through 2023. They provide landfill promotional material at Landfill Committee meetings. I attended a 2023 Landfill Committee meeting. It was just around the time that I think the landfill was thinking about doing their PFAS treatment, and the landfill, and I think it was a very good thing that they produced material to promote the idea that they were going to at least try to test for PFAS. I would expect that when they came to landfill committee meeting to show this PFAS testing, that it would be a representative of the landfill that brings that document to the landfill committee. But that is not what I saw. I saw Mr. Bononis walk through the door with the stack of the promotional material from the landfill.
That's a lie.
And put it on the table.
That's a lie.
And I was shocked that I watched that happen.
Absolute lie.
That is the witness that I have, that I observed during that meeting, and I said to myself, why is Mr.
It was mailed to me.
One person talk at a time.
I asked myself, I said, why is Mr. Bononis promoting things that the landfill should be promoting? We heard this evening, just at the opening of tonight, I didn't hear a statement from the landfill. If she, in fact, filed her litigation, I expect that the landfill repreentative would be the one that could bring the aha moment, the big dramatic thing. That's not what I saw. I saw a spectacle of prearranged organization of Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi calling people into a room and saying, I'm going to videotape you while somebody serves you with somebody.
All night?
Yes, she has the floor.
Is that right?
It's an agenda item, and it's my agenda item. I asked for point of order. I asked for point of order.
And I'm giving it to you. You have the floor.
Thank you.
This is a
So,
Sir, you're out of order.
So,
No, you're out of
I
order.
have not seen these in the packets that were being presented.
And again,
I asked for a
you are
point of
out
order.
Please have a
Russ,
seat.
Russ, go feed the kittens.
So,
Go feed
again,
the
this
kittens.
evening, we saw a presentation by
Kittens need
Mr.
fed.
Bononis, and clearly what he had already reviewed as litigation from the landfill, despite the fact that nobody in the township received it, at least that I'm aware of, until they were served it this evening. So, and Mr. Carochi thought it was really fun to go videotape it, like I guess he's gonna put it on YouTube. So I think it's really interesting that we have, from my perspective, this ongoing course of conduct to not take an objective view of landfill issues, but to take away review from the township and to promote the landfill. And from my perspective, I think that it demonstrates that for me, it's my opinion, that there is a connection, lots of circumstantial evidence here that there was connection between Mr. Spurk, who was the landfill PAC chair in 2015, his financial contributions to Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi in 2021, and the materials that were produced in 2021, both by the PAC and by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi. So we've had lots of discussions about pecuniary interest, but I don't think anybody identified in the years 2022 or 2023 that there was this much money spent, not on behalf of any council people, that the landfill spent this amount of money to support them. And the landfill spent this money to support Mr. Bononis and Carochi. And I think that's a pecuniary interest, because if I knew that there was somebody behind my back that was going to give $100,000 into a PAC to support my campaign and produce mailings and produce door knockers and pay employees to go out and canvass, I'd be sitting pretty. And I think that the Ethics Commission needs to review this. So I'm going to take this package and I'm going to write a letter and I'm going to ask the Ethics Commission to review whether or not Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi should have identified the fact that there was this support by the entity that was looking for multiple zoning approvals, changing of zoning, releasing of conservation easements. That was number 2. And Phase 5 land development, appointing themselves on various committees that had oversight of reviews. I would have expected at least somebody to comment about it. So when we're talking about Ethics Commission review, I'm going to forward this material to the Ethics Commission, and I'm going to ask them to review whether there was pecuniary interest, because from my perspective, it was definitely an in-kind interest. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take this package and I'm going to send it to the District Attorney of Northampton County and the Attorney General's office, because the other very, very important thing, Mr. Bononis likes to talk over and over and over again. He likes to show his campaign finance report from 2021 and say, I didn't receive any money from the landfill. He's right. He didn't receive a check that went into his PAC. But what he did receive, and as an in-kind, what from my perspective would be an in-kind contribution, is $75,000 to $100,000 in campaigning the landfill did. So that's an in-kind contribution from my perspective. And I think it should be investigated because it should have been identified in his 2021 campaign finance reports as an in-kind contribution. And by failing to do so, he didn't comply with campaign finance laws. And I would like the District Attorney of Northampton County and the Attorney General's Office of the State of Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to investigate that. So I'm going to do that, and I welcome anybody else on this council to join me. Because when we talk about pecuniary interest, I haven't seen a dollar. I haven't seen anybody else on here point to a dollar that myself or my family has received from anything. But what I do see is $75,000 to $100,000 spent by the landfill to pursue their interest in expanding their landfill in Lower Saucon Township. That's my comment. I hope that other council members will join me in my ask to both the Ethics Commission to investigate pecuniary interest in their voting in 2022 and 2023, and also to the DA and the AG on the failures to report in-kind contributions on their campaign finance reports. Thank you.
Right, I agree.
That was pathetic.
I'd like to say, I'd like to join you in that.
Oh, good, good.
So put my name.
You'll be added to the defamation lawsuit. Good. Go ahead,
Thank
Jason.
you. On whatever.
Good.
But I also would like to, oh, okay.
Good, you'll be added. Now to Jason's turn next.
No, wait a minute, I'm not done yet.
What are you talking about? You don't go first. Jason goes first.
Let her go first. Let her go first. Let her go first.
No,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
is there a motion?
Age before beauty.
Do we need a motion for this, or just?
No, I'm not making any motions.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
indicating that since we had lots of discussions about sending people to the Ethics Commission for the last 2 times, I thought it was important that the community see and the community understand that there will be other investigations happening with real dollars involved.
Okay, so now we'll go to council discussion. Jason?
Could I get a point of clarification? When you say landfill, do you mean the Bethlehem landfill located in Lower Saucon Township? Is that what you're referring to?
Waste Connections, as listed on the reports. They speak for themselves.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. That's what you're saying here. Where to begin? First of all, this is a request being made by Victoria Optoff Cordero, who was sued today, among others, for conduct that violates the Ethics Act. And what this stinks of is retaliation and thrashing about in reaction to getting, would you stop? Okay, you let her go for 15, 20 minutes, so don't interrupt me, all right?
Okay, please, audience.
I'm not gonna control the meeting, but I'm gonna ask for the same courtesy.
If you're gonna talk, you
Okay.
have to go out in the hallway. No, please, please.
Okay? So what this stinks of is retaliation and thrashing about because she's been caught and called out, and now she's put herself in a tough position, and she's trying to deflect attention from what she did to me, and to Tom, and to Jen Zavacki, and to the landfill, okay? So I'm not gonna say a lot about this. What I will say is the conversation that she started with was 2015. I was not involved in Lower Saucon Township Council in 2015. It wasn't until 2019. It talks about candidates that were supported then. I wasn't a candidate back then. Now the number has grown. Before it was 75,000, now it's 100,000. I'm gonna say very little on this subject, but I am gonna share this with the public. If you go to the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas docket, and you look up this docket number, C-48-CV-2021-08193, there's a matter that's there, and it's captioned as follows: Jason Bononis, Thomas Carochi, Jennifer Zavacki, and Zavacki, Carochi, Bononis for Lower Saucon Council plaintiffs versus Thomas Roney, Victoria Optoff Cordero, George Gress, Democrats for Lower Saucon Township, and John Doe's 1 through 10 defendants. And there you will find a complaint that was filed on my behalf, on behalf of Tom Carochi, on behalf of Jen Zavacki, as well as our campaign committee, Zavacki, Carochi, Bononis for Lower Saucon Council. And then when you go to that complaint, you'll see paragraph 13, October 25, 2021, Victoria Optoff Cordero and her cohorts made defamatory statements that said that we had gladly accepted more than $75,000 from the landfill or its PAC. It was published in paper, It was published in social media platforms. It was published on their website. And in fact, their website increases the number, not 75,000, but up to 95,000. It was designed to reach the general public. And the message that it conveyed was that we had accepted money from the landfill, were bought off and beholden to the landfill. They showed this information to WLVR, who interviewed me, and they intended, and they did cause harm to me and others, and that harm continues through today. They continue to republish these defamatory statements, including what Victoria just said today. And I'm stunned. You have said a lot of ignorant, stupid, uninformed things. This takes them all. And the reason for that is there's litigation that's ongoing. And I would expect that your counsel, Mike Shea, Santee and Kelhart, and or your insurer, anybody else who's behind this, would counsel you to not continue to republish these defamatory statements, but yet you did. And it continues. And it continues to the point that apparently yesterday, somebody who's anonymous, I'd like to know who sent these out, but apparently the person who did this doesn't have the fortitude to stand behind the publications that they're putting out. In Steel City, went around and put these pieces of paper on mailboxes or on doors, and it says, come to the Lower Saucon Township Council meeting this Wednesday, May 15th. And it goes on and it talks about Jason Bononis and Tom Carothi will do all they can to destroy scenic and conservation easements for the landfill expansion, but why? The out-of-state corporate parent of Bethlehem Landfill Company, Waste Connections US, created and funded a super PAC, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, to swamp the Lower Saucon Township Council race in 2021 with nearly $100,000 of waste industry dollars to support 3 candidates, Jason Bononis, Tom Carothi, and Jennifer Zavacki. According to campaign finance reports filed in Northampton County, the super PAC funding was 4 times the amount these candidates raised or spent on their own. All campaign finance contributions and expenditure data comes from the PA campaign finance reports filed with the Northampton County Department of Elections. And it goes on. At least this person, this anonymous person, who's still publishing defamatory statements, took the time to go look at the campaign finance reports, which are public records. They're filed in the elections office in Northampton County, the government center, right there on Wolf Street. Anybody can go in and get copies of them. Here's a copy of it. Anybody can go get themselves a copy. It shows exactly the amount of funds that we received, the contributions, the expenditures that we had, and $0 came from any super PAC. All the money came from individuals who made their own individual donations, none of whom that I'm aware of are affiliated in any way with the landfill or any PAC. So, had Victoria, George Gress, and Tom Roney at least done the cursory investigation to go and get a copy of this, they would know that the defamatory statements were untrue. They were made with actual malice. They were given an opportunity to retract those statements. I sent them a cease and desist letter when it happened back in 2021 because they knew those statements were false and they chose to ignore those statements and chose to ignore the demand to cease and desist. And instead, they continue, or at least Victoria continues, these defamatory statements. So because there's ongoing litigation, and I certainly don't want to jeopardize my claims, and I don't want to jeopardize the claims of my co-plaintiffs in this case, I'm not going to say anything else about this other than thank you for continuing the defamatory statements. Thank you for increasing my damages. Thank you for continuing to republish it so that individuals that remain anonymous put these things on mailboxes and continue to defame me. Your ignorance is absolutely unbelievable to me. Truly, truly unbelievable. I'm going to share with you one thing before I stop my comments. And I'm going to hand to you, and I want the record to reflect this so that it can be heard, a copy of Title 18, Section 4904. And this is unsworn falsification to authorities. And it says as follows, subpart A. In general, a person commits a misdemeanor of the 2nd degree if, with the intent to mislead a public servant in performing his official function, he, 1, makes any written false statement which he does not believe to be true, 2, submits or invites reliance on any writing which he knows to be forged, altered, or otherwise lacking in authenticity, or 3, submits or invites reliance on any sample, specimen, map, boundary mark, or other object which he knows to be false. Subpart B, statements under penalty. A person commits a misdemeanor of the 3rd degree if he makes a written false statement which he does not believe to be true on or pursuant to a form being notarized, authorized by law to the effect that the false statements made therein are punishable. Subpart C, perjury provisions applicable, section 4902C through F of this title relating to perjury applies to this section. The penalty, in addition to any other penalty that may be imposed, a person convicted of this section shall be sentenced to pay a fine of at least $1,000. So I'm putting everybody on this council, including the solicitor, council president, interim township manager, defamer in chief. Tom, there's a courtesy copy with a copy of this, so that you're aware that if you proceed on this course of conduct, that there will be charges brought against you, among other things, for unsworn falsification to authorities, as well as the ongoing pursuit of the defamation lawsuit that has been filed and continues in Northampton County. And I think it should also be noted for the public that although that defamation lawsuit has been pending for quite a while, discovery was served by us as the plaintiffs, and yet Victoria Optoff Cordero and her cohorts refused to respond to that discovery. You probably heard that before, refused to respond to discovery. Why is that? Is it better to litigate these things in the court of public opinion like this and grandstand? I think that's what their strategy is. I'll leave it at that because, again, I would expect that my counsel would tell me perhaps to not say what I did say. But nonetheless, I think it was necessary for the public to have some understanding of this. I look forward to the resolution of our case. I look forward to a public apology. And I look forward to absolutely no confidentiality to the settlement or verdict in that case. The public should know that a settlement offer was made to us. That settlement offer was strikingly low for what I believe our damages are. It was considered, and some of the things that we wanted as part of that settlement was a public apology and no confidentiality, which was refused. That's fine. We'll allow the court system to work this out. That's why the court is there, and the authorities are there, and I'm highly confident that we'll prevail in the end. And I look forward to receiving settlement, compensation, and apology from Victoria. And I also look forward, and her cohorts. I also look forward to settlement from any other individuals that choose to continue to disseminate these defamatory statements. And I can tell you that it is highly likely that other individuals will be joined into this litigation, and the consequences will be what they are. In addition to that, if this is advanced any further than tonight, I fully intend to pursue charges for the unsworn falsification to authorities and any other legal recourse that I have.
All right.
I have no other comments at this time. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, you know, Priscilla decides to join in this. I'm glad we can add her tomorrow or this week to the defamation lawsuit as well, once she signs this letter, apparently. Laura Ray, council meeting, October 19th, 2022, council minutes, page 1, line 26 through 29. This is Laura Ray. This seems to be very unethical, given that the corporation that owns the landfill has made large contributions to support the elections of certain council members, now and in the past. So maybe we add Ms. Ray as well. That's council meeting October 22nd. Lynn Hill, council meeting January 18th, 2023, page 3 of 27, lines 30 through 33. It's been all over the news. They've taken $75,000 from the landfill. Bob Blasco's on here. Bob Blasco, Lower Saucon Township meeting, 12/21/22, page 32 of 38, lines 14 through 17. One question's been asked several times tonight. because $75,000 was donated by the landfill to get 3 candidates elected to this council. And he named them, Jason, Tom, and Jennifer Zabacki. And then Victoria, of course, and, tonight, but also in 12/21/22. She was just, she lost the election. She lost handily to Jason and me, and it was just Jason and me. There was a 2-year term that the other candidates ran for. She lost to Jason and me. But she said on 12/21/22 council meeting, page 5, lines 52 through 54, 2 months after the landfill decided to march in here and ask for everything they could possibly want. So whether the $75,000 that the landfill spent, what they're getting their money's worth tonight. So again, just I think we just have to attach some more people to the defamation lawsuit because they've been warned, they haven't stopped. Looking forward to doing it to Priscilla. So I want to see that signed letter. Can't wait to see that. And because this is something, unlike, they're going to try and get township taxpayers to pay their legal fees, even though they've been sued individually from the landfill. This is a defamation suit. They're not going to be able to get township taxpayer dollars to defend them in this. And you really should have told Ms. De Leon that your attorney is trying to settle this and has been trying to settle this for like 6 months before you roped her in on this thing. I mean, it just would have been a nice thing to inform her about before you roped her into a defamation lawsuit. But it's looking forward to the fight, as always. Thank you.
I just have a point of order. I heard that I think Mr. Bononis indicated that he's not affiliated with anybody who is involved with the landfill or the super PAC. And I again refer to Mr. Spurk and his initiation of this super PAC Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania in 2015. And Mr. Spurk's heavily involved matters in the 2021 election for Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi. And I will say, if you go to Stacy in the folder, Bethlehem Landfill Spurk video, in 2023, the landfill was active again to influence the elections, and they spent money again to influence those elections, and they produced a video, which they still have published on their Facebook page. It was published, I think, October 30th or something, 2023, and it involved interviews from people in the township. Do you have that one? A video? Oh, it says Bethlehem Landfill.
They are a solid, proven corporate partner of our community.
So I just want to identify that was a video from the landfill, including Mr. Spurk in their promotional material in the 2023 election. The same Mr. Spurk that was heavily involved in Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi's campaign in 2021, and the same chair of the landfill PAC in 2015. Thank you.
I imagine,
let me just
I
clarify.
imagine the same Mr. Spurk that's going to file another defamation lawsuit against you.
Just another point of clarification. I know you like to make up words and say that I said them. I didn't say that. I said I'm not aware of anybody who contributed to our committee that is in any way affiliated with the PAC. Those are my words.
Mr. Spurk did contribute to your committee. He contributed thousands of dollars to your committee.
I'm not aware of anybody that contributed to our committee. Yet again, I'll say it for the third time because I know you have trouble understanding things that you don't like to hear. I'm not aware of anybody that contributed to our committee who is affiliated with any PAC. Okay, I'll say it. I can't say it any clearer than that. Okay.
The records speak for themselves.
I'm telling you what I'm telling you what I said, and you can try to twist my words however you want and put words in my mouth and do whatever you want.
On the
and
matter,
the defamation
that's fine.
lawsuit will go on, and we will be successful in the end. And you did it to yourself.
Okay, let's see, we're on Tom, Victoria's Laura.
Yes, I'm gonna say, I didn't get to see all the information beforehand, but
Either way, she didn't share with any of us.
I'm reading this paper that you gave, and it refers to things that are false forged, altered, lacking authenticity, and it looked like everything that was being shown was official documentation. So I'm not sure.
Thanks for
Right
the,
here makes
thanks for
any
the
written
insight,
false
Laura.
statement.
Thanks for the insight, Laura.
Thank you for your legal interpretation. We appreciate that much.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and you're rude. So I don't see anything that was false that was shown up there.
Okay, sign the paperwork. Welcome to the party.
You stand by your statements? That's fine.
Welcome to the party.
Welcome
Put
to the party.
Put your homeowners on notice, and I can tell you probably what's gonna happen. When you put your homeowners on notice, they're gonna say to you, we're likely not gonna provide coverage here because it's an intentional act. Intentional acts aren't covered by homeowners insurance generally. So they're either going to deny you coverage, or they're gonna provide you coverage on a reservation of rights. And I know these are all big legal words for you, but the reservation of rights
You
means
can
that they're
stop
going.
talking down to
the
me
way-
as
What the
well.
reservation of rights means is that they may agree to provide a limited defense for you until they file a declaratory judgment action that says that they don't have to provide a defense for you. When that occurs, you are personally responsible for this, and your assets, your personal assets, will be at stake as a matter in this litigation. And I'll tell you right now, it's my intention to go after your personal assets, okay? Because what you've done and what you continue to do, everybody that has been named by Tom, as well as the people in our lawsuit, as well as others that you may not have named, but who have made defamatory statements in public meetings against us, same thing is gonna happen to each of you. So you've been warned. This is what you wanna do.
We'll
We'll
see
do it.
who signs
We'll get
that
it on.
letter. Let's see who signs that letter.
Yep, let's get it on.
Lynn, Ms. Hill, you want to sign it?
Okay,
Silence.
so,
Silence.
no other council discussion. I'm gonna open it up to public comment, but I'm gonna read an email that I received today I received on the 14th. What's today's date? Well, whatever. Claudia Markellos, and she sent this to me on May 14th. Please read into the minutes of the May 15th Lower Saucon Council meeting. Item O, it is my observation that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi, as members of Lower Saucon Council, have been making decisions and voting to serve the interests of Waste Connections here in Lower Saucon. I believe the township would be best served with the resignations of Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi from the Lower Saucon Township Council immediately. And she signed it, Claudia Markellos, resident of Lower Saucon.
Could I have her email address so I could respond to her with a big N-O? I'd like that. Will you share her email address with me?
I got a cartoon I want
Is
to
that,
send.
you're just ignoring me? You've read something into the record where somebody's calling for my resignation. I would like to respond directly to that person.
Pass this down and
Thank you.
but I want it back.
I'll give it back to you. I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Okay, so, public comment. Anybody in the audience would like to speak, please come to the podium.
I think you should all be ashamed of yourselves. That our council is suing each other. This is not what democracy looks like. You know, and ever since, roughly 2016, when alternate facts became a thing, and alternate realities became a thing. And we can't even talk to each other. We can't even talk to each other because we do not live in the same version of reality. And I think it's tragic. I think it's tragic that elected officials who disagree have to sue each other instead of having a conversation.
If I could just clarify something for you, ma'am. My lawsuit was filed, our lawsuit was filed prior to Victoria being an elected member of council. Okay, so that I think is a point that needs clarification for you. And the other part of this isn't disagreement about facts. This is a lawsuit about defamatory statements that were made with malice and intent to impugn my integrity and my reputation. And that's why I brought that's why the lawsuit, and others, and that's why the lawsuit was brought, because of those intentional, malicious, defamatory statements. And I think you need to understand that. This is not a dispute over facts.
Yes, she can, because
There's a
he's talking
publication that was made, multiple publications that were made.
And she still has time left.
And they continue.
And the
That's
other
the
thing is,
reason why, and to your point, the others have chosen to jump into this pool. They could have not, and just allow this thing to proceed on its course, but instead they want to double down, in my view, because they are trying to cover up their own malfeasance.
and this possibly could have been settled, but they wouldn't agree to a public apology. You're talking about people just talking to each other. They wouldn't agree to a public apology and making it transparent, meaning not covering it up. It possibly could have been settled. They wouldn't agree to that in their settlement offer. So you talk about people having a conversation, look at them. No apologies.
So it seems to me that the distinction is that you didn't receive any cash.
No. Well, certainly I didn't receive any cash. That's absolute. That's true.
Right. I agree. You didn't receive any cash. And the allegation is, with data and documents to back it up, that there was money spent on your behalf. And that the people who spent that money have received carte blanche from your administration.
Ma'am, in our litigation, I expect that there could be a forensic accounting of my accounts, and I welcome it, as long as it's done by a third party who's objective, and I can show, absolutely matter of fact, I have never accepted a dime. Dime.
It's not in dispute.
And nor did our campaign.
That is not in dispute.
But that's what they said. That's what they said. That's the statement they made.
No, that's not the statement they made.
A judge said that is the statement they made.
Not what the
and that's
judge
why it can go to trial.
So what I heard today,
that's what the judge said.
Not what the judge said.
what I heard today was an allegation that the PAC was funded by Waste Solutions or whoever, and that PAC spent money that was to benefit you. That doesn't mean you received any money, but it does mean you received a benefit.
That's not what they said.
But they said I gladly accepted that money. I never gladly accepted
It says gladly accepted support. As I said, when you lost your emergency injunction, you lost your emergency injunction in 2021. You tried to quash the speech back then. We went before a judge.
Defamatory and affected the laws, affected the election.
During that, and the judge determined that there was no defamatory statement entitling you to any injunction.
He did not. He did not make that determination.
Importantly,
he found that the harm that was caused could be
You don't seem to have a problem when Bononis talks for an hour at a time.
All of the materials
that the harm that was caused could be remedied by money damages later.
If you look at all of the materials, if you look at all of the materials I have ever produced, they have indicated that I had a problem with the support. And I said in 2021 to the judge, I don't know what definition of support you look at, but when I see a PAC spending money for flyers, for door-to-door knocking, for mailers, for robocalls, I call that support.
You already called it everything
You know what? You're out of order. The person at the podium. Yes, you are. The person.
You're way out of order with her.
Whatever. That's your opinion. She has the floor.
So what is this man's name?
Dave Boulin.
So addressing the council.
Yes.
I would like to remark that David Boulin has a problem with the amount of time Victoria comments on things. And Jason, excuse me?
Please stop talking. Not you.
And it is my observation that there is no such standing up and interrupting when Jason Bononis filibusters.
Okay. All right. Next. Sir?
Russ Sutton from Lower Saucon Township, and I would like to read this without being interrupted. The out-of-state corporate parent of Bethel Landfill Company, Waste Connections US Incorporated, created and funded a super PAC, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, to swamp the Lower Saucon Township Council race in 2021 with nearly $100,000 of waste industry dollars to support 3 candidates, Jason Bononis, Tom Carochi, and Jennifer Vizaki. According to the campaign finance reports filed in Northampton County, this super PAC funding was 4 times the amount that these candidates raised or spent on their own. All campaign finance contributions and expenditure data comes from the PA campaign finance reports filed with the Northampton County Department of Elections. Responsible Solutions hired a political consulting firm, Mercury Public Affairs, to run its campaign to support the election of these 3 candidates. It is unusual for a political consulting firm of global scale and sophistication of Mercury Public Affairs to be involved in a small municipal council election. Mercury Public Affairs is preempted global strategy, political consulting, and communication firm. And in contrast to its usual client base, which includes Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies and foreign governments, Mercury deployed its political consulting muscle on the behest of the client Responsible Solutions in tiny Lower Saucon Township, population less than 12,000 people, to get Carochi, Bononis, and Zalaki elected in 2021 Township Council race. Mercury expended near $90,000 in services such as multiple campaigning mailings, text messages, robocalls, photo data, political consulting, polling service, digital ads, website build-out, palm cards, door handles, mailers, and door-knocking campaign. A sample of the landfill-funded campaign literature supports Carochi, Bononis, and Zvaki, produced by Responsible Solution, is attached. Mercury's senior vice president, Vincent Galco, was so proud of sweeping this race for the landfill super PAC, the client that he listed as one of his biggest accomplishments of this year. Following the 2021 election, the deciding votes of Carochi and Bononis gave the green light to the Bethel Township landfill by fundamentally changing the township zoning laws. These changes allowed the landfill to use tracts of land where zoning ordinance had previously prohibited. The changes also exempts landfills from site plan review, environmental standards. Even worse, they took the action to destroy perpetual scenic and conservation easements which prohibited landfill operations on this land. These easements were created to assure the preservation of the Delaware-Lehigh Canal National Heritage Corridor and the State Heritage Park, and to a great degree as possible to preserve the original character and scenic nature of this land. Since Bononis and Carochi have lost their pro-landfill council majority, they are desperate to stop progress and work on their new majority. They even pulled every dirty trick in the book and attack anyone who stands away from them, and allowed the vote on landfill issues and are not fit to continue to serve the people of Lower Saucon. Either resign or recuse yourself, Jason and Tom.
No.
Now, for clarification, Jason and I are two votes on this council, and you need 3 to get any votes done, and Mr. Vacchi wasn't here for any of the landfill votes. So it's
public comment. It's
say that
getting
we did
late.
all this.
Let's
We only
stick
had 2
to the
votes.
rules. Tom, we're sticking to the rules.
Just what
Ma'am?
rules?
Start now, the next day we're gonna stick to the rules.
Them again, Tim?
Can't stick to the rules on the
Follow,
day
stick
of,
to the rules.
only the day after.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, you're not.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So what I'm hearing here is, has anybody here been involved in a campaign? Has anybody run a campaign? Has anybody volunteered on campaigns? I'm just curious, but you don't have to answer that because it's rhetorical. Does anybody here know why super PACs were created and what they are? Does anybody know? Just curious. This is kind of a funny conversation to me, and it's not funny, but it kind of is. My question to the council, are you looking to stifle free speech? Yes. Are you looking to stop people from speaking in political campaigns if you don't agree with what they believe in?
They are. The Democrats are.
It seems like there's a trend in the country. I don't know. I'm just saying.
That happened. They tried to stifle
Are you looking?
Yeah, Victoria, please, you can't interrupt her.
So here's the thing. McCain-Feingold is what created super PACs, okay? Well, they created PACs and created super PACs. You know why? Because candidates complained that they couldn't make enough money in campaigns, they couldn't earn enough money, they weren't getting enough money, so they created these super PACs. And the super PAC, per Google, just Google it, something. Super PACs are different from traditional PACs in that they can donate money directly to political candidates, and their spending must not be coordinated with that of the candidates they benefit. Super PACs are required to report their donors to the Federal Election Commission on a monthly and semi, which you know. Super PACs can use their funds to fund independent expenditures such as ads that overtly advocate or for or against a political candidate. These funds can be useful in ads, mailings, phone banks, and other communications that help candidates win or lose a campaign. So the point is that the super PAC is exactly the way you described it. Someone's involved in the super PAC, someone creates the super PACs, and they raise money, and then they use people, and then they campaign. Joe Biden does it, Chuck Schumer does it. Everybody takes money from super PACs. And oh, by the way, people from out of our country donate to super PACs that get infiltrated to our government and to the people that get elected. Really, 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 people that probably should not be contributing to our country's campaigns give money to super PACs. So the point is that just because a person down the road who owns a country club or a golf club or a restaurant decide they're going to start a super PAC in 2015 doesn't mean they're doing it to lie, cheat, or steal land or create a landfill or expand a landfill. It also means that Republican values are Republican values. Every single person that sends out a Republican flyer is going to have the same information. Right? Everyone. Low government, low taxes, smaller government, less regulations. That's what Republicans believe in. It's crazy, but that's what they believe in. They believe that we have too many regulations, and maybe there were too many regulations in this township, and maybe that's why they cut them down. I don't know all the answers to that. I'm just giving you an example of when you're on a campaign or you're involved in a campaign, this is the stuff that you know. And I know this audience here doesn't know any of this, so I'm informing them and the people that are listening online. Democrats get lots of money. DAs get money. AGs get money for running. Millions of dollars from super PACs spend money to influence elections all over the country. And guess what? It's legal. But, you know, again, just because someone wants to expand a landfill, and I don't know all the details. I haven't been here long enough. I haven't been listening to these council meetings. I don't know the details of all the land. Just because they want to do that doesn't mean it's illegal, and you can't stifle everybody who you don't agree with. You just can't. It's against our laws in America. It's against the Constitution.
Thank you.
I'd like to approach. I'm going to read.
Are approaching me.
Hold on. If you want to,
We did not have her approach me.
you should go back.
I thought she was going to hand out things to us.
She still shouldn't be approaching.
Yeah, shouldn't be approaching anyone.
I'm not afraid of people.
That's all. It's on the doctor. That's what I was going to show you.
Why don't you go to the podium and
Okay, Carrie Mason.
I'm not Karen Mason. I'm just telling you. I wanted to find out. Okay, so here's the document. Campaign finance statement for, let's see here, identification number 86-2518070 for Zavaki, Karochi, Bononis for Lower Saucon Township Council. This was entered into the Northampton County Elections Office on January 25th, 2022. It is sworn, affidavit, and I believe this is Jason Bononis' signature on it, which was I was trying to confirm.
Do you know my signature?
No, I was going to ask you if that was your signature. Can I approach and ask you if that was your signature?
Go hire a handwriting expert. I'm not here to be cross-examined by you of all people.
Well, I'm just asking.
You can wave around all you want. Make your comments and wave your papers and say your thing.
Okay,
Other people want to be heard too. We got other stuff to talk about.
So for the campaign finance report that I'm looking at, On Part D, all other contributions, Waste Connections US Inc. on 10/15/2021 provided you provided on this form $15,000. And there are four lines of that. Waste Connections Inc., Waterway Square Place, Suite 110, The Woodlands, Texas.
What document are you talking about?
It is the campaign finance.
What you're saying is you're trying to piece together two documents. One that has my signature that has nothing to do with the other one. I don't know where you got these, if you threw them up in the air and hope that they stuck together and that my signature somehow appears on this, but I don't know what you're talking about because I've never signed a document that has anything to do with Waste Connections on it, any campaign finance report that has Waste Connections on it. So I don't know where you got this paperwork or how you crafted it, but it's not accurate, whatever it is.
Okay, well, if you say that's not,
welcome to the.
It's not accurate, then I rescind my statement because if this is not the same conclusive document, then I can't speak, so I'm sorry.
Welcome to the party.
So it was all for nothing? She retracted it?
Yeah, because she's trying to say, as I understand it, that there's a document with my signature on it that she's trying to put with other documents that relate to money from Waste Connections, and I'm like, what did you do? Get papers, throw them in the air, and stick them together, and hope that they somehow ended up in the order? Like,
that was the most un-Perry Mason moment ever.
Yeah.
That was the most un-Perry Mason moment
Yeah.
ever.
Okay.
You wouldn't have let that. You wouldn't have let that.
Okay.
That's Perry and Mason.
Hi, Lynn Hill. As Township Controller, I offer my perspective on this negative force in our local politics. Some weeks ago, Karochi chuckled about my having been scared away because of Bonanno's treatment toward me during a meeting in January. Yes, that is correct. The ill treatment, disparaging comments, name calling,
With the alleged
accusations.
campaign violations that this clown's bringing
If we
forward.
would let her finish, maybe she will tell us something.
Oh, how much you gonna give it? She's on 30 seconds already. She hasn't gotten to it yet.
The ill treatment, disparaging comments, name-calling, accusations, and rude interruptions have alienated me from doing my job and have discouraged me from attending these meetings. Mercury Public Affairs takes credit for sweeping Lower Saucon Township Council races in 2021. Mercury did this for its client, Responsible Solutions of PA, the PAC funded by Waste Connections, parent company of Bethlehem Landfill. The landfill and the PAC have become too dominant in our small town politics. With over tens of thousands of dollars spent in 2021 alone by this PAC, it's no wonder its preferred candidates won. The other side did not stand a chance. Now we have a situation where Bonanno and Karochi have lost their majority, and with it, the power they had to follow through on the landfill's goal of expansion. The disrespect, animosity, endless pointless diatribes, theatrical sophistry, hostility, and obnoxiously long meetings have eroded the public's desire to participate in the democratic process.
We've warned Victoria
That's
about
damaging to our community. People who oppose the dump's expansion onto beautiful forested lands are vilified, maligned, taunted, ridiculed, and treated like garbage. Residents who mention the stench in their neighborhood from the landfill and on their properties have been accused of lying. The additional time spent on this toxic political discourse is wasting thousands of dollars in legal fees, transcriptionist services, court reporting, information technology, and township employee labor. This behavior has created a hostile environment for our recently elected council members, our residents, and especially for township personnel. We have lost 2 key employees in the wake of the 1,000 right-to-know requests, which consume enormous amounts of resources to process. Poor morale and employee turnover is costly.
Well, they said they're going to change
The ongoing power struggle about the dump needs to stop. It's creating chaos in this township, and the chaos is wasting public funds. Saucon Valley Together was voted into power in part because its candidates oppose the current expansion of Bethlehem Landfill. If the expansion was right for this community, Waste Connections would probably not have had to spend so much money on a political action committee to get Bananas and Carochi elected. Let's get the landfill, its proponents, and its PAC out of our politics so our community can return to normal.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who wants to speak next?
It's the worst speech I've ever heard.
Who wants to speak next? Seeing no one? Go ahead.
Yes.
Sure.
Two more speakers. Woo. I would have had us out of here by 8:30.
I was up at 6. I really don't care.
Yeah, either do I.
I guess if you're old and gray, maybe you do.
Efficient meeting them, so.
All right, so the bottom line, what I really reel against.
Mr. Belan, Mr. Zimmick's making gestures behind you.
That's okay.
That's this interaction. You see
He's
here.
a little.
I can see it, you can't see it behind you. I just thought you should know. I'll tell you if you approach.
I have friends behind me. Mace.
Priscilla, I got 20 minutes left if you want to take a recess for me to change cards in.
That's, yeah, we're gonna take a recess so that your videographer can do his thing. So that makes perfect sense.
Is he running the meeting now?
12:30 in the morning.
Township has the record.
Running this meeting?
I'm waiting for you to speak.
He's a puppet that pops up and
Don't be
you refer to him as Mikey.
I want to listen to you. I'm waiting for
Well,
you.
thank you. Thank you. I would like to think everybody might do that because I find some of these speakers very interesting, even though I don't hold their point of view necessarily. And I really would rather speak about the fact that I object when somebody like Ms. Optoff-Katera uses the public dais with all the films pre-supplied so she can make this 30-minute presentation while she's claiming she's just a resident. If I bring my thumb drive next 2 weeks, can I do that? Because I'd certainly like to show some things, right to know requests and other things that will be indisputable, right? Pretty damaging, gonna take some time. I only get 5 minutes. She goes on for on and on and on. And you talk about divisiveness? Holy smoke. Now, Laura Ray over here says, oh, we got to get rid of this right to know. It's just killing us. Yeah, I'll bet it is killing you. And it's going to kill you a lot more because I've got all the data in my database and I'll be going through it, honest to Pete. So what I'm really complaining about is just you did it too when you got up there and said, oh, the value of our homes is going to go down because of this and that and the other thing. And you gave a nice presentation. I saw all the homes up there and all of that. And you said you were a member of the public. Well, you guys aren't a member of the public, and I object to that, okay? I didn't have access to her information. I can't say anything about rebutting it. It goes by like, and turn this to this page and that to that page. It's all smoke and mirrors, I would say, Miss Optoff-Katera.
The beauty is that we have right to knows, and we're going to get all those records, and we're going to go through them in detail, and we're going to have a little presentation at a subsequent meeting, and we're going to go over all of the misstatements and all of the lies and all of the twists and turns. So, you know, they can do whatever they're going to do, but we will get this information.
By the way, I do have that document, C48CB, blah, 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 193, and yes, I have read it, and I see who the judge was and who got, and his case got remanded. Isn't that amazing? It wasn't Brian, it was Jack. The bottom line is that I think it's inordinately unfair when you allow council members. Now, I will say one thing, that Mr. Banonis made the charges, had him there, somebody asked for the documents that he had and he gave them right away. Can I get a thumb drive right away from her to prepare for 2 weeks from now?
She won't give.
You're asking a question. I provided a flash drive and the materials are available to everyone.
Well, he handed out all his.
He didn't actually. I asked him for the complaint and he refused to say, he refused to provide it. He said, do a right to know.
What complaint? You have a copy of the complaint you were served by the sheriff.
No, he's talking about the complaint that you lodged last meeting, the one that you read into the record.
So to that point, what I filed was electronically filed. So you would actually have to send your request to the disciplinary board to get a copy of it because it's an electronic form that was submitted to the disciplinary board. So that's the complaint that was filed. It's electronic. They don't give you a paper copy of it. So I could not.
You didn't make a copy. You seem to be reading something.
I read to you.
Reading a statement.
Right, but you didn't ask me for the statement that I read. No, you asked me for a copy of the complaint, and I do not have a copy of the complaint. The complaint is an electronic document that was submitted electronically, and you can get it from them. That's not the complaint. There's much more information than what I read. It identifies the target of the investigation and other information.
Ms. Hill, your speech was so
Can you
effective.
take your sign?
Sir, are you speaking?
The landfill speech.
So that, again, is a point that I want to make strongly, and I really mandate that you cut this out. And if I hear Laura Ray say again, oh, can't we just all get along together? That was obviously the nastiest attack I have ever heard. Off Kadera. The statement that he made was, here are the facts, here's what the charges are, and that's it. I am submitting this to whoever. It wasn't personal. And you, Priscilla, allowed her to go on and on for 35 minutes making wild accusations with things flying by. And I know, well, I just got to wait till it gets to the court. And not just the lower court, because we see how that works. It's got to be remanded to a higher court, and maybe out of state, too.
If you're done, give her
who'd
that
like to
thing
go
back.
next?
It's covering up the emblem. Take it back. Don't be rude, Miss Hill.
Who'd like to go next? Mary Ann?
Miss Hill's a nasty one.
My name is Mary Ann Garber, and I represent the Bethlehem Landfill Company. I will keep my comments very brief. Any and all contributions made by Waste Connections or Bethlehem Landfill Company to any independent expenditure committee were in accordance with all applicable rules, laws, and regulations. Allegations to the contrary are false and baseless. In addition, neither Bethlehem Landfill Company nor Waste Connections have ever made any political donations or any other payments to Mr. Bononis or to Mr. Carochi, either individually or to their campaigns. In the past, Bethlehem Landfill Company has supported campaign committees who advocate for job creation and lower taxes.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
Miss Hill, your speech
No one
was
else
so
was
effective.
allowed to clap, but that's all right. Who else would like to go? If not, I guess back to Victoria. I guess that's it then?
No, that's it. I think, and to be clear, what I'm sending is the package, and I'm sending it to the Ethics Commission because I think there should be a recusal to any votes for the landfill that happened in 2022 and 2023 by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi for what I perceive as what would be a pecuniary interest in things that happen, and also to the DA's office. I'm sending it to the DA's office and to the Attorney General's office to investigate what I think would be a failure to report in-kind contributions on their campaign finance reports. Thank you.
So we can move on to the next agenda item, which would be discussion on ethical concerns and potential township liability of Stephen Gaduzian and Victoria Optoff-Cordero continue to advise and vote on landfill litigation matters. And this was requested by Mr. Carochi. Tom?
Yes, I'd like to hear about the lawsuit that was filed today. I've not seen it.
The what?
So there was a lawsuit filed today.
A lawsuit
You were
filed.
served with something back there, I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either.
I did.
Well,
Just to be
what did
clear,
it
when I
say?
saw it, I went into Kathy's office and skimmed over it. That's when I saw it.
Okay. Well, what did it say? Because that directly relates to this discussion.
Is that,
I used the copy that was served on
was
Kathy.
the complaint on the agenda?
Township manager.
It's not the complaint, the complaint's not on the
Complaint was being
agenda.
filed,
but-
and that you would put this
No.
on the agenda 5 days ahead of time
No.
before anybody was ever served with a complaint? We just
No.
received a complaint today. I have no statement on something I
I
haven't
thought
had
it
a
was my
chance to
turn. I thought this
review.
was my agenda item, Priscilla. You're gonna gavel her
I'm
down?
sorry, what?
I thought this was my
Well, wait,
agenda
I want to
item.
know too, that you have this on the agenda
All right,
about
I'm
the lawsuit
well,
that
let
we.
me talk about it. Let me talk about it. One, I wanted to know what litigation is happening here. But no, I would like to raise my concerns that I've raised for the past 3 meetings at least, if not 4, about Priscilla with her parents and her parents' property.
Victoria, not Priscilla.
Victoria, and with her parents and her parents' property, continuing to vote on landfill matters. And it's a conflict. She should recuse herself from all landfill matters. You know, and I think while the complaint that Jason filed with the disciplinary board is under investigation, I think Mr. Goodsouzian should recuse himself as well from all landfill matters. That's why I put it on the agenda, just to say those 2 things. Now I find out there's litigation, and I want to find out what that's about. I mean, I don't. Why can't I ask her that question? Some people have read this thing. I have not read it.
We were just served it this evening, so I
To be clear, I didn't
have
read-
not read it.
To be clear, I didn't read it. I just skimmed it very quickly in the moments before the meeting started.
All right.
Just so the record reflects that, I walked in here about 20 after 6, and I was called into the office by Kathy, and I was served by the sheriff with these documents back here.
So what are they?
You've been served 2
I have
lawsuits.
no idea, I got 2 of them.
The same document.
I have no idea.
I don't think we can discuss anything.
No,
We've been
yeah,
served
you should-
with something.
Right, that's it. You were served, there's ongoing litigation. We don't even know, we don't even know what it is about yet, but that's where we are.
Jason has anything to add, or anybody in the audience have anything to add? But I'm
Yeah, I mean,
re-raising my concerns about these ethical violations by Victoria.
Well-
And I believe Steve under this, you know, while the other matter is pending.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, if you're asking me a question, the answer.
I'm not asking you a question.
Then,
I didn't ask you a question, Steve. No one wants to hear what you're saying. Jason, you're up.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I mean, my concerns about the potential township liability have come to fruition, at least in part, by virtue of this lawsuit being filed. You know, we knew that the acts that were undertaken here were done improperly, illegally, in violation of the Sunshine Act. And, you know, I think there's ethical implications to this as well. We're addressing those ethical implications through the disciplinary board. I don't know if there's another body that needs to be consulted for those ethical concerns, such as the ethics board, not the disciplinary board, but the ethics board. You know, the township liability, I don't know if we can necessarily talk about it out here because we're now in litigation on that. And, you know, the potential exposure to the township, not just in this lawsuit, but perhaps beyond this lawsuit. You know, this lawsuit may not reflect the full legal ramifications of what has occurred here. And that is concerning to me. Unfortunately, we can't consult with anybody. We don't have a solicitor that we can consult with because now he's conflicted out of this because he's a defendant in this matter. So how can he advise us on counsel who are not parties in this matter how to proceed? Well, I guess we're lucky to have our specially assigned attorneys or whatever they are. I don't know if I want them though. Like, I don't know what kind of counsel we're going to get from them. I don't know if they're going to give us appropriate counsel on these issues.
Right.
I'll tell you, this is a real mess.
What did you say, 1.1 million, where'd you get that? What was that?
It was pled in the complaint. It was pled in the complaint as part of the relief that they want $1.1 million for
What is?
If I recall, for like fees, you know, attorney's fees, engineering fees, costs that were incurred, in addition to other damages, including specific performance on things, if I remember correctly, precluding Victoria from participating in these things and voting on these matters because of conflict of interest. So
that's 1.1 million, and that's not even gonna include our attorney fees.
yeah.
Where's this money gonna come from, Priscilla?
That's what you gleaned from looking at this real quick?
Right, and I
This is what I do. I look over things quick. I didn't look through the whole thing. I know where to look in it, Priscilla.
Okay,
I know
I
where to
don't.
look at the wherefore clause. The wherefore clause is where they claim what damages they're looking for. I know how to peruse through it and see what the headings are and what the topics are for the causes of actions that are pled. It's what I do for a living. I know you don't.
No, I don't do that.
Right,
And what I
so
do
that's
is-
why, that's how I know.
Steve, no one asked you to look at it.
What I would do is,
I don't wanna be
would
extra
caution,
bio.
quiet, I would caution everyone on
Okay,
council,
quiet.
I will caution everyone on council that even if you're not named as a defendant, for whatever reason, the township is named as a defendant to the best that I could see. You are a member of township council, so I would caution you into whatever you're saying today, because you're saying it as a member of township council and a piece of litigation that we have just been served with, that apparently none of us have read, perhaps other than you, Mr.
I haven't
Rose.
read it. As I said, I
Whatever.
skimmed it.
So
Not
then-
whatever, I'm telling you what I
Then
said.
I'm cautioning you to be careful about what it is you're saying.
Well, I'll just
You
say.
can choose to ignore my advice,
No.
and that's up to you.
I know.
But that's what I'm telling you to do,
I-
or I'm recommending you do.
And I appreciate that advice, I do. I don't think I said anything that was revealing of any litigation strategy or anything else. When my comments at the beginning of the meeting were related to my overview of what I saw as I skimmed through this complaint and saw what was there and what they're looking for. Again, I didn't look at it in depth, so I'm gonna look at it in more detail if a copy will be provided to me when it's scanned in, to find out exactly what's in there. And what I'm talking about now is in conjunction with what Tom put on as an agenda item. And I think that these are appropriate things to discuss in the public forum. I don't think I'm speaking to that litigation or jeopardizing the township's position in that litigation by saying or commenting on my views. The concerns that I have are, who's gonna provide me with legal counsel as a member of this township council when the solicitor is named as a defendant in a lawsuit individually? I can't accept, and I appreciate your comments to me, Steve, to not say anything about this, but I have a concern that as a member of this council, that I am unrepresented because of this. And look, I know you haven't recused yourself or done anything else in this, but these are all things that I think we need to talk about when we have our next council meeting, probably an executive session.
Listen, if we had a competent solicitor, he would have cautioned Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura before we got sued, before they put us in this mess.
Absolutely, yeah.
But he's cautioning you, right? He's cautioning you now, and he's cautioning me now. The time to caution was before we got sued for what they did. I mean,
well, not we, Tom, the
so many
township.
people think, oh, the solicitor doesn't matter. We had a solicitor for 23 years. Time to try something new. This is what you get. You get a guy who's completely in over his head. The township's now sued for $1.1 million, and apparently it'll be more when you took in attorney fees and stuff. And this is what you get. Now he's cautioning us. Thanks, Steve. You're right on the ball there.
Okay, so any other discussion on this?
Right on the ball there,
agenda
Steve.
I do have more discussion on
Because
it.
we do have other agenda items.
We certainly do.
That's it.
And
I
we'll
recognize
get to
yours.
those in due course. So I guess the question that I have for the solicitor is, I am inclined to make a motion to provide for some legal counsel for Tom and me to advise us in these matters going forward, because although we're members of council, we are not similarly situated with the other parties in this case, namely you, the 3 members of council, and the township. So is that something to discuss here to make that motion? Because I want to have legal counsel on this for me immediately. I don't want to wait until the next council meeting to have this issue.
Well, yeah, I mean,
What can we do about that?
I think
Number one, I would think that is premature. Number two.
Why?
Because it's premature, because I haven't even read the complaint. Number two, what I would recommend, if council's inclined, is we can have we can break and have an executive session and discuss, and/or you can authorize me indirectly or directly, meaning on my own or through other people, to respond to the complaint in due course, knowing full well, and I bring this to the attention of council, is we were served conveniently where we don't have another meeting for 3 weeks. We have 20 days in which to respond from the date of service, which is today, so that conveniently does not get us to the next meeting. So that is something that we should address, either now or in executive session.
Well, look, I'll be quite candid with you. If I'm going to be getting separate counsel to represent me in this matter as a member of council because the township has been sued, I don't necessarily want the Hoffman firm representing me, and I think I should have some voice in who's going to be representing me, not somebody that was selected by you or appointed by the other members of council who are being implicated in this litigation.
They got us in this mess.
I think there's going to
got us in this mess, and then so did the
well,
others.
I think there's going to need to be counsel for the township and its interests and those parties, those individuals who are not named in this litigation individually. And I think there's going to need to be separate counsel for each of those individuals who have been named individually, including you, Steve. And I'm not.
I don't agree with that, but nonetheless, it's something we can flesh out but we're not going to be able to flesh out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, but we need to flesh this out relatively quickly because, again, as you said, you've got 20 days from today to respond. Well, what are we going to do? Are we going to break?
I'm happy to go into executive session or, whatever the recommendation is to do. I think we have to respond to the complaint. I haven't read it because I just got served it.
Clearly you have to respond to it.
I just arrived at like 6:28 and the meeting started at 6:30 and I was told I need to rush into the room. And I just literally got the document with Mr. Carochi filming and that was it. So I don't know what it says, but I think that we need to go to executive session now or we need to schedule an executive session to do something about this.
And we can do that now. I mean, we can break at any appropriate time and go into executive session.
Let's hear from the public. Maybe they have a thought.
I'm happy to go into executive session then.
Let's hear from the public.
I don't know what the other council members are inclined.
Looking at the document first.
Yeah, I don't want to go into executive session to talk about something that we don't know what we're talking about. We didn't even get to read page 1.
That is why, when the time comes, that's why it's my recommendation we go into executive session sometime tonight, at least as a preliminary step.
Well, then I think we should keep going through the agenda and that'll be our last thing to do. Because there's people here that want to see the rest of the agenda.
That's fine, as long as we do it tonight, is my recommendation.
Okay, so then we can move on with this agenda.
We didn't have a public comment on this agenda item. Is there any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes.
Would anybody like to speak on this agenda item?
Land just said yes.
Sure.
I didn't, okay, fine. He's being blocked by this computer screen.
Sit taller. Boost your seat up.
Well, I guess when I was looking over my notes the other day, I saw this coming, and I heard the warnings, and I heard everything else, and multiple times, and here we are. Now we're not prepared. Now we have a solicitor who is involved in a lawsuit himself, so he's not going to be able to recommend anything. And I agree with you. If I were in the same position, were you served, Ms. Ray?
It's not question and answer, sir. It's public comment.
Yeah, so what I saw was Kathy was served on behalf of the township, and Laura Ray, Steve Gutsuzian, Priscilla De Leon, and Victoria Optoff-Cordero were all served by the sheriff.
Okay.
Individually. They each received a paper.
And don't talk to the public, Mr. Gutsuzian. You weren't elected by anybody.
That's okay. You don't need to say anything. I saw
That's what I saw.
Yeah, I saw the 2 officers here, and I counted the number of whatever the services. So, and I've been served. It's nothing exciting unless it's this. So the bottom line is, so you're right. Here we are. We're hamstrung. You guys, that have not been served, right?
And we're not named. We're not named individuals. Just to
I
be
know.
clear on that.
Yeah. Well, you're part of the township, I understand that,
Yeah, but not individually.
but not individually. Boy, I'd want a separate attorney too. And I sure as heck wouldn't want one after what I saw tonight from Ms. Optov-Kadera. I mean, we know exactly what's going on with the new council members, and I'm seeing it in the right to know letters, and as soon as I can pick up that one, I'll be bringing it. I would want to be 10 miles away from them. Poor Kathy sitting in the middle of this. Wow, God bless you. That's over the hill. So yes, the sooner you get on this, the better. And I know it's almost 1 o'clock, but it's what you get paid the big bucks for. Yeah, you should be having after we're out of here because it's going to be an early night. Maybe we can go, but I would still be interested to know when you come out of your executive session, will there be a statement made?
We won't know that till we talk in executive session.
All right, well, I may just stick around. This is too important to let go. And obviously, the more the public knows, which appears to be very little, the better off we all are. I mean, this is $1 million out. Gee, that makes Hal look like only 10% of it. It is.
Okay, anyone else like to comment? Okay, if not, we're moving on to the next agenda item, which is discussion of solicitors' legal malpractice insurance and/or assets for potential claims and damages arising from authorized and/or unauthorized acts and/or omissions related to Lower Saucon Township. This was requested by Mr. Bononis.
Kathy, do we have a copy of Mr. Gutsuzian's declaration page for any legal malpractice insurance that he may have?
I do not have that on file.
All right, so we talked at the last meeting about the need to have that kind of paperwork in place. You know, now that the township has been sued, you know, this goes back to my point about needing independent counsel to advise this council as to how to proceed. Independent counsel is necessary to the extent that this potential legal liability from this lawsuit and/or any other claims that may arise from the actions or omissions of Mr. Gutsuzian, and the need to get coverage for those claims from other insurance other than the township's insurance. I think it's necessary. So I will make a motion to direct the township interim manager to send a letter to the township solicitor, Mr. Gutsuzian, requesting a copy of his legal malpractice insurance for no longer potential claims, but this real claim, real litigation and damages that have arisen as a result of the alleged unauthorized acts on behalf of and unofficial acts and violation of the Sunshine Act violations related to the township.
I'll second that.
Does she need a motion, or can you just provide that?
I'm making a motion.
A motion.
Why can't he just provide it?
Will he agree to do that?
I don't trust him. I don't trust
You will
him.
agree to do that?
He's not a man of his
All
word. I
right,
don't trust
motion in a second. It doesn't hurt to have a vote.
Exactly.
Make it
What
official.
is it? Right.
And I appreciate your willingness to share that, Steve.
I don't trust him, but let's have a vote.
Comment or
I mean, he lied about what happened in the executive session. So.
Public comment.
Jason, you want more, we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion?
No, I think it's appropriate to try to insulate the township residents and taxpayers and insurance policies from responsibility for this. I think we need to look into alternate means to deal with this litigation, any other claims that may come from any acts here. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, it's just a fiscally responsible thing to do. We should have that file work at the township, that paperwork at the township.
Okay, Victoria?
I think the motion is unnecessary because he said he would provide the information. I don't understand the allegation that he can't be trusted, because clearly if we come back next meeting and it's still not here, we would know about it. That's it.
Laura?
Yeah, I'm not going to add any comment on this.
I can't hear you.
I won't add any comment on this. It sounds like he's willing to provide it, so if we're doing it by motion, then so be it.
Okay, so anybody in the audience, public comment, 5 minutes?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
A while back, several people asked for procedure rules when you hire and all of the associated things that go along with it. I am absolutely surprised that this is not part of that. Things like insurance and other documents should be collected and are extremely important to have. And if they're not on file, they should be on file. So if they're not on file, you wonder why, all right? So number one, you change that procedure to make sure whoever you hire has all of whatever it is that's necessary to protect the town as far as they can. So, and the fact that that this was talked about previously and was known to be asked about tonight tells me that it's not forthcoming very easily, and therefore I would make a motion and require that it be done. It's nothing different than saying, like it was before, that it would be required. So if you don't vote for it, I gotta wonder what you're doing. I mean, you're here to protect the people. You're here to protect us. And you've gotten yourselves in a darn fix, and now you're asking us to take everything for granted. I don't go for that. Look, toe the line, do the right thing, get it through a motion. He's going to give it to you anyhow. Just do it. What's the problem? Oh, no, we can't do that. I'm waiting to see the vote on this, and so is the public. I mean, a little thing like this, you're going to turn it down? Gosh, I hope not.
And I'd like to point out, Jason asked for it at the previous meeting, and we don't have it.
I said
he's asking for it at the second meeting, even though he said, I don't know if he said he would provide it last meeting, but Jason asked for it last meeting.
Okay.
And it hasn't been with the township yet. Listen, we just hired a zoning officer that's going out there. We have no idea who this guy is. And we just hired a guy to go out to people's homes and properties. We have no idea who he is. Now, we can't even get this paperwork from our solicitor.
Who was the local resource for one of the schools? They had just arrested him for assaulting,
Bethlehem,
raping a girl, and it was in Bethlehem, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, just trust everybody.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, trust but verify.
Right.
Read the paper. You'll see it.
Okay, anybody else? Not roll call.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Dillion?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Kathy, just as a matter of course, could you also request the same from Mr. Hoffman's firm? Because I don't think we have that information on file, do we?
I'll make sure I get it.
Need a motion for that, or we trust that?
No, I think she'll just send it. She'll ask.
He hasn't provided any legal services that implicate his coverage, so.
It's true.
Restoring relationships with the Borough of Hellertown and Hellertown Area Library, requested by Ms. Optoff Cordero. Victoria?
Thank you. I'm going to keep my comments short in light of the time and the other matters we have to address. But I do want to say that I think it's imperative that our communities continue to work together in light of the fact that we have a school district shared by both communities. We used to have many shared services, and I am proud of what the community had done prior to 2023, 2022, I guess, into 2023, in coming together and working together. So I will say, I think it's important that we continue that effort, and I make a motion that we continue to encourage the communities coming together, and that Mr. Gazuzian continue his efforts in resolving litigation that had happened between Hellertown Borough and Lower Saucon Township, and also that had occurred between Hellertown Area Library, Lower Saucon Township, and the Office of Commonwealth Libraries, and any other litigation. I think it's important that we continue working on that. Thank you. That's my motion. I don't know if there's a second.
Okay, I'll second that.
I'd like to comment on that.
Yeah,
And we have council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, so earlier, when I talked about, and I would incorporate by reference all the comments that I made when I talked on agenda item 4F, which is the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association report concerning Hellerstown Borough. Hellerstown is a dumpster fire. We're lacking leadership, and yet these folks are proposing a motion to, quote, continue restoring relationships. Seems awfully vague to me. You wouldn't agree to a motion to make an affirmative statement that Lower Saucon Township will not be providing police services other than mutual aid, but yet you'll jump in bed and make this motion to, quote, restore relationships, even after hearing about all of the malfeasance and all the corruption and the lack of leadership and the incompetence. You'll make that motion. And even after Hellerstown Library has willfully disregarded numerous orders from the Court of Common Pleas in direct violation of those orders, they will not produce information or witnesses, and you're providing cover for them. And all that conduct that we've talked about meeting after meeting. The one thing that I would throw out there, just as a matter of course, is where's a copy of the Hellerstown Area Library's 990 from 2022? Has anybody seen a copy of that? Does anybody know what their financial situation is? Does anybody know what their assets and liabilities are? Any revenue they have, liabilities, anything like that? We don't have that. So you want to restore a relationship with an entity that you have no idea what its financial position is. That is absurd, absolutely absurd. To want to restore a relationship and not doing your due diligence to find out who you're restoring with and why. Why are you doing it? We know why, because they want to help your buddies. You want to take Lower Saucon tax dollars and give them to Hellerstown because they're broke as a dope. That's what this is about. They're broke as a dope and they're incompetent, they're rudderless, and you want to throw them a lifeline without any justification whatsoever. It's one thing when you, like I said earlier, if your neighbor's house is on fire, okay, your neighbor's house is on fire, go help him put it out. But when your neighbor's house is on fire and he keeps lighting it on fire and he's throwing rocks at your windows, you don't go help your neighbor. Sorry.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are on these emails too, but they're getting from Oscar Gray and a Gina DeSantis and all that. And I don't see Susie's name on here, so I'm not sure he's aware of them. Because it looks like that they just sent them to council people. But Hellertown should be aware, and especially the library, that it looks like these people, they have their own case, it looks like, apparently, against the Hellertown Library on the right to know stuff. And it doesn't look like this stuff, from what they write, it doesn't appear like it's going away, no matter what we do. So I'm not so sure why Hellertown would settle with us when thinking all this is going to go away, when there's other people out there that are similarly situated as us, as a township in our old position, that are going to keep moving the ball forward on this to expose the alleged fraud that these people talk about, especially with the Friends of the Hellertown Library. And if you notice, the Friends of the Hellertown Library is not used anymore. I'm sure it still exists on paper somewhere. But they've started a new nonprofit entity to help the library. I forget the name. It's like, I forget the name of it off the top of my head now. But they've started a new 501c3 so that I think they think they can shift all of the legal liability to the Friends, and this new organization won't have any of the legal liability and can raise money for them. But I just don't know. I don't know why they would settle when they're really not settling anything. Yeah, it's one party, us, that would settle, but there's still others that are their suit is really the same as ours: violation of the Sunshine Act, getting the right to know information, getting the financial information, getting to the bottom of why Hal was selling books out the back door to Friends members, without, at 40% discounts, not charging them sales tax, all that type of stuff. So, you know, I hope in any discussions that Hal is aware of that we don't control these people. They have agendas similar to ours, but their own. And from the emails we get, and, you know, Priscilla's on these emails and Victoria's on these emails, it looks like they're going forward no matter what we do. That's all.
Okay, I'd like to say that when you guys were talking to Southern Lehigh Library about possible joining with them, I don't ever recall receiving any financial documents, 990s, nothing. So I just like that to be in the record. Victoria?
Yeah, just a couple things. There was, you know, the assertion that this is like some vague motion, and we had made direction a few months ago, to engage in discussions with the Borough of Hellertown and with the Hellertown Area Library on settling the various pieces of litigation. That was a motion made months ago. This is just me reiterating that I encourage Mr. Gazuzian to continue those discussions. I don't think I'm you know, discussing anything that's not happened yet, because we've been in litigation, and I think it's very important that we end wasteful spending. I've talked about that before. We've spent a lot of money on wasteful litigation, which I think is improper, and the litigation with the OCL, I think, is going nowhere. It's cost lots of money with Eckerd Siemens and whatnot. And Hellertown Borough, with respect to the compost center, is also another one that is just adds to the friction, adds to divisiveness, and we want to come together.
You'll spend $2,500 on your parents' lawsuit against the landfill, right? Right?
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I would like to see things continue with discussions. I think some of the services residents want to see back are the compost center and the library. So I encourage ongoing negotiation and discussions.
I just need a point of clarification, Priscilla. You had said that when discussions were taking place with the Southern Lehigh Library that we didn't request any 990. There was no indication of any financial issues there. There was no indication of any corruption. We were not in litigation with the Southern Lehigh Library, and they also were not suppressing and refusing to cooperate with court orders compelling them to participate in discovery, produce documents, as well as produce witnesses for depositions. So it's an entirely different situation. To compare the two is just
Okay, so you
really
assumed
wrong.
a lot of things.
They weren't corrupt.
I didn't assume
They
anything.
weren't corrupt like
telling you,
that.
I'm explaining to you the difference between the Southern Lehigh Library and the Hellertown Library.
And I have
$50,000 for
One's run, yeah,
Yeah, but
one's
you already
run
gave them
appropriately.
$100,000 anyway. Now you want to give them more. You want to get in bed with them even more.
Okay, so.
No
public
2022
comment?
990.
Public comment, anyone out there would like to speak on this issue? Oh, no, the lady's going first. If you don't mind.
Joellen Thompson from Lower Saucon. You keep mentioning about how difficult it is to get this 990 for 2022 from the Hellertown Area Library. I Googled it, it's here.
For 2022?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Right
I was
on,
not aware
I
that
mean,
they had filed it. I
No
appreciate you telling me that. Thank you.
I don't have a filing date, well, I'm not exactly sure on this, but it's multiple pages. So if this has been a stumbling block, I usually think the easiest thing to do is either to ask somebody, even if you've asked them in the past, what's the problem? If you're really trying to solve the problem, and this is a stumbling block, to ask them, or, again, to Google it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ellen.
All right, I guess everybody's got a short memory, and that was very nice of her to say that. I can tell you I Googled that stuff for the last couple of years and didn't get anything, and there was nothing. And I'll try to remind you why that was. There was a fella here back in, well, it starts way back in 2020 or something before that. And his name was Link Treadwell. And there was somebody else here by the name of Stauffer, I think a council person, okay, who virtually demanded that she be the liaison to the library. And the bottom line is, when I go back and I look through all of the minutes, yeah, here's just one set of minutes. I see many comments. So everything's all fine and hunky-dory, and they're working on, meaning the board for HAL is all volunteers supposedly. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Mr. Kaduzian's wife was on that. Is that true, sir? I'm not answering. Okay. So the bottom line is there's a conflict right there. Now, let's go from there and say, so they worked on it. They started months ahead, somewhere May, June, and they worked on it all the way up to October, November, and the bottom line is they finally produced the document and showed up here in December. And if you want something in between, I can provide that too, meaning the interactions that were refused when people said, like the manager, gee, do you want our attorney to review your documents September, October? And the answer was, no, we're good. They don't have their own attorney, from what I understood, by the way. All right, so here we go. And now it's December the 2021, and the council meeting minutes are what I am referring to here. And by the way, that was my first council meeting, and I remember this board being trotted in here and sitting down and say, you people have to sign this because we have a deadline. And so somebody said, well, wait a minute, has anybody on the council seen this agreement? And the answer was no. And I remember Mr. Benonis saying to Mr. Treadwell, have you seen it? And I think his answer was no, but the bottom line is that it didn't get reviewed. It wasn't reviewed. There were questions, and they were simple questions, okay? What actually happened with all of this, and by the way, this is an 11 pages of council discussion on December 1st, 2021. So it was thorough and back and forth and up and down. And people were saying, well, I feel it's okay. And other people would say, the law says, and we can't get the darn 301C is required to file these reports. There was nothing. We got nothing out of it. Meaning, and I say we because I'm the taxpayer. And we're talking about $150,000. And I'm going to cut to the quick because I don't have a lot of time. And so this Stauffer person tried to sugarcoat this, and off it went. Well, gee, we wait for a while, and not a lot happens, except I think Judge Daly ruled on one of the requests of a person by the name of Longacre requesting that information, and it went on for years. And the answer was no. Hal said, no, we're not giving you the financials. Then people saying, well, what the heck are you doing with all that money? You want $150,000. And the answer was, chirp, chirp, chirp. All right? That got hackles up, and it's too bad some of the people that were here earlier tonight aren't here to hear this now. So that's what started it. And then no financials. And then we also found out that Hellerstown had difficulties, $1 million difficulties in their financials, the town. Why would you ever, Ms. Optoff-Gadara, want to join with these people and cozy up to them? And with all of this corruption, 2 police chiefs, hundreds of thousands of dollars, a clerk who stole money from the fire company, and you want to... There's a person here still who made a very simple statement. Like O'Reilly says, I'm just a simple man. Simple man said, you get your own house in shape and we will keep ours in shape. So Hellertown needs to get theirs in shape. You want to talk to them about rail trails, but don't you think for a second, the next time you say, oh, we're so hunky and dory and everything is lovely and we'll get you this, that, and the other thing. No, they've gotten money. How many? 5? Okay.
You're pretty much out of time.
Pretty much? Okay, well, let me finish then. I see a lot of money has flowed in from the representative in Allentown to Harrisburg. 50,000, 75,000 into that library. What are they doing with it? Eating it, burning it? And it shouldn't be coming out of this town, that's for darn sure. You look perplexed. You want me to send it to you?
Mr. Berland, just for clarification, you're referring to the $50,000 gift?
Yes.
That Lisa Buscola gave to the Hellertown Library to help bail them out and curry favor with them?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So
we bailed them out with some more, which wasn't authorized, from what I understand.
I haven't heard about them sending a letter to the residents of Erie thanking them for their state tax dollars to help subsidize the Hellertown Library, but nonetheless, maybe that's coming. Maybe they're still working on that.
So if you, Ms. Optofikatera, want to take your purse over there and leave it open, good luck. What's in your wallet?
Why do that when other
Any
people can
other
pay for it?
public comment? Any other public comment?
Why would you do that when you can get the township to pay for those things?
Well, this guy's
I guess roll call, please, Kathy.
No, he wants to take
Mr.
us.
Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm waiting for the yard signs to go up that say, fully fund our police force. That'll be really fun to see. All over Hellertown and everywhere else. You know, people are here gnashing their teeth, tearing their clothes, and they're freaking out over a library, but they're not freaking out over police services. I want to see those signs up, so my vote is no.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on proposed letter to the Disciplinary Board of Pennsylvania concerning Solicitor Stephen Gaduzian, requested by Ms. Optof-Cordero. Victoria?
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I think previously there were some comments made about the allegations lodged by Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce being an electronic submission, and somehow he didn't have it, although he read it, and I should go to the state to get it. Yeah. But I think by making it an issue in Lower Saucon Township, by using township council agenda items to discuss it, I think it became a township issue, and he should provide it to the township. And I think that there would be an appropriate direction for our township. If he's not going to provide it, then our township should go and get it from the appropriate agency, because it's a township record. So that would be the first direction.
It's not a township record because I filed it individually, not as an official member of council.
Put it on the agenda. It became a township issue when you put it on the agenda and you used township time to read your submission into the record.
So do you. So it's not a township item.
It wasn't on the agenda.
Victoria has the
It wasn't on the agenda.
I have, in response to that, I thought it was inappropriate to be spending our time and money on that, to have an agenda item for it.
So now you put it on the agenda.
You know, it also raised issues against our solicitor, which I thought were inappropriate. So I took it upon myself to draft a letter on my behalf to the disciplinary board in support of Mr. Gazuzian. And unlike Mr. Benonis, I have the letter. It's here for everybody. It's going to be a township record, and I'll read it for the people who haven't seen it. Dear Mr. Campioli, I am writing, he is the attorney in charge of District 2 of the Disciplinary Board of Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. I am writing as a resident of Lower Saucon Township, attorney and member of the PA Bar, and councilwoman for Lower Saucon Township. At our Lower Saucon Township Council meeting held on May 1st, 2024, it came to my attention that council members Jason Benonis, PA Supreme Court ID number 85115, and Thomas Carucci, attorney of unknown bar admission, submitted allegations of alleged misconduct against Attorney Gazuzian, our township solicitor, in my opinion, weaponizing the rules of professional conduct to further a personal dissatisfaction with the majority direction of council. Councilman Benonis read a laundry list of alleged violations of the rules of professional conduct against Mr. Gazuzian. Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carucci purported to submit their complaint to you, quote, on behalf of the residents and taxpayers of Lower Saucon Township, end quote. And yes, I checked the record. I have the audio. I can play it for you. It's the words that came out of Mr. Benonis's mouth. The allegations made against Mr. Gazouzian are simply untrue and do not represent any official position of counsel on behalf of residents and taxpayers. First, let me say that Mr. Gazouzian has represented Lower Saucon Township and its council with integrity. He has conducted himself with the highest level of professionalism to all members of council. Mr. Gazouzian was brought in to serve a council that includes councilmen who interrogate and insult fellow council members, members of the public, and professional consultants with whom they disagree. Mr. Gazouzian is asked to provide advice under acrimonious circumstances where there is often disagreement between council majority and Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi. Mr. Gazouzian's actions on behalf of Lower Saucon Township have been with the direct consent, request, and authority of council majority. Mr. Gazouzian has at all times followed the direction of council majority and presented matters in an executive session in an appropriate fashion to all members. I submit the allegations made against Mr. Gazouzian are simply meant to obstruct Mr. Gazouzian's lawful and ethical representation of the township. Against the directives of the PA Supreme Court, it is my opinion that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi are weaponizing the rules of professional conduct to further their personal political vendettas against council majority and positions that the majority has taken on a number of issues of high importance in the community. It is unconscionable for a member of the bar to threaten the livelihood and profession of other members of the bar or the legal community to further his personal disagreements with the majority of council. I direct you to watch any meeting available on the Township YouTube channel to observe the behavior of Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis. The meetings may be watched at, and I provide the link. Since his appointment on January 24, 2024, Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi addressed Mr. Gazouzian with personal insults, demeaning language, shouts and interruptions, and inflammatory and misleading accusations. Every council meeting is rife with derogatory comments that have no place at a public council meeting. From day one of Mr. Gazouzian's appointment, Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi have undertaken a course of conduct that is, in my opinion, calculated and designed to prevent the township administration from conducting its business and to furthermore obstruct and prevent council business from being completed. It is my strong belief that the submission by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi to you is another political stunt designed to paint a false narrative of Mr. Gazouzian and our township. I kindly ask that you quickly dismiss the complaints made against Mr. Gazouzian as unfounded and without merit. I also ask that you refer this matter for review for the lack of professionalism of Mr. Bononis and his mistreatment of fellow members of the bar and overall conduct at public meetings. Mr. Bononis' conduct undermined the ideals and expectations of members of the legal profession and threatened the public's perception and respect for the rule of law. Specifically, Mr. Bononis himself acts contrary to the spirit of professionalism exemplified in the rules of professional conduct. It is my opinion Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi violate the following proclamations of the rules of professional conduct, which members of the bar are asked to comply with in all aspects of their life. Preamble, a lawyer's responsibilities. A lawyer, as a member of the legal profession, is a public citizen having a special responsibility for the quality of justice. Number 5, a lawyer's conduct should conform to the requirements of the law, both in professional service to clients and in the lawyer's business and personal affairs. A lawyer should use the law's procedures only for legitimate purpose and not to harass or intimidate others. A lawyer should demonstrate respect for the legal system and for those who serve it, including judges, other lawyers, and public officials. A lawyer is also guided by personal conscience and the appropriation of professional peers. A lawyer should strive to attain the highest level of skill to improve the law and the legal profession and its exemplify the legal profession's ideals of public service. That's number 7. Number 8, a lawyer's responsibilities are as a representative of clients, an officer of the legal system, and the public citizen are usually harmonious. That means that our PA bar expects us to act the same way in court as they would act in their public affairs, and they are harmonious. The legal profession's relative autonomy carries with it special responsibilities of self-government. The profession has responsibilities to assure that its regulations are conceived in the public interest and not in furtherance of parochial or self-interested concerns of the bar. Every lawyer is responsible for observance of the rules of professional conduct. A lawyer should also aid in securing their observance by other lawyers. So I'm providing this here today to remind members of the bar. Neglect of these responsibilities compromises the independence of the profession and the public interest which it serves. I further submit that the conduct of Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce violate the Code of Civility. While the Code of Civility and the Code of Ethics do not expressly govern conduct of attorneys acting as elected officials, it is my understanding members of the bar should be guided by these rules in their relationships with others and when they act in the public. Members of the bar should conduct themselves with the same professionalism expected and exemplified by the rules of professional conduct when engaging with the public and when serving as an elected official. To that end, I believe Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce routinely violate, number one, act in a manner consistent with the fair, efficient, and humane system of justice and treat all participants of the legal process in civil, professional, and courteous manner at all times. These principles apply to the lawyer's conduct in the courtroom, in office practice, and in the course of litigation. Number two, a lawyer should speak and write in a civil and respectful manner in all communications with the court, court personnel, and other lawyers. A lawyer should not engage in any conduct that diminishes the dignity and decorum of the courtroom. A lawyer should abstain from making disparaging personal remarks or engaging in acrimonious speech or conduct to opposing counsel or any participants in the legal process, and shall treat everyone involved with fair consideration. A lawyer should not bring the profession into disrepute by making unfounded accusations or impropriety of personal attacks upon counsel, and absent good cause should not attribute improper motive or conduct to other counsel. A lawyer should not misrepresent, mischaracterize, misquote, or miscite facts or authorities in any oral or written communication to the court. A lawyer should demonstrate respect for other lawyers. A lawyer should be cognizant of the standing of the legal profession and should bring these principles to the attention of other lawyers when appropriate. I am bringing this to the attention of both Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis because they should be following these rules not only when they appear before a judge and when they have clients, but also in every aspect of their public affairs, especially as elected officials. I welcome, this is back to the attorney for the 2nd District. I welcome speaking with you or any other investigatory tribunal concerning conduct at Lower Saucon Township Council meetings. Please do not hesitate to contact me should you have questions or concerns regarding this matter. Very truly yours, signed my name. The letter is available. It's available to anybody who wants to see it. I'm going to send it to the disciplinary board, and I welcome anybody else who'd like to join in.
Okay, thank you for reading that, and I wasn't happy with the letter that was sent a meeting ago, so I'd like to join that also.
Was that letter included in our council packet? Because I don't remember seeing that in our council packet.
And I will sign that as also.
Kathy, was that in our council packet?
I received it late this afternoon and emailed it out to you.
Aha, so that was not part, another secret document sprung upon us. Aha.
It's in your red folder.
Yeah, it was sprung upon us. It wasn't provided with the council packet. On Friday, it was provided, you provided it to Kathy. You didn't even provide it to, yeah, it's here for me when I walked in here, just like that lawsuit was here for you when you walked in.
You're right, but your address to the disciplinary board is I'm still waiting for it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so, like I said, I'd like to add my name too. So there's no motion, no action required.
Well, I want to speak to this.
I'll go scare you, speak.
I know, I'm getting to that, you know?
Yeah.
So, council discussion, Jason.
Yeah, so if I understand your comments, even though the letter wasn't provided to us in advance of this meeting, you find it unconscionable that Mr. Croce and I would report what we believe to be unethical conduct because it has the potential to affect somebody's livelihood. So if we use this rationale, if an attorney that we know is stealing from from their client, and we know of that, we shouldn't report that because that attorney who's doing the improper deed could lose his livelihood. That's the rationale here, just so you can follow that through. That's the absurdity of it. But we'll take that a step further, and I'll talk about Rule 8.3 of the Pennsylvania Rules of Professional Conduct, reporting professional misconduct. And here it is, subpart A. A lawyer who knows that another lawyer has committed a violation of the rules of professional conduct that raises a substantial question as to that lawyer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness as a lawyer in other respects shall inform the appropriate professional authority. And that's what I did. I came upon information that there was violation of the rules raises questions of the honesty, trustworthiness, and fitness of the lawyer, and I am duty-bound to report those things. So you can go on your little merry show and do whatever you gotta do with your letter, but I complied with the rules, and in fact, you did not. You're a lawyer that is required to follow the same rules that I am required to follow. I reported it, you did not. You, in fact, are in violation of the rules, Rule 8.3, perhaps others, but we'll talk about that another time. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll report me. Again, reading from the letter, it is unconscionable for a member of the bar to threaten the livelihood and profession of another member of the legal community to further his personal disagreements with the majority of counsel.
I thought it was my turn.
Further disagreements, it's exposing illegal activities that took place in violation of the Sunshine Act that were discussed by Ms. Garber here, and now you've been sued for it. Give me a break.
We have a difference of opinion.
Okay,
Yeah,
Tom?
I'm in the real world, I'm in reality, and you're in some other, parallel universe.
Tom?
Yeah, I was napping, but I guess this is a letter in support of Mr. Goodsuzian. And I just find, I know, 10 attorneys that live in Lower Saucon Township, maybe 20 in Northampton County. I don't really work here. Jason, I'm sure, knows a lot more. I just find it the only letter Mr. Goodsuzian could get sent in support of him is from his partner in crime here.
His code of
what happened? Where are these other attorneys saying? Because the ones I talked to don't have a pretty good opinion of them. And I could see why you only get one letter. So you got one letter of support from his partner in crime here. So,
well, Tom, we know from the lawsuit now they got to stick together, right? They got to circle the wagons and
what the letter
bolster one
says.
another.
I didn't read the letter. I don't know what it says. I took a nap
You
while
don't need
she
to.
was reading it, but I just find it funny that there's only one. Mr. Goodsuzian has lived in the township for 20 years? He's been an attorney in the Lehigh Valley for what? You get one letter from his partner in crime in support. Because you tell other attorneys in the township and the county what happened at that executive session. They didn't do that. He came out and said he did something yeah, that's about right.
Okay, Victoria, did you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, Laura?
The letter speaks for itself.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, public comment? Anybody out there like to speak?
That's really sad. The things that you said, code of civility. You've demonstrated that again and again tonight, and you said code of civility between the attorneys and the public. The way you tried to shout me down, is that the kind of code that you want? That's a beauty. All right. Harmony? Harmony. Gee, let's all love the criminals and all of that. No. You report them, you take them to trial, and that's it. And I really have to laugh. You made a statement earlier about it was you who said at the landfill meeting that you knew that that sewage was being dumped. And it was I that stood up and said, you what? Raw sewage being dumped, and you didn't tell anybody during all of these landfill hearings? All the hammering you and your friends did, the Democrats did, and you didn't mention one thing in the public forum here to say that the Bethlehem landfill was dumping raw sewage. To me, that's a crime by omission, and I'm not an attorney. But boy, if that's not blatant, I don't know what is. Is that your conduct? I was thinking that maybe what you should do is remove Mr. Goodsuzian's name from it and put it on the letter and complain about yourself. That's what I think ought to happen.
Mr. Deland, I just need to make a point of clarification. I see that Ms. Thompson left. She had mentioned to us that there was a Form 990 at the library in 2022. I'm on the official IRS.gov website, and looking up the Hellerstown Area Library Association, EIN 23-2613723. There is no 2022 990 that's on their website. So the information that I had appears to be accurate. I'm not sure where Ms. Thompson got her information from. I also just checked the Hellerstown Area Library website itself, and there's no Form 990 that's on there for 2022 that I see immediately. And in fact, I don't even see a tax return that was filed in 2022 or 2023. So I just wanted to put that out there for the public, that the information that was conveyed by Ms. Thompson, I don't know where she got that information from, but I can't find it.
Right, and we're supposed to cozy up with them. Thank you, Mrs. Hoptoff-Gadara.
And I realize we're on a different agenda item, but nonetheless, you brought these issues up, and I wanted to address your concerns from earlier because I wanted to make sure that the public knew and you.
Yeah, the public should know that. That's a misrepresentation. And until I get the document in my hand, I don't make those statements. And I'm not a tax whiz or anything like that. But when I can see the previous years up to 2021 or 2020, they're there, and then there are none. And that's what Treadwell was after. Where are the financials? And people like Hoptoff-Gadara said, there's another beauty. We automatically bring in Kadouzian and make him the solicitor, and then we turn around and we're read this statement saying by Hoptoff-Gadara that we should dispense with all of these legal proceedings and whatever conflicts there were, and I would like to see, and I guess I'm gonna have to do a FOIA for that. Yeah. See, I got to do a FOIA, Laura Ray. See? FOIA. There's another one because I can't get the information to show what I have just claimed, okay? But I'll get it. And then I'll come and read it. And you'll say, oh, no, our counsel, we're so bogged down. And it's the only way we're going to get the truth. Thank God we've got it.
Anybody else like to speak under public comment?
I was just looking
Speak
it
into
up
the mic.
myself, the 990.
Speak in the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just looking this up myself, and it's under,
And your
I have
name
to
for
look
the
it up
record,
here.
I'm sorry.
Please don't come near me. I found it under ProPublica, and it has all the filing for the 990 in 2022, for 2022. Just look up ProPublica.
I prefer to look up directly at the IRS, which is the entity
Okay,
that should have
but
this record.
it has it there.
Well, I'm telling you, the IRS doesn't. The IRS is not showing it. So.
Okay, it's, all the paperwork's there, so
Well,
I'm
it may be
just.
somewhere else, but I don't know.
You,
It may not be a
an
filing.
assist.
Can you state your name for the record? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm Elizabeth Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident.
I appreciate that information, ma'am, but again, the IRS doesn't show that.
Right. And where's the Friends tax forms and this other entity they started to cover up for the Friends?
Yeah,
Where are
I don't
Anybody
see
else
them
for
even
public
existing, Tom.
comment?
their tax forms?
Okay, so is there anything else on this agenda item? No. Okay, moving on then, approval of the March 20th council minutes. The March
Corrections, right?
20th council
And
minute.
people complain that
Minutes previously tabled are ready for council's review. Tom, you had issues and these were tabled.
And there were 13 corrections there. 26 if you count, but I only count one when they cross a word out and put a new word in. People get upset about tabling the minutes.
We weren't upset over that. We wanted to do that. Get the record straight.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel uncomfortable voting for these minutes because every time I ask for them to be looked at, there's correction. I just asked for one paragraph. Whatever, you do whatever you want. I'm not voting for it. They're not accurate.
So does anybody have a motion to approve the tabled minutes from March 20th?
With the changes.
With the changes?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, I'll second. Okay, council discussion. Jason?
I don't feel comfortable with them. I'm not gonna vote for them.
Okay, Tom, you feel comfortable?
Same.
I'm fine. Victoria?
Yes.
Laura, you made this motion. Public comment regarding the March 20th council meeting, council minutes. No one? Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Before we go to the next minutes, I think it's an appropriate time to say that we do spend a lot of time, and our community spends a lot, or I shouldn't say our community, our township staff spends a lot of time doing council minutes, and now our meetings are going longer and longer and longer, which takes up more time and time and time. I think we hire another staff member to do transcription services for us for these minutes. But I would just say, for the future, I would like the township to look into an alternative means to produce minutes that would be more efficient for our staff and save on taxpayer dollars for this. Thank you.
We'll have Kathy come back with a recommendation.
You may not be aware that the person that transcribes these minutes is actually retired from the township, and this is her only role, is to transcribe the minutes. Is that correct, Kathy?
Yes.
She does a good job. It's
I
just
agree.
the meetings are long because
so she's
Priscilla
not-
doesn't run them
she's not-
efficiently.
I feel the need to advise council that we are pretty much at the point of exceeding our budget for transcriptionists, and I will be bringing that back in the
Right,
resolution
right.
to add
Okay.
more
But
funding
it's not
for
a
this.
staff person doing it, so
No,
it's, right,
no,
okay.
We
she
pay
does
her
do it, but
for it.
I mean, the last set of minutes, she spent over 70
Yeah,
hours
right,
doing the minutes,
right.
so. it's-
70 hours, yeah, so I would like to look at alternative means to have meeting minutes. My understanding is we don't need to have a verbatim transcription like it was in court for minutes. In addition, there might be other avenues that provide quicker transcription. So I'd like the townships to look into that. Thank you.
Okay, moving on then, we have the approval of the April 3rd council minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
No.
I'll make a motion.
So Victoria, is there a second?
Yes.
Is that a law?
Yes.
Table.
Okay,
On page 14 of 35, since Ms. Soptoff was speaking at the same time as Mr. Carochi, inaudible, I want to listen to that. I'll get that. I want to listen to that. I want to table. Every time I table, we get 13, 14 corrections per paragraph. I'll figure that one out.
so are you saying you
I'll
want to
listen to
table this because you want to re-listen to a certain page?
Listen, because it says Ms. Optoff was speaking at the same time as Mr. Carochi, was inaudible. I'll listen to it and tell you what I think it is. And if she doesn't agree with me, you don't agree with me, then that's fine. You can vote in the minutes, but give me a chance to listen to that audio.
Okay, so Victoria and Laura, will you withdraw your motion?
Did we make
Will
a
you
motion to
move
approve it? Yeah, I'll withdraw, it's fine.
Okay, it'll just be tabled.
For the record, we're not gonna be wasting any more time asking the transcriptionist to look back at this. Mr. Carochi's gonna do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
himself
do it, yeah. I'm gonna do it.
As an in-kind.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
Okay, so I guess we have the approval of the April 17th.
Yeah, I
Council
have the
minutes?
same problem on page 7 of 47. There's multiple instances where Ms. Optoff Cordero was speaking at the same time that I was. And there's 1, 2, 3.
That's why I
4,
gavel everybody,
5.
one at a time, speak one at a time.
At least that's just on page 7. I think this needs to be looked at more closely. I'd like to hear the audio of that, and maybe we can sort out exactly what was said at that time.
Are you asking the transcriptionist to do it, or are you offering to do it yourself?
I'm offering to do it, yeah. And then we also have on page 11 of 47, Ms. De Leon was not coming through clearly on the phone. It was all crackly. I guess this was the time that you really wished you had the cell phone tower near your house. So, I think we need to try to listen to that as well. And there's probably other instances in here that need to be looked at more closely.
Make a motion to table.
So I'll make a motion to table the April 17, 2024 council minutes. Kathy, you can provide those audio files to us? Thanks.
Well, are we tabling, because we didn't table the other one, we just
did.
kind of just, no, we didn't vote on tabling it. They made a motion to approve it, Victoria and Laura, and then they withdrew it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to table the April 3 and the April 17,
Okay,
2024. Is that fair?
Okay, that would be good, yes.
Second?
We can just come in and
I'll
listen.
second.
Thank you.
to table. So, we have a roll call, no, can't do a roll call yet. We gotta open it up to public comment. So public comment on those 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Just table.
Gee, that's the problem with doing all this stuff. You really do get sensitized. What I'd ask, and I mentioned it to Kathy, and it may not be possible, but I notice you have a group of 3 minutes here that you're processing. What I'd ask is I'd like to see, if possible, it's going to take the same amount of time, I would think, not having to do it, but I'd like to see the minutes come out before the next council meeting, all right? Not months and months later.
Well,
You heard that it took
that's up to
70
the
hours.
administration, that's not up to us. They do the best they can to get the minutes out in a timely fashion. That's all we can.
They're on YouTube now, and you can look at any time.
I know that, I know all of that. What I'm saying is I'm 3 months behind what happened 3 months ago. Did you hear what I said?
And the meetings are now 2 and 3 times as long.
Well, it's understood. I mean, we have a person here for 40 minutes.
Oh, please.
Well, that's almost another hour added on. Plus, then she read the long agreement. That's at least an hour.
She's not the only one that's done this.
I would have had us out here at 8:30, Dave. I would have had us out here at 8:30.
You know, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Well, I know you're trying, but anyhow,
Okay, so-
that was the request because I'd like to read the minutes. And here they come out on Friday afternoon at 5 or 6, and I have all of these other items I want to make sure I'm ready to talk about. And so that's why, and if you're going to produce them, it's not like a chicken laying a whole bunch of eggs at once or something here. We can pop them out one at a time, I would hope.
Right, and Kathy's doing the best she can, and Kathy.
She is. It's,
I
Staff
do
is just,
anyway.
staff is doing
I
their best.
understand.
okay,
Maybe not everybody else does, but I do.
thank you.
You're welcome.
The one
Sorry,
thing,
I just thought of something I just want to ask Mr. Gazouzian. I think there was a lot of discussion about improper sunshine law violations and things that were happened at our April 3rd meeting, which is one of the minutes that are under consideration here. That was the meeting where they alleged that there were some, sunshine law violation in executive sessions that didn't happen, things were said, what people said, and I just want to make sure from the solicitor's perspective that we don't need to, publish portions of the April 3rd meeting that aren't in dispute, so that it doesn't impact the litigation that may have been filed or whatever, because I think it was about sunshine violations, maybe about, I don't know, I'm just saying, I know we're going to executive session later, but my concern is if we are not approving sections of the April 3rd meeting that aren't in dispute, maybe we should approve those out of an abundance of caution.
Good, thank you.
And
I now recognize the guy standing at the floor who, again, there she goes.
Mr. Belen, it was
I
something
don't
that
care what you do. You just have no courtesy.
no self-control.
You're not professional.
Right.
Okay, please, it's getting late. No.
No.
You know what?
We're not
Why do you gavel her for interrupting him?
2 minutes and 47 seconds.
You've got to follow the rules of our.
No. So does she.
And he is.
She's supposedly an authority of the court and everything, and she just read all these voluminous things she should be doing, and she breaks them all. Where the heck was I? You're just so frustrating. Yeah, you shut me down again. You talk about intimidation, there you go. She just goes off and does whatever she wants. She doesn't care about the public at all.
I believe you were talking about the minutes.
Yeah, I was trying to talk about them, but I got, again, she just opens up and goes, and she doesn't give a damn about the public. Excuse the swear word. That's DAM.
Can I ask Kathy to look into, as one of the possible options, I know they have software now that basically should be able to take the recording of the meeting, turn it into a fairly rough draft of a transcript, and then, Diane might just have to go back, listen to it, because you have to assign names and stuff if people don't announce who they are and which council member's speaking. add that and, you know, maybe some corrections from some words and all that, but I don't think that software is that expensive. It's been
think
around
when-
for a long time.
I think when Glenn Kern was serving, and before he passed and he was here, he needed to, as people said things, he needed to see it typed
Yeah.
on the screen. And we did that for him.
So, I mean, if we have this software, if we can get this software, it's not that expensive, then the meeting is transcribed the next day from the audio recording. And then Diane just has to go in there, assign who was speaking, and look for where there were possible mistakes, where the audio didn't translate to the page, you know.
Or the person speaking, like,
Right. She'll be able to, because we don't announce when we speak, we don't announce who speak. So it's not gonna pick that up, right? It's gonna be all one, right? So she would have to go in and she still has to listen, but then it's just putting a person's name in. And when the people come to the podium, they should be saying their names, so that shouldn't be a problem. I think we should look into that, just to see how much expensive it is, and if Diane thinks it's something that would substantially cut her time putting these together. I don't think we should give up on actual transcripts just yet, without looking into something like that.
There's a website called Transcribe Me.
Right.
That uses AI, and it does it really quickly, and there's different levels of transcription, depending on if you use AI or a real person. So you could look at Transcribe Me.
okay, so moving on then to the April 2024 financial reports. Would there be a motion? Did I skip something?
There was a motion to table the minutes.
Oh, sorry, it's right, Jason and I. Sorry, okay, roll call.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
I hesitate to vote yes on this because I would like to hear from Mr. Gazuzian whether or
Right.
not we should
In
vote.
response to your question, since we're scheduled in a couple weeks anyway, having official meetings or non-official meetings isn't gonna cause a major issue with regard to a response to the complaint. There's still the YouTube video, and if there's a
That's fine.
requirement to get some information, it's there.
Okay, thank you. All right, I vote yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now I can go on to the financial reports. Okay, April 2024 financial reports are ready for council's review and approval. Would there be a motion to approve? I'll make that motion. Would there be a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and council discussion, Jason?
I have no discussion.
Tom?
No.
Priscilla, no. Victoria?
Yes.
Laura?
Wait, is this a vote or a discussion?
No, it's a discussion.
Okay, well, Victoria said yes, so that means she wants
Well,
to discuss this.
No,
She said yes.
that's not what I meant.
I'd like to
It's
thank
getting
Kathy
late.
for putting them
It's
together.
getting confusing. So council discussion,
Yes, I support the financial reports.
public comment. Anyone out there like to speak on the financial report? Not? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Bononis? Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes, thanks for putting them together, Kathy.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, next we have council and staff reports. Kathy, do you have a report?
No, I do not.
Council, I don't have anything. Jason, do you have anything?
Yeah, I do. Again, back to my earlier point that I brought up, and I said we're going to talk about this a little bit more later. I'm looking at the Spring 2024, Volume 28, Issue 1 of the Lower Saucon Township newsletter. This was sent out to all residents, and on the face page of this, there's a note from the president, and it goes on and it paints what is purportedly a rosy picture of the township's state. And I believe that this is inaccurate, it's misleading. I'm not sure why Priscilla DeLeon, council president, was given this bully pulpit to use township resources, to have direct communications by mail to advance her narrative of what is going on in the township. I think it's wrong. I think it's a misuse of township taxpayer resources, and I take great issue with it. Kathy, can you tell me how this came to be, that she was given a note from the president and this was placed in here?
We have, and I'm sure council is aware, we've been working on this newsletter for quite some time. We do request of all members of council and committees to provide us with timely information to put on the website or on the newsletter. Council President, as far as I know, this is the first letter that went out for me or under me. However, we've always had the president of the council write an opening statement on the newsletter, as far as I know.
I've never done it, and I was
well,
council for 3 years. And Sandy was president when I was on council. I've been on council now for a total of, 5 years? And I've never seen a council president author one of these.
That was a choice. I know I've been president many times, and I've done it, so.
Well, you're trying to say that there's
I
some sort of
received the
precedent
request to
for
put
this,
stuff
and
in
there's no
in the
precedent for this.
Newsletter also.
There's
I
no
think
precedent
the request
whatsoever
went to
for this.
everybody.
What's that?
Would you stop talking?
The
I'm not
request
talking to
to
you.
put
Would you
stuff
stop
in
talking?
the-
It's
in
still the
the,
floor. Stop her from talking? Can you gavel her? Can you get control of the meeting, or are you incapable of running
Victoria,
it?
no, you're incapable. Go
Why
ahead.
am I incapable? I'm not the one running the meeting, and I'm not the one who's allowing somebody else to speak over me. I think you're the one who's incapable. I'm trying to make my point here.
I think the minutes will reflect that you
I'm trying to
talk
make
a
my
lot.
point. I
and
do talk a
talk
lot
over
because I have a
people.
lot to say, and I think the public values what I have to say. You may not, I don't care. But my problem is that you're talking about there's some precedent for this. Well, I'm not aware of it in at least the past 5 years having taken place. So that, as far as I'm concerned, there is no precedent. I find this to be highly troubling, and I would like the opportunity to correct this narrative. And I want to be able to write a letter, and Tom, you may want to participate in this, as to what's going on, you know, in our great community. So, you know, for you to hijack this, which is supposed to be a newsletter, you know, it's fine to talk about FBI lead awards and pet registries and no peddling and the police department exchange area and things like that. These are things of value that the township administration and structure provides to the community. Not your political rantings here and your bias. This is ridiculous to allow this. And I just think it's wholly improper. You've used township resources for your own personal benefit yet again. You've done this before. You did this back with the landfill back in the day with Larissa and others, and you were having consultants going out, and I remember, you know this, no, don't roll your eyes at me. You had consultants going out at your direction and incurring charges to the township without having been directed or approved to do that by a majority of this council. So it's another example of this, and we said back then it was an ethical violation, and again it's an ethical violation. You cannot treat the township like it's your personal affairs, right? You're a single member of council, and your authority as a single member of council is just that, as a single member of council, unless and until there's a majority of council that votes to do something in furtherance of it. There's never been a vote for this, just like there was never a vote back then with the landfill consultants undertaking activities, incurring fees, and billing the township for stuff that you wanted them to do, perhaps unbeknownst to other members of council. So what's the problem? You didn't learn then. Are you going to learn now? Are you going to continue to do this?
I remember a conversation with Tom, who called me after a fire services meeting and said that we're asking the solicitor to do blah, 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 blah. And I said, oh, really? Is that like me talking to the landfill? Do you remember that conversation?
But we talked about it in a public meeting.
No, we talked about it. You called me. I was sitting on my deck and we had a conversation.
Smelling the smells?
Excuse me?
On your deck, smelling the smells, enjoying the nature? Is that what you're doing?
If I can just have a point of order, I think it's important to highlight that.
I can't hear you.
I think it's important to highlight that Ms. Gorman has indicated that this is something that's happened well before in many years. I also want to point out, if we're talking about, like, I just heard this diatribe about using.
Not a diatribe.
This is council time.
Using township resources for personal gain. I don't find anything in the statement a personal thing, me versus him. But what I will say is in 2023, I think when there was a presentation made at hearings and council meetings, there was a presentation that you provided that went over your interpretation of benefits for the landfill and things like that.
And as I recall, it was produced by you. It was never a vote that like the council approved that they felt this was the official position of the township. And then it appeared on our township website. And it took days and days and days. And then the township website finally updated to show that the presentation, which appeared on the front page of our website, was from Mr. Bononis. So to now argue that you have not done this, when you in fact just did it months ago, is, I think, disingenuous.
Here's what's disingenuous. Your ignorance. Your ignorance to the fact that that was voted upon to be put up onto the...
It was never voted upon.
I believe it was.
Never voted upon. That's why they had to correct it on the website to say it was from you. It wasn't a township document. It was your document.
I didn't put it up there.
It was inaccurate.
Somehow it got up there.
Call Mark Hudson and ask him.
You didn't ask to get it taken down. You weren't claiming the township was acting on your behalf.
Did
I didn't hear you making the
complaint. Did anybody back
complaint.
then ask to take it down?
I didn't hear you make the complaint.
Call it out now. You could have called it out then, but I'm not aware of that.
I did call it out.
Well, then
I
what was
questioned
done with it?
Because I wanted to put something up on there.
What was done with it when you called it out? What happened? What happened when you called it out?
It got taken down.
Aha, so there was a corrective measure that was taken. In this case, I want a corrective measure. The corrective measure that I want, the corrective measure that I want is the same opportunity to address the community through the same means, methods, and form.
Had that opportunity. We all had it.
I don't,
you
because I'm
got
not
an
mailing.
email asking you to provide input for the record. All of us got the email. Yes, you didn't write anything. That doesn't mean you didn't have the opportunity to write something.
This is his counsel.
This is my time. I didn't have the opportunity to write this because in the history that I have been on council for more than 5 years, never has a council president taken the initiative to write a biased piece where they're going to be communicating with the general public directly to their homes in a slanted, biased way.
Show me what's biased in there.
Who's what's biased in here?
I need to see what's biased. I think that
hear about raising taxes.
Council
There's nothing in here. Stop. She asked me a question. Stop interrupting me. Gavel her and stop her from interrupting me. There's nothing in here about increasing taxes. There's nothing in here about publishing an illegal. Thank you, Tom.
I didn't want to do this, Priscilla. I didn't want to do this,
Nothing
Priscilla.
in here about publishing a knowingly inaccurate budget. Nothing in here about letting go a 23-year solicitor to the township. Nothing in here about losing a solicitor that you handpicked and met with privately before you were ever on council, and I'm only lasting 16 days. Nothing in here about the circumstances of hiring Mr. Gutsuzian. Nothing in here about conflict of interest. Nothing in here about the cover-up of giving money to Hellerstown under the guise of an invoice that was owed, and then trying to hide it in a executive session, and then having to come out and then putting it on the agenda later to recast it as. Is it funny? You asked for the question. So show me a little bit of respect here. Don't be so goddamn ignorant. No, you're not. You're not. You're laughing because you asked me to answer your question, and I'm explaining to you all these things, and the way that you respond to me pointing out to you all of the garbage that's in here or not in here is you laughing at me. So that's the respect that you show. So you asked me the answer. You asked me for the answer. I'm giving you the answer. You may not like the answer, and the way you don't like the answer is you laugh at me because of that. So you are the most disrespectful, ignorant person I have ever met, perhaps besides Victoria Optoff, okay? So there's the problem, and among other things, those are the problems here. So you can be misleading by saying something that's a lie. You can also be misleading by omitting something, and it's the omission here that is the problem that I have. The fact that you are not telling a complete story. This is your view of what's going on in the township. Exactly. Rainbows and unicorns. This isn't rainbow and unicorns. We're here now at 2:03 in the morning. How many meetings have we been here after midnight? Rainbows and unicorns. Come on, you know all the bullshit that's happening, and you're right in the crosshairs on this, and you don't want the public to know. You only want those people that take the time to come here and endure stuff like Mr. Belan endures, and the criticism, the hooting and the hollering, and all the harassment that they get, or when Mrs. Louder's here and has people coming up and leaning, and she has to freak out because there's people that are accosting her, and the few people that are logging online to see what happens. This is a direct communication into the people's households. That's the difference, and that's the problem that I have with this. I think it's totally wrong, and I want an equal opportunity to be able to communicate what's going on to the residents through the same direct mail means that you chose to hijack for your own personal benefit.
I just want to say there was no hijack. Everybody got the opportunity to provide comment for the newsletter. That means all members of council. It wasn't an individual thing.
Okay, so wait till.
So the
next-
opportunity
so
was
if your-
there.
If your position is, wait till you see the treatise that I write for the next newsletter about all
I'm
the
sure-
bullshit
I'm
and all the
sure it
stuff
will
that's
be a
going on.
dissertation.
Wait
I'm
for
sure.
that.
I'm sure it'll be a
Do you have
dissertation.
anything else?
That's what I want. I'm making a motion that I want the township to allow me, and if Tom, you want to participate and contribute to this piece, a similar, would you stop talking? Would you stop talking? It's a council
I
report.
say the same
It's a
thing.
council report, ma'am.
It's not an
It's a
agenda
council
item.
report. It's a council report. So would you stop interrupting me? We've been here till
Can't have a
2.
motion.
No.
Trying to make a motion now.
He did make a
Can't make a
motion. I
motion.
seconded
It's
it.
I know,
illegal
it's
to
not
do you mean
make
it's
a
illegal?
motion. The new sunshine law, it's
the agenda.
illegal.
It's a council report. I can make an action
You
based,
can make, well,
I can make a motion for an action based upon my council report.
No, you can't. You have to have it on the agenda.
it has to be on the agenda.
Talk about, we
one
can
on the
put it on the
agenda.
agenda that aren't descriptive.
Kathy, I want on the next agenda, and I hope you'll accept this oral request as opposed to a written request, discussion of the Lower Saucon Township Spring 2024, Volume 28, Issue 1 newsletter, and possible action to include written communication in the same form that was taken by Council President Priscilla De Leon in providing an update on Lower Saucon Township.
Okay, did you have anything else?
All right.
Okay,
Tom, can I get a
Tom,
do I have to make a motion to that, for that? Do you want a motion, Kathy, or is that good
You
enough?
can have a motion.
I will have
You can
that
have a
on the
motion and put it on the agenda. Sure, I
I will
can.
have it on the agenda.
Well, there's lots of times we've made motions to put things on the
And
agenda.
the sunshine law changed.
I'm asking to put something on an agenda. It's
and
not
you
a
can't do
violation.
that.
It's not a violation to
You
have a
don't need a
motion put.
motion.
Fine. It's on the agenda. Good enough. We'll deal with it again, and you can explain yourself and embarrass yourself for this garbage.
That's what you think. I don't embarrass
It is what
myself.
I think.
You
I'm
embarrass
entitled to what I can
yourself.
think. I have 2 eyes and I have a brain.
I'll be brief if no one interrupts me. If they are going to gavel. Priscilla, I do remember that phone call, and I think it was after a fire services meeting. I wanted to give you the
I can't
heads up.
hear you. What? You do remember that phone call now?
Don't interrupt me. I remember that phone call. It was after a fire services meeting to let you know a heads up that something needed to be done immediately from the solicitor. And we spoke about it at the next public meeting, and it was a heads up. Now, that's transparency. It might have been after the fact, but it was transparency. I told you prior to public and public disclosure. Now, last Friday, you went and met with the DEP, and you took Township Engineer Scott Brown with you. And you had all this meeting to disclose that tonight. So that you and Victoria commandeered a township engineer at township taxpayers' expense, took him to a DEP meeting, and you didn't call me and let me know, and you didn't disclose it tonight. You didn't, let me finish. You didn't disclose it tonight. And that's the difference. That's the difference. You hide things, and you use township resources, like paying Scott Brown, without council's consent. It's wrong. It's spending taxpayers' dollars without a vote. So we'll move on, but that's the difference between me and you two. I do disclose it publicly. You had all meetings, 2 o'clock. We got here at 6:30. You had all meetings to say, oh, by the way, we met with the DEP last Friday, and we took Scott Brown with us, and the township's going to be on the hook for his billable hours. Sorry we couldn't let you know earlier, or something like that, or we didn't have the meeting set for the prior meeting or whatever. Would have been fine, but no, you hit it.
Okay.
Now, I'm not done. This is my time.
Makes
Right?
you feel good and big with that gavel,
no,
right?
I didn't have to pull it out till the end because you finally went through. This has been my bag the whole meeting.
Please.
I pulled it out at the end because it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're interrupting me. That's the only reason. I could have pulled it out at 6:30 if I wanted to, right? What do you think? I just went out and got this?
Well, maybe we'd be
my
home
bag the whole
We would have
time.
been home 5 hours ago. Tom.
Right. Exactly. I can agree with Jason on the newsletter. It was too political, and the front cover should have been our fire services or our police or our EMS that we've honored this month and this spring. And it just, again, it's obnoxious. You'd put yourself there, and it really says what you think, that you're much more important than these people. Jeremy, I'm glad you have off tomorrow. All right. And then you might remember last time, there was a discussion about West Easton. Like, the other thing we haven't heard tonight is from our solicitor. He's like, well, there's been a lot of accusations made, and I'll get back to you on that. And so we get called from West Easton, and, you know, we talked to the guy. He's like, yeah, because you guys are right on. He tried to defend this lawsuit. We're losing it. We have to pay a lot of money. He goes, now, instead of Susie going to the meetings, he's sending one of his underlings, Stephanie, so that when it comes down that they lost this case, he didn't report it to the insurance company, and all this crap happens, it's some associate there, Stephanie, that's got to take the public blame and ridicule. He's throwing her under the bus, apparently. He doesn't go to the West Easton Borough meetings anymore. Oh my gosh, what a guy, our solicitor. That's all I have.
Tom,
Okay,
I just need to clarify. I also did not receive notice of this secret meeting with Scott Brown and DEP that Priscilla and Victoria participated, and I appreciate.
So they used township dollars, resources, to pay Mr. Brown his hourly rate, which is whatever. It's his hourly rate. I don't expect him to do it for free. But that should have been approved by council, but it wasn't. It was done in secret. All this nonsense about transparency that they always talk about.
Okay,
But
so
they did
I'll
that in
go
secret.
next with my report, and this is the first opportunity that I have to say that we met with DEP. And Scott was there, and Victoria, and there were other people there. So.
Will you get it?
And
Will you
that's
ask
all
for
I have for a
will you ask
report.
for council's permission before you do it next time?
Victoria, you want to go next?
I guess that's a no.
Yeah, I enjoyed the meeting that we had with the DEP. It was enlightening, and I think Mr. Brown coming was very important. The DEP enlightened us that they appreciate receiving his reports, and they were able to have a discussion, and I think that was important. He's a member of our landfill committee. I'm a member of the landfill committee, so is Priscilla. There was no quorum of people, so that's it.
Can we learn what was discussed during that secret meeting? I mean, I understand, like, we're all happy, and it was like patting each other on the back.
The other agenda item.
What was discussed during the meeting?
I would like to finish my
Tell us what was discussed. I mean, let's not just
I
gloss
would like
over
to
it. Meeting, we all patted each other on the back. It was wonderful, but you won't tell us what was discussed. Taxpayer dollars were spent with this consultant, but you won't tell us what was discussed.
We discussed landfill operations. Landfill operations.
Oh, so you met with the DP and you talked about landfill operations. A little more detail. Can we drill down on that? Do you remember? Were you there?
I don't think there was anybody taking notes. It's not an official meeting.
But you were there. Do you have a recollection of it? Do you have a
Yeah, I do, and I just told you it's about landfill operations.
Was anybody from the landfill there?
No, they weren't.
Oh, whoa. Wow.
It wasn't an official meeting.
It wasn't an official meeting. I thought the DEP thought it was official. Did you put your mileage in for reimbursement? Did you put your mileage
The other
in
part
for
of my committee report, I shouldn't say committee report, my councilperson report is that I was able to attend the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission's General Assembly meeting yesterday. It was very informative. It started at 7. It was at their new offices in Allentown. They went over many different things that are available through state funding and things that the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission is working on. There were presentations made by state representatives and also representatives of the LVPG. One thing that was of interest, they seem to be highlighting a lot of funding that was available for municipalities working on energy efficiency projects or environmental conservation projects. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention for Laura, the EAC, for the municipality, for whatever we end up doing. I don't know if we really look at Penvest or any of these things, but they had, I'm happy to bring that to you later, Kathy.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I will hold off on my reports for my Parks and Recs and EAC board meetings.
Okay, solicitor?
We're gonna need an executive session.
Correct. Okay, moving on then to public comment non-agenda items with a 5-minute time limit. Is there anybody left here that still would like to speak?
Of course.
To start off by the fact that we don't seem to ever get a report from EAC. And if I'm incorrect, please let me know. I will be scouting the minutes now that I've got them all lined up. But I think that's important. If you're going to be on that board, you should be giving a report. And that's true. I agree with whoever was saying. If you go and you attend a meeting, it's, Bell Labs, I used to go out to meetings and I had to file a report when I came back. You guys just blow it off. It's a day off, which I'd like to say, no more of these phone calls where you call in from Hershey and it's, that's a non-participant meeting. And if you can't make the connection clear, then bag it. And you know, Priscilla, who I'm talking about, it's you. And that's just not acceptable. If that's all you think about the public, that's really sad. Okay, I hope that some of this, it's just like, I might as well talk to the floor or something. So it doesn't seem to change. You don't get any acknowledgement. People like Steve are reading his whatever and whatever. It just absolutely blows my mind. Okay, there's one thing I did want to ask, though. It wasn't clear to me. Will the next newsletter talk about this $1.1 million lawsuit?
Yeah, I'll tell you, when I write my version of what's going on, I intend to include a lot of things in there, and perhaps that lawsuit would be included as well. It depends on, you know, what I would have to say, and I certainly wouldn't want to breach any confidentiality or duty that I owe to the township. But I think the township residents have an interest in that, and they should know about it.
For 1.1 million, you lose that baby. I'm telling you, it's got to sway the taxes somewhere. So yeah, I'd like to see that. I don't want to. Hanging the dirty laundry out is sort of a no-no. But the bottom line is there have been so many things here that have been swept under the rug. And here, maybe I didn't hear you right, Victoria. I thought you said something about amending the public record or the minutes or something because of this potential suit. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, she wants to change the record, change the minutes.
That's not what I
to
said.
fit her narrative, so
That's not what I
defend her in the
said.
lawsuit. That's right. That's what you heard.
That's not what I said.
That was my understanding.
That's okay.
That's my understanding as well.
The YouTube video will speak for
Wants
itself.
to moderate.
That's right. Doesn't matter, Victoria. The bottom line is I do have VOIC, so voice to print is easy for me. But I'm running Linux. I'm not running Microsoft, okay? So those are requests. Of course, you know, you can see that the public is beating down the walls to get here, but I really hope you do listen to some things, yeah? I tend to be a little biased, but Ms. De Leon, you really need to be less biased when you're gaveling one person and not the other. And people that just yell over other people, you need a little trap door and pull the door and they just go out of sight. Yeah, I know they're your followers.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank all of you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak under non-agenda public comment? Okay, hearing none, I guess we're going to recess the meeting and go into executive session.
Can we just take like 5 minutes? I have to use the restroom.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to just use the restroom before we run into the room.
The rest of what?
Restroom. Just
Oh,
a
yes,
break
I do
before
too.
we start the
Right,
executive
right,
session,
right.
please.
Okay, so recess is at 2:18, and we're going to litigation that we received.
And when you come out, you will or will not make a statement?
We don't know that yet.
We
We do not know that yet. You will find out. Okay. So the meeting is reconvened at 2:31 a.m. And we just came out of executive session to talk about, how do I say this?
Outstanding litigation.
Outstanding litigation. And Steve, you have two motions?
Yes, the first motion, if someone is inclined, would be to authorize my office in the court file of 48-CV-2003-6089 to agree to continue the oral argument that is scheduled for May 28th.
Okay, so moved as stated by the solicitor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That's Laura? Okay, any other discussion? So we would have Jason,
I have no discussion.
Tom,
No.
none for me, Victoria?
None.
Laura?
No.
Okay, and I guess public comment, anybody out there would like to speak regarding this issue?
I just wanted to confirm, since I don't have that.
We can't hear you, you gotta go up.
I'm sorry.
No, you've gotta follow direction.
Let me cut you off. I think I know what your question is. That is the continuance request that your office made to postpone the oral arguments. You asked for everybody's agreement to do so.
In the declaratory judgment litigation. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I assumed that was your question.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, and then you had a second?
Good vote.
Roll call?
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, and I believe you have a
I do.
second motion?
In the court file number of 48-CV-2024-04292, which is the complaint that was just filed or just served, which has listed as defendants the township, various individuals in their official capacities, and myself in my official capacity as Lower Saucon Township Solicitor, if somebody was willing to make a motion to authorize the solicitor directly and indirectly to take all necessary steps to respond to the complaint and pursue all options to oppose the allegations in the complaint.
And I'll make that motion. So moved by the solicitor. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Victoria. And I guess any other discussion? Jason?
First of all, earlier when I made comments about this litigation at the beginning of this meeting, which started yesterday, I had mentioned that Victoria Optoff Cordero, Priscilla De Leon, Laura Ray were sued in their individual capacities, and that Steve Gutsuzian was sued in his individual capacity. They were all sued individually, but in their official capacities as either elected council persons or township solicitor. So I wanted to make that clarification. Also, the lawsuit, based upon my quick secondary review during the executive session, indicates that there are two counts for violations of Sunshine Act, two separate violations. There are 2 counts for declaratory judgment actions. There's 1 count for injunctive relief, and there's 1 count for promissory estoppel. And again, I believe it's in the promissory estoppel count where the damages that are sought are around $1.1 or more million. I'm not sure how I can vote to direct the township solicitor to take, as you said, all action in furtherance of the defense of this case. Is that how you framed it, Steve?
All necessary steps to respond to the complaint and pursue options, or I'm sorry, to pursue all options to oppose the allegations in the complaint.
I mean, I think that, and I don't think I'm violating any obligations that I have here to the township, but I think that the individuals who have been alleged to have undertaken these acts may have done that. And the only reason I'm using may is because I'm speaking here publicly about this. I may feel more strongly than may. So I don't think I can vote in good faith. I mean, I understand that and this is where the conflict arises that I brought up earlier. I would like legal counsel on this issue because I have an obligation to the township in my capacity as a councilman. I also have an obligation and a duty of candor to the court as a lawyer, although I'm not serving on this council in my official capacity as a lawyer. So I don't know how I can vote upon this without having further consideration, more time to think about the ethical implications of this. And I would like to have separate counsel advising me on this because of these issues. For anybody on this council, I think to vote to do this seeks to protect themselves in their positions individually in their official capacities. And that's where my conflict arises. And I don't think I can cast a vote on this. I think would need to, I don't know how anybody could cast a vote on this. I think everybody would have to recuse themselves because for any of the individuals that are named individually in their official capacities, it seems like a misappropriation of township resources to provide a defense for what could be a very clear violation that was raised here. I'm sorry for the long-winded answer. I'm just trying to think this through here at 2:40 or whatever it is in the morning after we've been going over this for a while. But again, I don't feel comfortable with taking any action without having the advice of counsel, and I would need to be counsel who is unbiased, or at least without the appearance of bias or agenda, because the solicitor who's been named individually in his official capacity as the township solicitor, I don't think I can accept candid, appropriate legal advice from him. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so I'm ready to vote.
No,
We'll go down, other comment.
I need a comment.
Yes, Tom?
Yeah, I feel similarly. I feel Mr. Gutsuzian, he's the reason, his advice is the reason why we're being sued for Sunshine Act violations. Now we're gonna hire him as the attorney to defend us on it? His actions are the reasons why. He lied, and I don't trust him. He lied about what happened in the executive session on April 3rd. He came out 2 weeks later. He didn't come out at the April 3rd meeting. He came out 2 weeks later on April 17th and lied about what happened on the 3rd to the public, the whole room. And I don't trust him. He's a big reason we're in this because his legal advice was so poor that now we've been sued and the township might be on the hook for $1.1 million. I haven't read the complaint yet, but from what he told us in executive session and what Jason tells us from having skimmed it, I don't know how we could hire him on this particular matter or ask him to represent the township basically, because it's $1.1 million of taxpayer money. It's township money. I mean, we might have insurance, but it's not cover all that. I doubt it's going to cover all that. And
my preference would be to table this vote until I have the opportunity to consult with a counsel that I feel comfortable with providing with legal advice on these issues.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand my obligations to the township, but I also owe obligations to not do something that's unethical. And I'm afraid that if I was to cast a vote in favor of this, that I would be perhaps furthering violation.
he's lied to my face. I've seen him lie to a room full of people. I just don't trust him to represent me or the council or the township.
Okay, well, I don't have a problem. Victoria, did you have anything to say?
I don't have a problem. I disagree with the characterizations of Mr. Panonis and Mr. Carucci.
Right. Laura?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any comment.
But again, keep in mind, Tom and I are not similarly situated with the other members of council who have stated their at least approval or intent to provide approval for this. We're differently situated because we have not been named individually in our capacities as council members here. You have. We haven't, and that's what is distinguishing to me.
I think it's public comment. That's where we are.
Right, so we're finished. Okay, public comment. Anybody out there like to speak on this issue? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Carochi?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
You know, quite honestly, I'm torn between abstaining from voting and voting no.
Mine's a trust issue. You have to trust your attorney, and I don't trust him.
Yeah, I mean,
But you can abstain?
yeah, I mean, I have, but I don't know what my conflict is. I just haven't wrapped my mind around exactly what it is, but it just seems like there's a conflict here. So, you know, in an abundance of caution, I'll cast an affirmative vote and not abstain, but with the qualification that, you know, I'm considering that perhaps maybe I should abstain, but I don't have legal counsel here to tell me what I should do under the circumstances. So I'm going to take a shot at this and say no. I'll say no.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
And before we move on and adjourn this, I'd like to make a motion for the township to provide separate legal counsel for Mr. Carochi and me, considering that we are not named as individual defendants in any official capacity in this litigation, because we are not similarly situated with the others. Our interests may not be the same as the interests of those others, and I believe that any attorney who would seek to provide representation of the individuals who have been named as defendants in their official capacities would recognize that there is either an actual conflict of interest, an appearance of conflict of interest, or the circumstances would not allow a defense to be provided to all of us.
I'll second motion.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor in a second.
Yeah, but it's
And
not on the
I guess there's other
agenda.
discussion. Jason? Any other discussion,
No,
Tom?
that's my discussion. I mean, I think that it's appropriate to do that.
Ray just said it wasn't
I
on the
understand.
agenda. The
Yeah,
past
it's
two votes
not on
we
the
took weren't on the
agenda.
Nor were the other two.
Yeah, but no,
Weren't on
this
the
is part of
agenda.
the
That's why we went
executive
back in executive
session.
session.
Isn't this part of the executive session, I would
Yes.
think?
Leave them.
Right, yeah, I don't have a problem with voting on this as part of the.
Vote on it, it's fine.
It doesn't have to be on the agenda because it's the executive
Right.
session.
And
Like
it's
the
dealing-
past
and
two
it- And it's
votes.
dealing with
You didn't realize
litigation.
it.
It's dealing with litigation that we discussed in executive session.
Right. So, I'm just asking for other discussion before I open it up to the floor. And anybody in the audience like to speak on this? Go ahead. You have to come up to the podium, though. Oh, the mic's not on.
Mark Ozimek. And since Benonis and Carochi are not listed in the lawsuit, why should the township fund money for their private lawyer to defend them in something they don't have to defend themselves in?
Because the township
It's
is named
simple.
as a party, and we're members of council on behalf of the township. That's the reason why, sir.
Well, then I would say you're stuck with who the council picks. Or hire your own attorney.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Just don't
Is
run
anybody
anybody
else?
over on the way home.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
So to be clear what the request is, this is the,
Asking for a separate attorney.
correct.
So I'll say no.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
No, I don't think we should be paying more lawyers and expending taxpayer dollars on that.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes, you should have thought that before you violated the sunshine.
You didn't violate the sunshine law.
So I just want the record to be clear here.
Yeah.
You've now deprived
Well, I don't think he voted yet.
He said no.
I voted yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You've now deprived the two members of council who are not implicated in this lawsuit from having adequate legal counsel. I just want that to be perfectly clear for the public to see that and understand that.
You
So
can
you're
hire your
trying,
own
you're
lawyer.
trying, I'm not talking. So what you're trying to do is somehow bring us into your sphere of nonsense and Sunshine Act violations, which we were not part of. To the contrary, far from it. And you're depriving us of legal counsel. I guess that maybe that means that I need to hire my own personal legal counsel and file an action against the township for failing to afford me as a member of council with the legal representation that I deem to be necessary. And if that occurs, you've now exposed the township to another lawsuit. You've also exposed the township to the legal fees that I'm going to incur, perhaps if I pursue this lawsuit, to assure that I have adequate legal counsel in my official capacity on this council, and other damages. So I think that's awfully short-sighted of you, but that's what you folks do. Have at it. You know, and whoever ultimately ends up representing the township and the four folks that are behind all of this, I hope that they at least recognize at that point when they become involved in this case that there isn't a conflict of interest, and provide proper legal counsel so that you people can make the right decision, because what you just did is, you know, typical for your incompetence.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, any other business? If not, is there a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second. All in favor? Aye. And the time is 2:48 a.m. Thank you, everybody.